little gavel. All right, everyone, welcome to the first meeting of 2025 for the Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County. Today we're going to be having a strategy day and talking about some important things that have been on the mind for the public. But before we get into business, we are going to get started, as we always do, with the prayer and the pledge. So if you will please rise if you can, we are going to have the invocation led by Pastor Brock Patterson of the Longboat Island Chapel.
Let us pray. Gracious God, we give you great thanks for this day and for this new year. Lord, we thank you for all that you have done. Certainly this past few months has been a challenge for all folks and everyone in our service. Lord, we're looking forward to better things and to a better deal and to new hope and to new opportunities. So Lord, as those whom you have chosen, you have selected, you have allowed this opportunity for us to serve all the people around us, Lord, we just ask that you fill us with your Spirit so that we can do the absolute very best that we can in your service. Continue, Lord, to watch over all those who take care of us, who protect us, the men and women of our fire departments, police departments, emergency personnel, and of the armed services. Lord, we ask your special blessings upon them. Watch over us, guide us this year. Help us to do even beyond our best with your Spirit. And then we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Our pledge will be led by Vice Chairman Dr. Bob McCann.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. All right, and now I hate this room because my back's to the public who I'm trying to speak to. For work session special meetings, we start off with citizen comment. So I'm going to open this up to future agenda items. Some work sessions, it's kind of a catch-all for everything we're going to talk about, but I will let you know now that I am going to open up public comment for the items for legislative priorities as well as for the impact fee concurrency as separate public comment. So this is for future agenda items, not necessarily for current agenda items, but we'll have a 30-minute time limit. We'll reopen it at the end of the meeting if we need more time. So I don't have a list of who put their name in, so please just come to the podium. Let me just start. Okay.
Good morning. I was intending on having a PowerPoint, but I'll just read through. The 2070 water... My name is John Taylor. I'm a Manatee County resident.
For everyone, just please say your name and your county of residence. Thank you.
John Taylor, Manatee County. The 2070 water report reveals the state of Florida will run out of potable water using conventional methods, and the place we can save the most water is in our private homes and landscapes. Both the state of Florida and Manatee County have statutes and goals supporting Florida-friendly landscaping. Florida DEP, SwiftMud both have studies proving we must reduce stormwater runoff. The USDA and NRCS give us a way how. Every 1% increase in organic material result in as much as 25,000 gallons of available soil water per acre. So how do we do this in developed Manatee County? Florida Water Star. Florida Water Star helps mitigate water use in and outside the home, reducing wasted resources, saving money, allowing for responsible community growth. The landscape irrigation and Florida-friendly landscape design standards are a plug-and-play Water Star-based handbook on what to do to get Manatee County on point with responsible water management and development. Following Florida Water Star, the landscape design standards is how we would build the soil health that changes Manatee County's ability to handle existing development and future concerns over weather and flooding. The irrigation standards were well deliberated and vetted over the last 7-year revision by all the water management districts and more. Irrigation landscape needs to have an enforceable code, penalties that fund the enforcement of these rules. Code enforcement is in place and can easily identify wasteful irrigation leaking into roadways. That wasted water also degrades our roads, costing residents resources and money. Rebates for home builders and HOAs to retrofit or install new systems could offer discounts on facility investment fees for 1 to 3 years to incentivize builders until we make it a requirement. Responsible development standards like Florida Water Star will offset the resource consumption. Responsibly located density means more land inside the FDAB. That keeps the rural land rural. Florida Water Star brings additional value to the surrounding community and provides responsible growth and value. Just for measure, Polk County is already tapping into its lower aquifer, which means more expensive water for all residents. Manatee County needs a calm, controlled response to this issue now. I'd be more than happy to meet with any commissioner who'd like to discuss this item, and I've actually been working with Dana Aide, so she has my contact information. Thank you.
Mike Meehan, Manatee County. I just think the county charges too much for its services. If you look back over your revenue and expense figures for the last 7 years, just starting in 2017, it cost you $583 million to supply service to Manatee County residents, and you took in $681 million. So you had a surplus of over $100 million that year. Into 2018, it cost you $631 million to supply services, and you took in $719 million. So you end up with a surplus of $108 million. 2019, it cost you $683 million. You took in $824 million. You're just charging too much money for the services you provide to this county. Thank you. Look at 2020. It cost you $715 million. You took in $847 million. Surplus jumped up to $132 million for 2020. 2021 cost you $758 million. You took in $967 million. You crossed the $200 million surplus mark that year. You overcharged Manatee County citizens by $209 million. Continuing on to 2022, it cost you $776 million to provide service. You took in $1,058,000. Surplus jumped to $281 million that year. 2023, it cost you $956 million. You charged $1.25 billion. Your surplus approaching $300 million for 2023. Year to date, through July of 2024, your surplus was $414.6 million, which is more than you collected in property taxes, which raises the question, why is there even a property tax if your surplus is more than your property tax, which it was for fiscal year to date? I just think this commission and previous commissions need to get serious about running a balanced budget. That is actually one of the requirements in the state legislative code, that municipalities are supposed to run a balanced budget. You're not even close. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is David Dean. I've lived in Manatee County for 30 years. I just want to address in the public comment section here the recent robocalls regarding the Confederate statue. And I've addressed this in years past, but in summary, first things first, I think it's bad for veterans. I'm a veteran. As a past adjutant, judge advocate, and finance officer of the American Legion, that monument is not a veteran's monument. It glorifies and names Jefferson Davis and Judah Benjamin, who were not veterans of the Civil War, but traitorous politicians responsible for the deaths of 600,000 American soldiers. Any money the county spends would be better spent erecting a true veterans monument to all Civil War veterans, both Confederate and Union, and placed at our Veterans Park along with our other memorials. The Manatee Veterans Council did not want that statue because of the divisiveness of it. They didn't want it at the park. And that's why. Instead of sowing division in a 150-year-old subject, let's unite our community instead. Like we say in our Pledge of Allegiance, indivisible. That language came from the Civil War, not division. It's also bad politics. Most of the Manatee citizens are from somewhere else. Most of those from up north. Very few are fifth-generation natives who had ancestors fight for the Confederacy. Like most of our current citizens, my ancestors fought and died against the Confederacy in a Union Army, so glorifying their leaders and their cause of protecting slavery is a gross insult. It's also bad for business. Both the county and private business spend a lot of money trying to recruit tourists and retirees to come to our community. Being the first place in the country to put one of those things back up will get spread across the news and will be Braden Tucky again, an embarrassment across the country. And we don't want to project that we're some kind of redneck, racist, and white nationalist hotbed. And it's bad politics, again. The majority of the citizens are not Confederate ancestors. Good day.
Hi, good morning. Happy New Year. My name's Danielle Taylor. I'm a resident of Manatee County. Manatee County holds deep roots in agriculture, from cattle to citrus, nursery, landscape, and more. According to the 2022 agricultural census, the number of farms decreased in Manatee County, but the amount of farmland and average farm size increased. Our agriculture industry isn't dying in Manatee County. It's alive and well, but unfortunately hasn't had the voice that it needs within our county. That's why I'm proposing that the county explore an opportunity to bring in key agricultural stakeholders together through an agriculture task force. As Manatee County continues to grow, the agriculture industry continues to be impacted, which is why a task force is necessary to ensure the industry stays viable and successful within our county. The role of the task force would be to discuss agriculture within the county and natural resources, private property rights, and rural land use that affects agriculture. It would also function to provide a forum of communication between county staff and citizens to facilitate exchanges of information and ideas. This task force would allow for dialogue to county staff and commissioners on how county rules, regulations, and ordinance affect the agriculture industry. Lastly, the task force would give a state of the industry update to county commissioners to stay relevant and give perspectives of the industry in our county. The task force would consist of various agricultural producers such as dairy, cattle, fruit, vegetable, nursery, landscape, specialty crops, FNGLA members, Farm Bureau members, Manatee Cattle Women, agritourism, ag lending, conservation, and more. This task force would bring together key stakeholders and major landholders within the county to ensure the success of our agricultural industry within the county. I ask that the board and county staff look to future meetings to create this task force to keep ag alive in 25. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rusty Chennis. I'm a 40-year resident of Manatee County. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome our new commissioners and this new commission, and to let you know that I'm very excited about the emphasis of this commission on serving all of the citizens of Manatee County. My focus after 35 years as a builder on Longboat Key and 40 years on the local waters is to protect the natural resources that brought me here in the first place and continues to attract so many new residents. These decades on the beaches and waterways of Manatee County have been special and have led me over the years to get involved in protecting them for future generations of Manatee County citizens. And while my almost half century on the local waters has been a blessing, It's also been alarming to see the degradation of this unique resource in less than half of a lifetime. I'd like to offer my experience to you and extend an invitation to you to join me on the water to show you firsthand the concerns I think threaten the economy of Manatee County and the citizens now and into the future. Thank you.
Pat Simmons, Manatee County. I made great copies because I thought we were meeting downstairs. So unfortunately, you can't see what I see. But it's only one set of each. It came across my phone about the best and worst states in the country for people with disabilities. The best state was Colorado. The worst state was Mississippi. And it was based on trail accessibility, median wage, employment rate, health insurance, percentage of disabled people living in poverty, employment rate, percentage of individuals experiencing a poor or overcrowded housing environment, etc. Social issues. Florida ranked 18th. It would be interesting to see if the state of Florida could do something like this and break it down by county. The reason I bring this up is because this also came across my desk. There's a facility in Orlando. You all built this wonderful, non-adaptive sports complex in Lakewood Ranch, while Orlando built a facility for adaptive archery and bowling, cycling, equine therapy, adaptive fishing, paddle sports, yoga, sled hockey, tennis, therapeutic horseback riding, wheelchair, basketball and rugby, fitness, golf. And the one thing that place has in common, and I have 30 seconds more, the one place one thing that has in common with the rowing program in Sarasota and the wheelchair basketball in Greenville, South Carolina, was all started with the program for veterans with disabilities. So you're talking strategic plan. Here's my plan for 12 months. January, have police, sheriff's departments do a PSA using telling people not to park in our handicap spots and access lanes. February, doing an education program just in general about people with disabilities. In March, make it Disability Month in this county. In April, Disability
kids bring new attitudes towards people with disabilities. June, beach and restaurant access. July, city, county festivals, access and safety. August, school sports and accessibility month. September, diversity training. October, technology access. November, education access. December, wrapping it all up with the symposium in regards to people with disabilities and a breakout session and keynote speakers. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Andrew Griffin, Manatee County advocate, activist, and I heard the gentleman in front of this young lady here about the statute, which is one of my agenda items here this morning, my future agenda. I also got the robocall related to the statute, and I'm on the other side of the aisle when it comes to that. I don't believe that people should be shipped into communities and demand things to be torn down. I also don't agree with county commissioners voting to those demands of radical people that come into this county and demand things to be taken down. I'm ashamed of the prior board that actually paid to have this statute removed. And not only removed, but now it is broken. So my questions to this board, because many of you guys supported bringing this statute back. Now, I know that there was conversations in front of the old courthouse. I know there were some suggestions of moving it to a veterans park or something of that nature, but I've always heard that these things would be re-erected. Donald Trump has been re-elected as our commander-in-chief of this country, and one of the things he wanted done is to have our statutes re-erected. Now, we've been dragging this out for quite some time. I know 2 years ago when I was here, we had a new board, and because we had them, they didn't want to put their standing in jeopardy. Well, I just want to know, because we've been arguing this since it's been taken down, when is it going to be put back up? So my questions here is, has it even been fixed yet? Did the shipping/towing company pay for those repairs? And where is the statute? Thank you.
Good morning, Glenn.
Glenn Gibolina for the record. Manatee County taxpayer, homeowner, voter. Anyways, the water issue, it's an easy fix. You know, I spent the week up in Tahoe working on an earthship. We recycle our water 5 times. 5 times. Why can't we do that here? Everybody should have a rainwater catchment system. Use your washing machine water to flush your toilet. I don't know what the big deal is here. We're using potable water for non-potable stuff. Of course we're going to run out of water. It's a no-brainer. Anyways, let me get to why I'm really here. So, how'd everybody like coming in this morning? Nice? 42 degrees, 48 degrees. This was printed today. We still have homeless vets living in these terrible conditions. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. So I wrote you this letter about the homeless citizens, and it's imperative we take decisive actions in implementing a comprehensive plan. I recently had the opportunity to watch this. It's on Prime TV. I bought the movie. I've watched it about 15 times. I keep getting something out of it every time I watch it. The solutions are there. You just have to pick one of the 20, or maybe 2 of the 20, and implement them. But I'll tell you what does not work is a government program under one house. That doesn't work. Every one of these advocates tell you that. So we need to fund the experts that are out there, like Turning Points, the Salvation Army, United Way, the Crossings, Daily Bread. Exactly. So the solutions are out there. It's inconceivable that we have homeless vets in our community today. And we've been kicking that can down the road for years. Yes, Turning Points is a solution, but Turning Points is 2 years away. I went by the site yesterday. They haven't even broken ground, and it's a $20 million project. So we need immediate funding for the organizations that are the experts in their field, and you're not giving them the funding. And I'll talk about this a little bit later, is that you want to build a new hub for $5 million. What happened to smaller government? You guys are not the experts on running a homeless vet or a veterans shelter. You're not. Give it to the folks that are experts at it, that have a proven track record. You know, those resources, my resources, can be better spent in that direction. And as far as too many taxes, I agree. You know, I'll give you one example. My container home, 748 square feet. It's nothing. Over $3,000. And then you insult to injury, you come out every year and you inspect my backflow preventer for $35. How many thousands of people do you rake over the coals every year on that $35? And by the way, the company that does it only gets $11. So you push a button and take all the money. It's got to stop. Get the book, watch the movie. The solutions are there. For the record.
Good morning, everyone. Rita Smith, lifelong resident of Manatee County. We stand in support of the Washington Park Community Park. I'm the chairperson of that committee. And I want to personally thank Commissioner Ballard for all of her hard work bringing that park to fruition. And thank the rest of you commissioners for your work with that as well. Do you all want to say anything?
No, I just want to thank you all too. I'm Mrs. Kelly, Jeanette Eubanks Kelly. Been a resident for about 54 years or 6. And I love this place. I love the people. And I hope that we work together and have a best new year and the next 4 years.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, you're waiting to the last second there, aren't you?
Yeah, I know. See the most notables at the end. Dalton Nelson, Manatee County. You know, I've come before you guys, and I've said a lot of things, and I've brought up a lot of good talking points, and I feel like the discussion has been very lively amongst all of you that I've met and personally taken the time to have some discussion with me. I think that there's a lot of solutions to the issue that I've been bringing to this board about the stormwater problem and the overdevelopment problem and other things that we've discussed during these meetings. I just want to say that I hope that with this board and with the direction that it seems to be going, that you guys are taking into account, along with transportational concurrency, which will be discussed later, obviously, but the infrastructure that is in the ground, especially in District 1, is very limited. I actually called the sewer department and asked if there was a force main and where it went that goes down 675, and it only goes down to Rye Road and then turns down Rye Road. There's not enough sewer capacity in northern Manatee County to absorb all of these homes. All of these builders are having to put in their own systems in order to effectively get rid of the sewage waste that we could be turning into potable water to other people's arguments. But we're not able to collect that water and process it to make it drinkable water. It all goes back into their sewer systems and into the ground. And the comment was also made that we would also need, I think they said something along the tune of like $11 billion or $100 billion wastewater treatment plant in northern District 1 in order to absorb all that water as well. So if there's, something to take away from that, I think, we should try and update the infrastructure before we put the roads in, so that way everything's already in the ground. If we pave it over, we don't have to come back to it later. And we could collect all that water and save the taxpayers a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalton. Any other last minute people? All right, we'll close public comment for now. And I will turn to, well, does anyone have any comments? No? All right, I'll turn to the county administrator. Are there any updates to the agenda?
The updates have been published with the online agenda.
All right, thank you. And then we will move to the regular agenda, which technically is the administrator agenda, but it's me, so. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, kind of taking a little bit of sheer liberty here, but it's something I've mentioned in the past that I was surprised we didn't do. Up in Tallahassee, you see the new House Speaker kind of give their views on how they want to run things up in their chambers and what their priorities are. You see the same thing with Senate President Albright, and you see the same thing in D.C. I think it sets a tone for the year, and what we've done the past couple of years is occasionally a chair will make revisions to how an agenda is run or how the public's treated, and it's just done on the fly. And in fact, the commissioners don't even know that that's occurring, honestly, until it does. All of a sudden, one day you wake up and there's no call-in comments, or commissioner comments are gone, or people are getting kicked out of chambers for various reasons. I don't want that to happen. I've been here for 4 years, and what I've seen this past month, what I've seen during this campaign is, one, I've seen a public who proactively wants to be involved with their government. We're very fortunate that we live in a community that has so many people who want to spend their time and use their skill sets to assist in making our community better, but they're not given the opportunity to do so. Further, we have a board that turns into a political body to the wrong degree, and we start attacking each other. There's a lot of there's a lot of infighting. A 4-3 vote becomes a war. There's too much talk during campaigns of a new majority. There's no new majority in Manatee County. I hate to tell you that in 2025. What we have is 7 independent people who are going to make independent decisions, and whether it's a 7-0 vote or a 4-3 vote, my intention as chair is to make sure everyone's still friends at the end of the day. Because in my 4 years, I've never been up on that 9th floor where all 7 people get along. And people don't want that to happen. They want to break apart this board because that's how they can control this board. And you saw that yesterday, as Mr. Dean pointed out, where robocalls came out. They didn't care about that money. What they cared about is trying to get us divided so we start fighting, because they're seeing us not fighting, and therefore they can't take control of this board. And I'm not going to let that happen. I promised that I was going to keep a calm board, and I promised I was going to give the people a voice. So I put this together to kind of give people an overview of things. These aren't earth-shattering, but after 4 years, I think these are things that the public wants. I think these are things that the commissioners deserve. So without further ado, here's my thoughts for how we're going to move forward. The first thing is we're going to fix these BOCC meetings. Number 1, agendas. Year after year come out later and later. Not just to the public, that's what you see. They come out later to us. Last year we were having briefings for regular meetings the day before. There's no time to prepare for this. So I sat down. We had a 3-hour-long meeting with staff, and I tasked them with coming up with the earliest possible time we can have these agendas prepared. What you'll see now is land use briefings are going to happen 11 days prior to land use meetings, and the agendas will be released 10 days prior for the public. They're going to be done the Monday, the week before land use meetings. Regular meeting briefings are going to be done the Monday before those, 8 days prior. You'll have those agendas at least 1 week in advance, giving you the public time to have a say, do your research, reach out to your commissioners, your representatives if you have a concern, but also giving these commissioners adequate time to do their own independent research so we can come prepared for these meetings and not feel like things are being crammed onto us at the last minute. Second thing, this is a little bit more in the weeds, but just so the board knows, we end up with a room full of people for consent, a lot of them being public, a lot of them being our staff that honestly have better things to do than sit around for no reason down in that room. And what happens is we, at the beginning of the meeting, say, are we going to pull anything from consent? And people don't pull things. But then we don't actually vote on that consent for 3 hours. Meanwhile, I have staff, I have attorneys, I have engineers sitting in that room for hours, taking up seats that other people can use or taking up their salary time when they could be doing the good work for the public. So as soon as we pull items from agenda, we're going to vote on moving that consent agenda forward to let people get back with their lives, to let your staff get back to work for you. Proclamations. Again, some of these are a little in the weeds. We'll get to the bigger stuff. We're going to limit them to 3 presented proclamations each meeting. The rest of them will be on consent. We will honor all proclamations, but these are still business meetings at the end of the day, and we've had situations where we've had 9 of them, and it's taken 2 hours to do proclamations. There are some counties that don't do any proclamations in person. I propose doing them after hours so more people can attend, but for various logistical reasons, as of now, we don't have that. And then here's where we start getting into stuff with the public. Going forward, I'm not going to accept, by my free will at least, any new agenda items after 3 business days prior to any meeting. We're not going to hold off till the night before and push new agenda items on in the cover of darkness at the last minute. Not only is it not fair to the public, it's not fair to staff, it's not fair to the commissioners who don't have time to prepare for these things. There's more than enough time to get these on. Very little what we do is time sensitive. And if you can't make the one meeting, you can make the next meeting. I'm going to have a hard deadline on these. We've proposed hard deadlines in the past. We've had an honor system of hard deadlines. We've just never honored them. But now we're going to. There are going to be a few administrative things, time-sensitive things, as if something urgent comes up. But for the most part, you're going to have 3 business days in advance to present an agenda item. And going along with that, I'm going to require better agenda item details. We put too many items on there where it's a 3-word cryptic statement of what the agenda item is. What's the point of noticing an agenda if you don't know what it is? Any rational, reasonable person should be able to reasonably understand what the topic of discussion is going to be on any agenda item. So there's going to be some restrictions here. At least 3 business days, and then any agenda item that comes in at a minimum is going to not only have to have an item title, a clear item title, but it's going to have to state whether there's going to be an action requested, any background discussion, whether the attorney reviewed it, and whether or not there's any costs or funds and where those funds are coming from before we're going to put that on an agenda to have that discussion. The next thing, and this should be self-explanatory, but it has not been, is Section 7.2 of our rules clearly state that we are to follow Robert's Rules of Order. We do not follow Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know if we know what Robert's Rules of Order is in some cases. We are going to start following that. Anytime our rules supersede it, then we go according to rules. Otherwise, there are way too many instances where we don't. Speaking orders are going to be done. Again, I'm trying to keep this a calm board, a board that gets along for 365 days. At the end of this year, I want all 7 of us still to be hanging out at a Christmas party and enjoying ourselves and not turning this into infighting. It's not good for the community. It's not good for us. There's going to be an order to our speaking where we're going to go back and forth between people who support and disagree. There's going to be some sense of control in terms of how much people are speaking to make sure we're moving things along. But there are just things we just simply don't follow. In Robert's Rules of Order, to call the question requires a supermajority. It is not a simple majority vote. And we've been doing it simple majority to allow 4 people to take control of meetings over and over and over again, to the detriment of the minority of the board who disagrees with anything, and to the public to shut down comments. We're having a supermajority vote for calling the question. That's in Robert's Rules of Order, therefore that's what we're supposed to be following. In addition, Robert's Rules of Order, agendas are noticed for a reason. That's what you're working off of. If you want to change an agenda by having a motion of any kind that is not noticed on that agenda, that requires a suspension of the rules. Suspension of the rules is a supermajority. If you want to make any motion on anything on this, I try to make this unanimous, and the county attorney pushed back on me. But if you want to make a motion that's not noticed on that agenda, it's going to require a supermajority vote to bring that motion up. That's Robert's Rules of Order. If we want to change that rule, then we have to change our rules. Otherwise, we're following Robert's Rules of Order going forward. I think that's going to create more confidence for the public of what we're going to talk about, more confidence from the commissioners. There are plenty of things that we all agree with. Don't get me wrong. We just made a motion about concurrency and impact fees. Everyone agreed. You wouldn't have a problem getting supermajority vote on that. I still think it could have waited till the next meeting, but I fully supported it and it moved forward, and I'm glad it did. Same thing with Mr. McClash's fees. We all supported it. It was unanimous. There are things that could be off agenda, and as long as the board is comfortable with it, we can make the votes. But I would still encourage you to simply just say that you want it on the next available agenda so that the public does have an opportunity to come and speak or to speak to us offline prior to any votes being made. Next thing with public comments. I'm removing all public write-in comment deadlines. The fact that we have a 2 p.m. the Friday before to write a letter. Today's day and age with electronics, that should be automatically uploaded onto a record. That's ridiculous, so that deadline's gone. Second thing is, whether we use 30 minutes or not for public comment at the beginning of a meeting, I'm opening up public comment at the end of every single meeting to give people an opportunity. Some people just can't be here first thing in the morning or call in first thing in the morning. It's not too much to ask to listen to the people in the public. So whether we use the first 30 minutes or not, you'll see this is a lot of words, but all it basically says is, I just want you guys to know where it falls in the rules, that there's going to be a second open-ended public comment period at the end of every meeting, regardless of what happens in the first one. The next thing we're working on is expanding public comment. This one is something I thought about for a little bit. Our quasi-judicial meetings are way too complex. Applicants come in with attorneys, engineers, experts. They get 20 minutes to plead their case. And then we put people up here, in some cases in their own right experts, like Mr. Vandery, when it comes to things out east, and we give them 3 minutes. And yeah, you can get some signatures and you get 10 minutes, but 3 minutes is not sufficient time to be able to plead your case on something as important that affects your neighborhood and your community. So going forward, what I'm going to propose, and again, I'm at the will of the board. You guys can change what I'm proposing, but this is what's been written into the rules for now, that for quasi-judicial, public comment is going to be increased to 5 minutes each instead of 3 minutes. It's going to give people more time to point to maps and plead their case and explain their situation. Doesn't seem like a lot, but you'd be surprised what 2 extra minutes is going to do for people. You still can get the 10 minutes. That wasn't proportionally increased, but anyone will be afforded the opportunity for 5 minutes of speaking for quasi-judicial. One way I'm hoping to mitigate the time on that is up at Tallahassee, and this is something we've discussed previously. We just never implemented, and I'm working on implementing it, is up at Tallahassee, you can waive in support or opposition. A lot of people just want to come up to the dais, not the dais, to the podium, because they just want their name in the record. They want to make it known that they support something, or in more cases, oppose something. Waiving in support or opposition allows you to do that without actually having to come up to the podium. So we're going to implement that for across everything. That's just not quasi. That's written into the rules for any item we have. It's going to be set up in the system where you can, instead of putting yourself in to speak, you can just waive in support or opposition. When that item comes up, the chair, in this case in 2025 myself, will read your name and whether you support or oppose it on the dais into the record, so it's formally into the record. You still get your voice heard without actually having to go up to the podium and say anything. I think that's going to mitigate some things. It also helps with people who sometimes come in good faith at the beginning of the meeting, and it drags on for hours, and then they have to leave because they have to pick their kids up from school or they have to get to work, and they lose their opportunity to get their name on the record and get their voice heard. This will give them an opportunity to still be able to get on the record and express their support or opposition, even if they have to leave the meeting. That's the language for that. Next thing I'm going to work on is expanding our advisory boards. The first thing we need to do is seat all vacant board seats. This is ridiculous. I've been pushing for this for a while. A couple of our boards can't even meet quorum. I just talked to Tammy Parrott from our libraries. I'm now on the library board this year, and we don't have a January, February meeting because we don't have a quorum board for a January, February meeting, and we'll be posting those shortly to try to fill that board, but we're going to seat all of these boards. We're working on creating task forces. The Taylors pointed this out. Task forces are great because if they're done properly, they're not sunshine boards. They're not overseen from the government. It gives part of our problem with some of our advisory boards is people don't want to be on them because they risk sunshine violations if they go out and speak outside of their board meeting with other board members. Task forces don't have those regulations. You can have multiple people from organizations. We're already working on one or implementing one with animal welfare. There's a couple others that have been discussed, whether they be trails, homeless, ag. There's a number of areas, but we have very smart people in Manatee County, and we should be taking advantage of their skills and their knowledge base and their commitment as much as humanly possible. And I think we've been significantly dropping the ball on that. But one of the reasons we don't seat people on advisory boards is because they feel like it doesn't matter. They feel like they get on these advisory boards and they spend hours of their time spinning their wheels and the board ignores them. They don't have a say. Most people don't even know their advisory boards exist. So there's two ways I'm trying to fix that, and I'm hoping that this encourages more people to be on these advisory boards. First thing is, you'll notice tomorrow, the agenda now has a new section right after public comment called Advisory Board Comments and Updates. Going forward, all advisory boards will be alerted that they can have a spokesman, and they can let us know in advance that they want 5 minutes of speaking time, and they can get put on this advisory board comments and updates section. Therefore, their spokesman can come in and talk to us about updates, things that they've been discussing, proposals they have, suggestions their advisory board's been discussing, to be able to speak directly to the board and to the public at any regular meeting. Right there. And the second thing is, if you notice on the cover pages, maybe not some of them yesterday or tomorrow because they were already done, but the newer ones you'll see it on and going forward, is I added advisory board onto the cover pages. In addition to whether or not the attorney reviewed it and what actions are approved, there's an applicable advisory board section. What this means is if we're talking about anything on the agenda that's related to an advisory board, it should be listed that that applicable advisory board's on there. If we're talking about Palmetto Animal Shelter, it should say an animal welfare board. Talk about library, it should say the library board. And the question is going to be, has that board been notified of this? Have they discussed this? What were their opinions on this? And it'll give all of us the right, if we're not comfortable making a decision, if the answer is no, to punt it back to that board like they do with committees and be able to say, okay, send this back to the library board, get their opinion on it, and then bring it back at the next meeting and let us discuss it further. I'm hoping these two will give advisory boards a lot more teeth and a lot more influence and a lot more voice, and therefore a lot more people willing to be on these boards, honestly. I think that's important for Manatee County. The last thing I want to talk about in terms of general stuff is expanding commissioner accessibility. A lot of people say they just don't have an opportunity to speak to their commissioners. They don't get a voice. They get 3 minutes, and then they don't get email back. I'm going to run through these really quick. One, as most of you know, we previously voted to have 7 commissioner aides. We just never hired them. We have now hired, I think, 6 of the 7 aides. The advantage of having these individual aides is now these aides are going to be able to be out in the public. They're going to be able to show up at your HOAs. They're going to be able to speak for you, much like if you go talk to Tara Polton for Representative Buchanan's office, or you go talk to aides for Representative Robinson or Senator Boyd. It's going to give you another voice, a second set of eyes on things to be able to speak to. They're going to be much more informed about what's going on with the county. We're also working on outside office space and office hours. It's a pain getting down here, finding parking, getting through 3 locked doors, and setting up a meeting to talk to your representative for 15 minutes. We're going to be working on setting up space at the various libraries. They're in every district, as well as some other locations, so that both aides and commissioners can set up dedicated office hours so you can go within your district to be able to speak to your representatives about your concerns. I'm also working on liaison positions. This is in its infancy, but there's a number of organizations we as commissioners don't oversee, but they still like having commissioners there because they talk about important things. In fact, I spoke to some people at a 4-H lunch, and they said they used to have a liaison. And there used to be a commissioner who came every single lunch, and just so they can absorb what was the concerns, the needs, the wants of 4-H, so they can bring things back. We have a lot of organizations like that, the Farm Bureau, the 4-H. I know I'm focusing on ag, but that's a lot of the boards. But there are a lot of them. So if you are listening to this and you are part of an organization or a group and you think a commissioner would serve well to be a liaison there, reach out to the county and we'll see if there are any commissioners who want to be a liaison and hopefully be able to get some advice from you, absorb some information from you, and bring it back to the board. And the last thing in terms of accessibility is more in terms of the municipalities. We've done a great job with joint meetings, but they've pretty much been concentrated to Bradenton, Longboat Key, and one time Holmes Beach, and I think that was just for a fight. My intention is to have joint meetings with all 6 municipalities this year, plus the school board, plus Sarasota County. I think it is beneficial to our county if we have real meetings with all these municipalities and find out how we can work together. I also think it's important to figure out how we can work together with the school board when it comes to affordable housing and trails and sidewalks and things we can work conjunctly with, as well as Sarasota County. We haven't had a joint meeting with Sarasota County in my 4 years here. We share a bus line. We're working on a water taxi that they're interested in joining forces in. We share, the whole 12th judicial district. We sit on a lot of boards together, but we don't work well with them. We don't have our EDC and our tourism and our chambers working well. We don't have our boards. We all know each other. We all know all 5 of the Sarasota people. They all know all 7 of us. But we don't have meetings where we can, in public, discuss how we as a region, because we get overshadowed by Pinellas and Hillsborough, 2 million-person regions to the north of us. Collectively, we're a million-person region with a fast-growing airport and a seaport and multiple higher education facilities, but we don't work well together. We work as 2 small counties instead of 1 large region, and we need to fix that. So I'm trying to get those joint meetings set up with everybody. And that's where I go in terms of meetings, but what I want to do while I'm up here with chair privilege, because we're moving into the priorities for everybody, so I want to set the stage on it, because I think this is important, and there's 3 new people that haven't really sat down and presented priorities. So I want to quickly go through what my top 5 priorities are going to be as chair relative to the county. 1, I'll do this quick, finalize comprehensive plan. 2 years ago, January 2023, at a strategy meeting, Commissioner Ron made a motion to start rewriting this comprehensive plan. 2 years later, we're still waiting to find out what the next step is of rewriting a comprehensive plan. And every time a good idea comes up, we push it because we're like, we'll incorporate that. We'll incorporate that. No, we need to either fix it now or start incorporating some of these important things. 1 is the future area development boundary. I think we owe it to the citizens, we owe it to the staff, we owe it to the developers to let people know our views on that. My view is I'm not moving that line. That line is where it is. We have more than enough space to build west of it. 2nd is policy 2128. I made 3 motions to remove this from our comprehensive plan. It's subjective anyway. The fact it's in there doesn't give anyone any rights to anything, just gives them the theoretical option to present it to us. But I don't see any purpose in that staying in there. Minimum lot sizes and parking ratios. Everyone knows I hate both of these things. I only have so much pull on them. I think I'm a big advocate of affordable housing. Everybody knows that. But I think the way we go about it is detrimental to this community in the long run. To get 50 units of affordable housing, what we do is we find some huge parcel of land that someone can build 100 apartments on, and we let them build 200 parcels on it, or 200 apartments on it, to get 50 affordable housing units. In doing so, we pave a huge chunk of land, take a massive parcel off, put 400 cars on the road directly in front of it to get 50 affordable housing units, and we spend a bunch of our tax money in doing so by way of waiving a lot of fees and waiving impact fees. There's better ways of doing this. This county owns hundreds, if not thousands, of non-conforming lots of smaller size that you can't build on because we have antiquated, over-regulated lot size restrictions. If we remove lot size restrictions, we still have setbacks, we still have FAR, we still have all the other rules in there. But if Glenn wants to put a 500 square foot tiny home on a 1,500 square foot lot, that's 1 affordable housing unit. I get 49 more Glens. I've created the same 50 affordable housing units I just did by approving a 200-unit apartment complex and tying up the infrastructure someplace. It's a bad way of doing it. I guarantee we'll get more affordable. Lowercase, I'm not talking about subsidized, lowercase affordable due to size and location by getting rid of all of our ridiculous restrictions than we ever will by continuing the path we're on with the current affordable housing bonuses, which goes into that. Mixed use incentives are terrible. We got to get rid of those. And the affordable housing thing needs to be fixed, and we need to come up with a better system. And we need to come up with ways of encouraging infill redevelopment instead of continuously building out. We have too many locations over here that should just be torn down and scraped and rebuilt, where infrastructure exists, where transit exists, where utilities exist, instead of continuously going out because we are going to bleed ourselves dry. You got the books, right? All right. And just for later, you guys don't have to read all 300 pages now, but I got each of you a book. As part of this one, all 6 of you, not every single person in the room, I apologize. It's the first book in the Strong Town series They have 3 books. I have the other 2 up in my office. They're also great. I just got you the first one because it's a good summary. This explains, in my opinion, how communities should be conducted. It talks about how overbuilding infrastructure is just creating liabilities that are unsustainable, better practices. I encourage you just to read it. You may agree with it, you may disagree with it. Either way, it's an important resource. Their website's great, their emails are great. They've got another book after that one about infrastructure called Confessions of a Reformed Engineer, and then a third one that just came out about the housing crisis, but it's a great book. Real quick, my second priority, adjusting the development revenue and CIP priorities. Fortunately, Commissioner Bearden brought this up. And it is, God willing, going to move forward. We have to adjust these impact fees. We have to make the revenue match the budget. This is unsustainable, what we're doing right now. In addition, we need to adjust facility investment fees. Facility investment fees are the same thing as impact fees. They just don't get all the sexy credit. But our water quality, our water capacity, our utility infrastructure is as important, if not more important, than our road infrastructure. But we do not collect correct facility investment fees, and we're getting way behind the 8 ball, and we are going to start running out of water capacity if we don't start fixing that. And facility investment fees are one way we need to do it, and that report is way overdue to be updated. And third thing is we need to have a discussion. I know we're going to have a work session about this, about adjusting CIP priorities to match the funds we have. We focus way too much of the limited money we have on roads. I think there's better ways of doing it. This board needs to discuss their priorities. Fixing turn lanes and slip lanes and intersections are way more beneficial from a safety standpoint and a traffic standpoint than just paving more and more roads and taking more and more people's front yards through eminent domains and spending a fortune at $8 million a lane mile. We need to fix this priority, and we need to stop just talking about roads. This CIP includes other important things that we're falling down on. Like, we built the first phase. We're about to do a ribbon cutting on the first phase of the parish park, yet there's no path to the second phase of it. When it was in the CIP, and now it's being questioned because of lack of funds, but we seem to find funds for the 5th and 6th lane of a road someplace. I'm going to give much more quality of life for a park than I will for 5 minutes of less of traffic someplace, my opinion. Third thing, proactively resolve these stormwater issues. We can't just sit here and wait. We have to fix these floodplain maps. I'm glad it became such a top priority in terms of our legislative priorities. We're going to talk about those later and finalize them, but this has to be done. This is not sustainable, and this is getting ridiculous. We need to start considering land acquisitions for retention ponds and other ways of fixing some of this. We can't just, the maps are great for future development, but they're not going to do a whole lot for the current situations, especially out west, but we're also starting to see it out east now, down in Summerfield and River Club and even Star Farms, which is still getting built. We need to start considering best practices to capture this water, which clearly is not being captured on the developments as promised. And we need to come up with a system for funded maintenance. I've proposed this in the past. We need to take inventory of every canal, ditch, culvert, you name it in Manatee County. I don't care who owns it. I don't care whose responsibility it is, because at the end of the day, it's affecting everybody. We need to take inventory of this, break them up into 5 increments, and do 20% of them every year on a rotating schedule and figure out what that's going to cost and figure out how we're going to fund it, because while that's not cheap, that's a lot cheaper than some of the other alternatives, and it's going to have a disproportionately beneficial impact relative to flooding in the future. And we need to get those wetland buffers back. That was a very simple thing. That was short-sighted. I think everyone realizes it's short-sighted. Let's just fix it. These last 2 are more my personal things. Those are broad discussion things. These are just my top 2 priorities in terms of individual things. 1, we have to prioritize the Bishop expansion. If there's a single dog at the Palmetto Animal Shelter come New Year's next year, this whole process will be a failure, like a complete failure. I don't care if we open it up on January 2nd, 2026. I'll consider it a failure if this isn't done. I don't care what people or funding or anything we have to move towards this. This has to get done this year. Next one is we have to expand adoption events. They're successful. People like them. We did one out in GT Bray, and it was fun. Everyone enjoyed it. A lot of people showed up. We need to be doing more of these. One way of fixing capacity is to build more capacity. The other way is to have less dogs, honestly, and we need to be proactively working on that. We need to launch the Animal Welfare Task Force, which is already being worked on. And the last thing, so I'll bring this up every time there's a new board, we seriously need to reconsider the legal status of the retail pet sales in Manatee County. It took a long time, and that got passed, and then it got reversed. I will keep fighting this every year while I'm on this board, that I need votes, and I will once again make that motion to ban the 2 and now 3 stores that sell retail pets in Manatee County. It's a terrible practice. It should be a state thing. I'm working on the state thing. But in the interim, the more municipalities and local organizations that do it, then the more support we have at the state level to get it done on a broader basis, like other states have done. Many other states have done. My last thing is the trail system, as everybody knows. We need to break ground on the first leg. We were very successful with Representative Buchanan at the federal level and Senator Boyd and Representative Robinson at the Tallahassee level to get funding last year. We're going back for more funding. We can't keep asking for money if they don't see us doing something with it. We have a plan for this. It's already drawn out, especially the first leg. SMR built the trail all the way up to Bourneside and 64 for us. It's 10-lane buffered trail system. The first leg goes from 64 and Bourneside all the way up to Rye Preserve, which is a trailhead because there's parking and there's bathrooms. We've got that laid out. We've got the land for it. We just need to put a shovel in the ground. We need to show a proof of concept if we're going to keep asking for more money. You'll see tomorrow we're putting in a $15 million grant request. I'd like to facilitate the creation of a Friends of group for the trail system. Friends of Legacy Trail is very successful down there. We do not have one here. I know there's a lot of people that are very passionate about this trail system, and I think that'll start getting a lot of momentum going. And we need to start considering the future east-west spurs, not just the one from Parrish to Palmetto, but other future ones, so we can start planning ahead, because land will never be cheaper than it is now, even though it's expensive now. But we need to start looking ahead. We've been so focused on the north-south piece and the Parrish to Palmetto piece, but we need to start broadening our scope and what we're going to do in this trail system, because the reality is trail systems 10 years ago were for recreation. Now we have road and infrastructure issues, but e-bikes are hugely popular right now. And I just had this conversation last night that instead of building 8 to 10 foot trails, if you build 10 to 12 foot trails, only 2 feet more, and you paint 2 feet of that for e-bikes, now it becomes a commuter system as well, because this system, when it's built, is going to go from Hillsborough all the way down to Legacy Trail in Sarasota, and all the way over to Lincoln and Palmetto, and then down across the bridge, which MPO is working on, and out to AMI. And if you can allow people to use their e-bikes in a protected, safe manner to get around, you're going to start fixing our infrastructure. We need to start focusing on multimodal and not just paving more and more for roads. And if we're already building 10 feet, 2 extra feet is a small cost for the benefit of one more way of allowing people to commute without needing to get on our roads. And the last thing is to work on this trail system in context of a wildlife corridor. I've been talking to Mr. Strickland, I've been talking to Charlie Hunsinger and his team about trying to get a dedicated wildlife corridor from Mayaca State Park up to Little Manatee and Hillsborough through Duet Preserve. And if we can incorporate the trail system into that, all the better. It gives us more use of that land, but we need to get that wildlife corridor done. It's a top priority of the Ag Commissioner, Wilton Simpson. There's money available for it. We've got land for it. We've got plans on a map for it. We just need the dedication to get that done, to connect that wildlife corridor and then connect our trail system through it. So those were my priorities for 2025, and for that matter, for the second term. Those are my proposed changes on how we're going to handle agendas, how we're going to handle meetings. That said, as always, I'm at the will of the board. I can't even adjourn a meeting without a majority vote. So anything I said is at your discretion. So I'm done with my part. I know the county attorney put rules and regulations on the agenda. That wasn't the intent. I'm not asking you to approve these or vote on these or even discuss these now. The intent wasn't to put all this into the rules. It's going to be on the next regular meeting, the end of January, because I don't want to spring anything on anybody. But she did put it on there. So if there's any questions about any of these plans relative to the agenda stuff, then myself or the county attorney can answer it now. Otherwise, I will turn it over to the county administrator and to Rob to start your priorities, because we've got 3 new people, and a lot of people in the back of this room are very interested in what the priorities are of the 3 of you. And they're also curious about the priorities of the 3 existing commissioners, because we have a different board and maybe different priorities. So I'm looking forward to hearing as much as anyone else. But before we get to it, does anyone have any questions about the logistical side of this, not the priority side? Commissioner Tao, City.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the presentation on the priorities. I agree with many of them. I'll say that. Just a logistical matter, as far as public comments are concerned, I've also shared that, but on the other side of that issue where residents can't submit through the online portal public comment within that 24-hour period, but they can email any of us, and frankly, they get we actually do get 311 requests from residents, as the entertaining robocall proved. We actually do get those. That's another form of comments from residents. So, frankly, we need to fix that. It's unacceptable that we don't do it when you can just call in at this point. The other thing I will say is you can't sign up for to speak at a public meeting through the online portal. I think it's the Friday before the meeting, I believe. It's the same deadline for submitting public comment through the portal. To me, it's just another arcane rule now that we allow comments, call-in comments, and sure, you can just call in, but it should be a simple fix. We should be able to allow people to just say, hey, the drop-down box is available on the portal, on the website. I can just click into it, get my name on the record. It just allows us to facilitate a meeting more efficiently. So just two logistical things I would just request, I would ask staff to look into and just bring up to awareness to the board as well. Small technical nuances, but they can go a long way to enhancing public comment access. That's all I got.
No, those are great comments, and as Q just pointed out, there's some on-base logistics relative to the first part of that, but it's certainly something that they'll look into. I 100% agree with you. I think all these deadlines should be gone. Mr. Feltz.
First off, it's great to see these things that we've been talking about for 4 to 8 years finally coming to pass. I'd like to make sure that we spend some attention to our specifics in land use. I think we have to make some adjustments there. I've been struggling through my various briefings on land use, which is a number one priority in District 1. And just as we've tried to make these things a little bit more open, a little bit more transparent to the public, there are certain issues in land use that I hope we could take the same approach to in terms of when we notify the public, when we open discussion on various land use issues, that I hope we'll get into a little bit more detail as we alter our regular meeting process and procedure that will take into account some of the specific issues with land use that I think need to be addressed, as long as we're in this great train of thought where our citizens are who we are serving from every single minute that we work and every single staff member that works for this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair McCann.
Thank you for this very thoughtful presentation. It's very comprehensive. I really appreciate the fact that we all do need to be friends at the end of the day. I do have a point of order on Robert's Rules of Order. I want to know if you're going to use Robert's Rules of Order or Robert's Rules of Order for small groups less than 12. We're different than the legislature of Tallahassee. They have very specific differences in how the chairman acts and how a motion is carried. So, you know, which Robert's Rules of Order are we going to use?
Sure. Well, the intention, again, we're to your point, we're a small group, and we try to keep ourselves flexible because unlike some boards, like I'm chair, it's ceremonial in nature. All 7 of us are 100% equal. So I'm not going to pull myself out of debates per se. But there are minor things we're going to incorporate in a flexible nature. So it's going to be more along the lines of the small side. But there are some things, like I said, I mean, we've had too many times where a 4-3 majority has shut down debate, and that's not in Robert's Rules of Order. Bringing up agenda, I don't believe we should bring up non-agenda items at all, whether you have a supermajority or not. I just think nothing we do is so time sensitive. You can't just make a motion for new business to put it on the next meeting to give people time. That's my preference. This is my effectively compromise. If people want to move that direction, I will happily honor that. If it's not on the agenda, I am not entertaining it. I will take that. But I didn't do that because this is a smaller group and we try to be a little bit more informal. So it's going to be an informal thing, but there's just certain things that come up over and over again, like calling the question or adding agendas that are in fact in Robert's Rules of Order and not in our rules, that I am going to enforce, because I think that makes for a better board and makes it more fair, not only for commissioners, but for the public.
Okay. The second question I have is, we talked about delays and motions that were made. Back in November, a motion was made to put the wetlands back. Have they been put back?
Well, I think that's outside the scope of this conversation, but they have not been put back because it was written in. So we have to basically do the same exact process the other direction. Like we can't just, that motion was not in a position where it could be rescinded This is a new motion. This is from scratch. The old motion was effective. We're not rescinding anything. We're just making a brand new motion to start the process of rewriting, putting the language back in. Then it has to go to Planning Commission. Then it has to go to 2 hearings here. It has to get submitted to the state. It's reverting back. I would defer more towards Director Knapp on that because she's the one working on it and would know better on the timeline.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Director of Development Services. And you are correct. While the motion was made, it requires an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So it's not we can't do it, for example, the next day. We are hoping to get that all before you before the summer recess. We've started the initial meetings with our county attorney's office to make sure we're compliant with the Burdensome Act and other considerations, and make improvements. Instead of just reverting back to the way it was written, also make improvements with it at the same time. So roughly, the motion can be that you want to revert back, but it can't happen without amending the comp plan. So that's what takes time.
Actually, I did a lot of research on this. I have a motion to actually restore the wetlands by vacating the ordinance that was made and turning it to its
Microphone isn't on.
Is your microphone on? Mr. Kent, I don't know if your microphone's on. There you go.
Actually, I have a motion to restore the wetlands, and we have the authority to do that under Quiles versus City of Boynton Beach, Florida DCA 2001, and Florida Statutes 166.041. All we have to do is rescind the ordinance that was made in the first place, and void that ordinance and put back the language that was there previously. And we have the authority to do that. And by adopting that, we would be putting back the wetlands now. As far as the comprehensive plan goes, the comprehensive plan is in motion. The comprehensive plan is not something that we have to amend in order to make this rescission here. So I actually do have a motion to rescind the order that was written and restore the language that was there before. This was reviewed by several attorneys, and this is, the proper way to do this with this motion here. And the motion is to void the ordinance number 2366, PA 2306, Wetlands Protection, PLN 2302-0091, that became effective on October 5th. Officially declare that ordinance canceled and no longer in effect. Revert to the original language. Reinstate the original language of the ordinance as it existed prior to the enactment of ordinance number 2366, PA 230, Wetlands Protection, PLN 2302. Ensure that all references to ordinance number 2366, PA-2306, Wetlands Protection, PLN 230, in official documents and records are updated to reflect the reversion to the original language. And the procedural instruction is the motion directs the county attorney and staff to follow statute 166.041, which lays out a consistent process for adopting and enacting municipal resolution and ordinances to make this return. And I'd like to make that motion right now.
I'll second it.
I do not believe we need a third, but thank you, Commissioner Feltz. I'll defer to the county attorney. I'm more than happy to take it if everyone's, I'm the one who voted against the wetland things in the first place. The faster we can put this back, the better. And if Dr. McCann came up with a better, faster solution, I'm all on board for it. I can accept the motion, but it's probably going to have to be reviewed with the attorney.
Having had no opportunity to review the proposed motion and the law you're relying upon, I would respectfully request that you give the county attorney's office the time to do that, sir, before making this motion.
The county attorney's office has had this motion now since November. Okay, this motion was made, but it wasn't made properly. It's made properly today, and I'd like a vote on it today.
Okay. I'm not going to prevent you from making the motion.
Figuring out, I thought we were supposed to get cards, but anyways. It's like 5th grade. All right, raise your hands. So I also like the wireless mic. We got to do that more. But on a more serious note, I did want to speak to that matter. I did get a briefing from the county attorney. I was informed previous commissioners had received it, or commissioners had received it prior to the new board coming in. And I just heard about it. I reached out, got the briefing about that particular motion and her reasoning as to why we have to think about a different, thank you, I like that. Why we have to consider a different approach towards it. So I don't know, Madam County Attorney, if you could speak to some of the things that that you mentioned in the briefing or some of the highlights of it. That might be useful for Commissioners McCann and Feltz if they haven't gotten the briefing.
Unfortunately, Commissioner, I don't have my notes with me on that topic. I had no idea that that was going to be brought up today, so I'm not prepared, and I don't recommend that we have that level of briefing in this form of public setting. I would rather have an opportunity to give that same briefing to Commissioner McCann and Commissioner Feltz, since they are the ones that at this point haven't had the benefit of that.
Okay, I'll just leave that on the table then. Thank you.
Are there any comments relative to this motion? Yes, Commissioner Feltz.
Come on, we basically we all know what the direction is that we want to go. I have a lot of faith in Dr. McCann's research. I think throwing this out there again and again for more research, more consulting, more everything, it's what we want to do. And if we don't do it the right way this time, at least we've moved forward. We're not looking at, oh, I need to look into this some more. I need to look into that some more. Enough is enough with this. We've just got to cut to the chase and reverse what we did because we know it was wrong. And we're going to do it the best way we know how. And I just have a lot of confidence in the research that's been done. And I actually truly have more confidence in the research that Dr. McCann has brought in than what we're going to delay by 3 or 4 months by having staff regurgitate, re-examine, and waste our time and money on something we know is what we want to do and that we need to get it done and move on.
All right. Mr. Ballard, did you have your thing up?
I do. So I actually take the opposite approach because I have confidence in our county attorney. I have confidence in our staff. And the approach that we've been told isn't going to open us up to significant litigation. The approach that is going to put us on the best legal footing is the approach that I would like to take. I do understand Dr. McCann's research. I think that's I think it's great, but I would like to take the approach given to us by our county attorney and staff.
Mr. Beard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say that I'm within the last few weeks, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not having the confidence in our county attorney's office. I'm not having the confidence in what is being told to me. I feel like I am getting played as a fool because information is not coming to me in a matter which I've already done my research, so I'm already expecting answers when I'm asking questions, right? And when I get answers in regards to, an example might be yesterday when I'm asking our county attorney to give me a briefing or the board a briefing under county attorney comments on what sunshine law is, because I feel like I'm being played as a fool when people are telling me what is sunshine law and what is not, right? Just to keep information from me, I have issues with that. So we're going to have to get something straight, and we're going to get it straight today and moving forward. I'm going to tell you right now, no, I do not work for the county attorney because that has been stated to me before that I work for her. So we're going to get one thing straight. We have 2 employees that work for us on this board. And so now we're setting the record straight on what's going to continue to happen in this county moving forward. You have 7 county commissioners on this board. You work for all of them. You work for all of them who work for the people. We answer to the people, you answer to us. We need to get the chain of command straight, and we need to get it straight today.
Okay.
Moving forward.
Okay. and we
Okay,
can-
Chair?
and we can-
That's all I'm
yes.
going to say about that, because
And I appreciate it.
if I have to,
We're-
if I have to
we are
say
trying,
that
we are trying
moving
to stick
forward,
to a
that's what
motion.
we're going to do.
I know this is tangentially related to the motion, but it's still a motion on the floor. So let's have that. We can talk about strategy relative to employees during the course of the strategy session. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioner Ballard's comments wholeheartedly. I think that we have a very experienced staff that has probably more knowledge on the issues that we're discussing right now with regards to comprehensive plans, buffers, whatever, than some of us do. And we have to rely upon that staff and their opinions. We also, no matter how individual commissioners feel about the county attorney or not, we do have to rely on her and her knowledge and her staff to be able to research the matter. And her job is to keep us basically out of litigation. There's a state statute out there right now, referred to as Senate Bill 250, that needs to be researched in comparison to what Dr. McCann's motion is. So I would also concur that we just need to let this play out with the county attorney's office, let staff do their job, and still move the issue forward, but let them do what they're supposed to do, and they've been tasked to do in the previous motion.
Commissioner Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioners Ron and Commissioners Ballard on that. And the last District 3 commissioner walked in, tried to fire the attorney. I'm not doing that. I'm not firing the administrator. Like the same.
Talk about wetlands.
Sure, but anyway, in any event, I'm not doing that. And I think the comments you'd mentioned earlier about having some semblance of unity we should have here. But as far as the wetland policy is concerned, for the public as well, the comp plan in this particular motion in general, it's meant to be aspirational on a blueprint, and you have the land development code, which actually has the specific details of how you execute on the vision. And I think this is why I like your comp plan rewrite now, it's been abused, or perhaps not. We just haven't had as much discipline around that. So we'll talk about comp plan stuff at some other point, maybe in the strategy. I'll bring that comment up. But the point is the buffers are still there in the land development code. A developer and, well, our staff still need to account for that when we have applications that are coming into us that are impacting wetlands. So I would just encourage this board to just recognize that we do still have those buffers in our land development code. That is actually what Planning and Development Services refers to when it comes to applications for rezones, developments, what have you. And frankly, I think we need to get away from our comp plan having a lot of the specificity that it has in the past, because it gets us into trouble. And it's also something that we've been preempted on significantly by the state of Florida. So I'm personally a little bit tired of the preemption. I like having a little bit more discipline around the comp plan. So I'll just simply say we have it in the LDC. I think we're okay for now. And I don't want to get sued over something that we can avoid. So thank you.
Everyone's spoken so far. Is there any new information or comments? Commissioner Feltz.
I would like to say things in maybe a kinder and gentler way. There is, back to what we're here for. We are here to represent our citizens. And we are constantly, absolutely constantly, being told every time we try to do something that we're going to get sued. This saber rattling has started from years and years ago, that is trying to put fear and an animosity and an adversary out there, that we tend to lose sight of what is it that we're supposed to be here for. And I'm telling you that your citizens want this. Bottom line, these are things your citizens want. And I'll tell you something, the saber rattling and the threatening that we're going to be sued, it's got to stop. Because I will tell you what, the citizens, we don't care at this point. We want our wetlands buffers back. We don't care at this point, because I don't think anybody is going to, oh my goodness, we're going to get sued. But is that going to improve our traffic? Is that going to improve our water quality? What the citizens are saying, and I think I could get my back up on this, we don't care. Sometimes you've got to take a risk. Sometimes you've got to do what needs to be done. And I'll tell you the way that county government runs, which we trip on our own feet, okay? And I'll use this analogy because it's the only thing I've got. If I walk out to my barn and I've left the water running and my pasture is flooded, what's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to turn off the water. But you know how government works? How does government work? We're gonna employ a consultant, and we're gonna study this, and then we're gonna bring in a plumber, and we're gonna spend tons of money before we just walk over and turn off the spigot. And that's common sense. So we have to have some confidence. We have to have some acknowledgement that we're here to represent our citizens. And we all know our citizens did not want that. And I do have confidence in our county attorney. I do have confidence in our staff. But there comes a time where you got to move on. And sometimes there comes a time where you've got to take some risks that maybe we might get sued. But for that average citizen that's trying to get to work in a safe manner, that's trying to drink clean water, that's trying to they really don't care. They want this wetlands thing back, and that is our first obligation. And if that means we might have to work a little bit harder, you know, you've had challenges before of the legal issues, and we want you to get in there and defend even our stupidest decisions, because we are there to represent the people. And I have confidence that you do it. I have confidence that Dr. Bob has presented a great case. Let's just get it done, because we really need to turn off that spigot. We don't need to beat a dead horse to death. We don't need to spend more money or time. Just get it done and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Feltz. I like the fact you threw the word spigot in at the end to kind of tie it into even remotely talking about the topic at hand. Commissioner Ballard.
Just very briefly, I agree with the basic premise of what you're saying, but I disagree with the method. There is no reason to take an unnecessary risk in trying to move this more quickly versus going through the established process. Yes, there is a time to take a risk and to say, you know what, we're probably going to get sued, but whatever. This is not that time. And for Dr. McCann, I would just ask, what is the research that you have on the interaction of SB 250 with your case law and your statute? If we have that and it's really, really solid, maybe I'll feel a little differently, but I haven't heard anything about that.
Commissioner Bearden, and then
Motion's on the floor. Let's just take a vote and make a decision right now on what we want to do.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to turn it over. I'll just say my quick piece here. I'm not a huge fan of the process, as you all know, based on what I want to do, but I am a huge fan on moving this thing forward. This has been dragged on too long. I was wavering until Bill 250 came up. Bill 250 is probably one of the top 5 dumbest bills that have passed in Tallahassee in the past few years. And the only reason it's only top 5 is because there's so many to choose from. That I do not fundamentally believe in that bill. I think that bill is terrible. I do not believe we should adhere to it. I'm not scared of that bill, but I know we've been hiding behind that bill over and over and over again. Every time this wetland thing has come up about reverting it, Senate Bill 250 comes up. I, out of spite of that bill, am going to support Dr. Bob McCann's motion, because I think somebody needs to take a stand at that bill, and I think this is the time and place for us to do it. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Bob McCann for any final comments, and then we're going to take a vote. Your microphone's off. It's got to be green to be on. There you go.
I have the language of the statute here, the ordinance that they made here, and where it was done, so it'll be very easy to put the language back. We did look again at burdensome things in building. We did look at statute 250. Again, this is based in law. We are overturning the ordinance here. That's what we're doing. We're putting it back to the original ordinance. So, you know, we should have no problem doing that from a legal basis. They will probably want to threaten us with lawsuits, but I don't know what lawsuit they could threaten us with, because they certainly don't have the Byrd-Harris Act here. They don't have all the elements needed to sue us. We feel we're on very solid ground here, so I would like to go ahead and take the vote.
And we will. All right, there's no further comment. I will open this up for a vote. All in favor of, yes, ma'am. Public comment, that's right. I will open this up to public comment. Anybody have public comment on this vote that we all know where it's going?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, 40-year resident taxpayer. It's unbelievable that we're even, here's my thought. The old board was heavily influenced, and we all know this, by developers. So who brought this forward to begin with? Let's go to zero wetlands. Was it the staff? Were they influenced by the developers? I think we all know that answer, right? Well, we still have some commissioners that are obviously developer influenced, but you know what? We need to move this forward. And I'll give you an analogy. It's like a speed limit. Oh, well, at 45, we're not having any traffic accidents. Let's raise it to 75, and then we find out people are killing themselves. So we just want to go back to where it's safe. We're just taking a bad resolution, developer influence, bad resolution. Who brought that motion forward to begin with? Staff didn't bring that up. I don't think anybody in our community say, you know what? Those wetlands, they're a pain in the butt. Let's just get rid of them. I don't know one citizen in Manatee County that would approve of that. But you know who would? Those are developers that want to get every square inch of that setback and that land into their project so they can build more houses with the disregard of our environment. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Dr. McCann, look at his background: attorney, doctor, pilot. I mean, and when he speaks, he says, "I didn't research that." He said, "We researched that." So he's got a plethora of other attorneys that concur with him, right? As far as the county attorney, that may not be her expertise. And quite frankly, I've done a records request from the county attorney, from the previous county attorney, on the lawfare against Mr. McClash, and I've yet to receive that correspondence. No emails, letters, nothing for that. So I don't have much faith in that office during my records request, because they have ignored me for months. This motion needs to go forward. We need to send a message to developers. We're done playing games with you. We're done. And it should pass 7-0. So that's my sense. For the record, Glenn Gadfly, Gibolina.
Manatee County, Andrew Griffin. Anybody in here that raises their hand that has Manatee County government on their paycheck doesn't work for anybody other than we the people here. And I can tell you that we the people have made decisions in our election, and we are tired of the developers that are crashing and killing our county. Our prices are through the roof. Our property is being eaten up. And then we're here with a horrible board decision of reducing these wetlands. I personally thought they were going to be reduced by half. Definitely not zero. I'm not an environmentalist, so I'm speaking up from a conservative viewpoint here, not an environmentalist viewpoint. That was a wrong decision. And now we have our bureaucracy, our bureaucrats here in Manatee County, and people we didn't even vote for delaying fixing this and putting it back to where it needs to be. If we get sued, let me tell you, for this little girl, I'm in 3 lawsuits right now. And you know what? So far, none of them have scared me away from doing what I do. So I expect this county to have balls and backbones and to take these decisions and run with them. This was a poor decision that only helped developers. And anybody that supports this is developer backed and will never, ever get my support. And will actually, this is very important, but this developer paid politician, this campaign is over in this county. And I truly believe it, Amanda Ballard.
I'm not that vehement about it, but I think my belief is you're going to get
David,
sued
we say
anyway.
name and.
I'm sorry, my name's Dave Dean, Manatee County. I think you're going to get sued anyway. I think the developers sued twice over it previously and lost both times. I think probably one of the primary architects of it. And so he's going to sue you anyway, perhaps through the discovery in that coming lawsuit. You can find out, you can expose just how influential they were in its writing in the first place. And I don't know if I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if delaying this for 30 days, the implementation of your motion for 30 days would give the county attorney time to make sure that it's a go. Yeah, I agree that it should not go on for months and months and months of alleged research because they're going to be taking actions and maybe get some more preemption against you in the next legislative session. So don't wait till then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Nelson, Manatee County. With all due respect to the county attorney office and everything like that, personally, ever since the 5th of August, I've came up here and I've said that, there's a lot of issues in Manatee County regarding the wetlands, the buffers, and all of these issues that I've come up here and talked to you guys about either personally or in front of you, just like I am now. That's been 5 months ago, guys. This issue has been dragged out long before that. So I agree with the previous gentleman. You're going to probably get sued for it either way. That's been proven time and time again with a community that's right by me. They didn't like your decision. They're going to sue you over it. It goes to a magistrate, and the magistrate makes a decision, whatever the case is. So just move ahead with the buffer. You're going to find out the hard way, one way or the other. So why don't we just get this thing done? Why drag it out more and more time? Like Carol Feltz said, just move it along. Whatever happens, happens. I'm sure that most of us would probably be happy to pay for it at this point, as long as the buffer stays. And as long as the constituents get what they want. That is what these people want. I've tried to set up meetings with developers to talk about these issues, and they say, well, we've already done what we're statutorily obligated to do. We're going above and beyond, and we don't want to have any more real discussions with you. I think that's what this county needs. We need more real answers and to get stuff done versus waiting months and months and months. I became an amateur expert in 5 months. The county attorney cannot give a somewhat half-ass explanation of what's going on. How does that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
Rusty Chenis, Manatee County resident. And I'm speaking now on behalf of Suncoast Waterkeeper as the board chair. We're a clean water advocacy group that fought this from the very beginning. And I would like to hear, is speaking for my organization, to support Commissioner McCann's motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe DiBartolomeo, Manatee County. I'll make this very short. I applaud what Bob McCann is doing because this is the value that this new commission gives to Manatee County. We need people on this board who think outside the box and find solutions in a very expedient way. I am not an attorney, but I've taken plenty of law courses. I don't even see an inkling of a standing that anybody can sue the county on this decision. All we're doing is revoking an ordinance and putting it back to the original way it was. And if I was up there, I would be voting for it. Thank you very much.
All right. No more public comment. I will close public comments and we'll move to a vote. County Attorney, you put your thing up, but I'm not going to have the two of you debate legal aspects of this at this point because none of us know what you're talking about. So it's procedural. I'll let you talk. Otherwise, I'm not going to have you. Okay. All right. We'll move to a vote. All in favor? There's no way I'm reading this motion again. It's going to be quick.
I'd like to hear the county's attorney's opinion on this matter. Would you please give us an opinion?
Sir, as I said before, having not had an opportunity to even read the motion in detail or research what's being proposed, I'm not prepared. I can't give legal advice in this type of format. All attorneys know that it takes time to actually do the research, read what you're being asked to analyze, and then form an intelligent opinion. I can't do that sitting here having had no opportunity to read the motion and analyze what's truly being requested today. I'm sorry.
I understand that, Madam Attorney, but this motion, the original motion was in November, I believe, or was it December? I can't remember. So I think we've given you somewhat of maybe over 30 days to at least have some sort of opinion to give us in regards to the original motion that was made and passed 7-0, and to be prepared to give us some sort of opinion regarding this particular matter.
So, Commissioner Beer, I mean, it's an opinion that's not forthcoming. I think we're all going to need to make a decision without the benefit of it. I understand that the advantage now, if that's a concern, is this motion is going to be made. I'm presuming this motion is going to pass, and then that's going to put the county attorney on a much tighter clock, because if it's going to be rescinded due to a legal issue, then that needs to be done very quick. Yeah. But we can have further discussion about employment and best practices and how we want to work with our employees.
I would love to have
another
that
date, but
discussion.
for now, let's stick with the motion, because this is a great motion, and let's get it done so we move on. So all in favor of Dr. Bob McCann's motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Aye. The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Ron in opposition. And if there are no other comments about my procedural things about how long people are allowed to speak, then I will be done with my portion. We're going to turn it over to Rob for strategy, but it's 10:40 and the clerk is desperately in need of a break. So we will take a 10-minute break until 10:50. I don't have my gavel. All right, if everyone in the public can quiet down a little, take your seats. We're going to get back to it. Thank you, guys. Commissioner Feltz? All right. What we're going to do real quick is before we get into the strategic planning, which I kicked off before we started talking about something else, we are going to jump ahead to number 4 real quick. It's discussion of legislative priorities. The reason we're jumping ahead is we've all seen this and discussed this multiple times. There's a few people in the audience that are waiting for it. It should be fairly quick. So I'm going to turn this over to, I guess, Deputy County Administrator DePaul. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. So I'm Courtney DePaul, Deputy County Administrator. One of the areas that I oversee now is strategic planning and governmental relations. And before I introduce Crosley, who's handing out the state and federal legislative priorities, I wanted to take a moment and just introduce Stephanie Garrison. So she's giving a little wave. I know that I saw Mayor Brown in the audience and Todd Josko with Ballard. Stephanie is our new Director of Governmental Relations. Her position, we will be requesting the board's confirmation of her tomorrow. But just she's going to be overseeing development, implementation. She'll be of a strategic plan. She'll be traveling to Tallahassee and to DC to help lobby for the appropriation requests and the legislative priorities that the board has. And so thank you, Stephanie. But this is day 2, so she's drinking from the fire hose. So she's just going to sit in the back and listen for today. Thanks. And then with that, I'll introduce Crosley. So Crosley joined us 8 months ago? Mid-July, so not even that long ago, from Congressman Buchanan's office. He is our legislative aide. He's done an exceptional job in this short period of time, getting the board up to speed, putting all of the legislative priorities and appropriation requests in a priority order. And so I'm going to let him take over. Crosley?
Thank you, Courtney. Commissioners, County Attorney, County Administrator, I just handed out the leave behinds for our state and federal legislative priorities and appropriations requests. So as you can see on the screen here, this is a PDF. So this what you see now is the cover and back page. Actually, that's an outdated version of it. The back page has a collage of photos of Manatee County employees working after the storm. Sorry. And so based on the meeting in December when we were discussing the priorities and requests, we've included the projects basically in order of importance that I gleaned from your comments. So you can see the first 3 in the state priorities are all stormwater related. And then further on, we've got the Veteran Connections Hub, Gateway Greenway Trails, Washington Park, and the old Green Bridge replacement, and Fresh Start Manatee. And then in the front cover, just on the inside of the front cover, you can see the legislative priorities. Right there, it'll be page 2, and then page 7 on the right. And then, as you can see, all the projects, the descriptions, and the funding requests. And then, so that's the state booklet. The federal booklet is largely similar. The inside cover, we just noticed that this morning it's going to get fixed. It's a little blurry, but it's the same layout. We've got So there's page 2 on the left that'll be fixed, so it'll be it won't be blurry. Again, we've got a collage of Manatee County employees in action in storm recovery, and then the projects that we discussed. We've got the 2 main stormwater projects, and then the Veterans Connections Hub, Gateway Greenway Trails, and the reservoir expansion, and then we've got our federal legislative priorities included as well. So these have been prepared for our trips to Tallahassee and DC. Tallahassee will be Monday, January 20th through Thursday, the 23rd. And then I have a meeting to firm updates for our trip to DC sometime early March. At this point, I call for a motion. Yes, ma'am.
I have one small issue on the federal booklet, that last page.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
looks like it reflects our state legislative districts rather than
Yes.
federal. So
Right.
when we're fixing that first page,
Yes, ma'am.
we can
That will
fix the
be
last as well.
corrected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions relative to these leave-behinds? This is the final version of what we looked at last meeting. So, Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you, and thank you, Crowley, for putting that together, and a welcome to Stephanie Garrison, wherever you are, somewhere. More of me advocating for City of Palmetto, which has reached out to me about one of the items, and this isn't a secret to staff, brought it up in a briefing, but thanks for taking off 51st Street, and I appreciate that. Second, the old Green Bridge fishing pier replacement. We've had reporting on this topic for quite some time, and I get I'm sprinting onto a moving bus, but I specifically mentioned we need to be mindful of having these massive $10 million plus, maybe it should be 5 requests, basically handouts to the federal government and state government. I mean, that's how you get vetoes from the governor and the congressional delegation to not take us seriously, whether it's 51st or the Green Bridge. The reality is when Governor DeSantis, and I honestly, I really agree with his perspective on things, when we go to the state for a handout and he looks at a CIP and ours is $6.5 billion, and he's looking at why we haven't gotten things done or why we can't allocate more local funds and why we can't get our stuff together to fund those projects, he's going to veto us when we just come to him for handouts. And frankly, I agree with that approach. I think he's got the right idea. The Green Bridge is, I don't know how this got onto the priority list when, going back to 2017, and even before that, we've had Mayor Groover Bryant and Mayor Dan West speak to finding a better solution to maintaining a fishing pier, but not wasting tens of millions of dollars rebuilding the thing. Mayor Bryant even mentioned in the past, why don't you just reduce the length of that fishing pier, reduce the cost, so we just maintain it. And even our own public works director has been on the record saying it's doable. So I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but I don't think that should be on our legislative priorities, but it's in the leave behind. I'm just going to advocate for Palmetto and saying that's not something I'm going to be behind. And frankly, I think in the future, I'd just like a bit more transparency on why things are showing up on priorities that it wasn't even in our briefing late last year. So that's all I'll say about the state legislative priorities.
Are there any other commissioner comments? No? Then,
So we would be happy with either a motion to approve with either omitting the Green Bridge and making the minor changes to the front and back if we can get that today, or we can bring it to the board meeting tomorrow. We have it in draft mode to bring tomorrow as well for the vote.
Correct. Just so everyone knows, this is the delegation meeting's 8:30 in the morning this Thursday, City of Bradenton, City Hall. This is where we're first going to utilize these leave behinds. So we do have tomorrow. We have a regular meeting tomorrow. This is scheduled as an agenda item to finalize it if there's any revisions that are necessary that we can't finalize today. So if there's a motion to remove an item or make a modification, I don't know if a motion to correct effectively a Scrivener's error by leaving Representative Buchanan's name off of one of them is a vote-worthy thing. But removing a priority, I think this is kind of late in the game to remove a priority. You can kind of do what I do, is sit in the back of the room in Tallahassee and just shake your head no when someone else is talking about it and kind of give them a wink. But that's been on there every year I've been here. I think there would need to be, in my opinion, a larger discussion of alternatives to the Green Bridge if we're just going to yank it off, because it has been a mainstay on there. There are people who do advocate for it, including some of our delegation. So I think it may be short-sighted to remove it at the 11th hour and see where it goes. At the end of the day, all we're doing is let's remember this, all we're doing with these leave-behinds is making requests to our legislators to present these. Just because it's in here doesn't mean it's going to go in front of Governor DeSantis or get put on an appropriations. So having discussions with them, we are going to have the opportunity to Senator Boyd and Representative Robinson, Representative Owen, and Representative Conn to say, hey, this is our actual top 3 priorities. We put 6 in here, but these are our top 3. And if the decision of the board is, let's not over-focus on the Green Bridge, then they're going to get it. There's only so many they can run themselves. They don't want to run all of these. So if we kind of let them off the hook, we can. So we don't have to take it out. But we can if that's a motion you choose to make.
I'd like to motion to remove the Green Bridge from the state legislative priorities.
Is there a second to Commissioner Sadiq's motion to remove the Green Bridge from our legislative priorities? Seeing none, this motion fails, and honestly, I think it just fails because it's there. It's not hurting anybody, and maybe this is a good discussion for a 2026 legislative platform to do a deeper dive into some of these ones that have just been here year after year and are becoming stale, and maybe refresh it a little bit. But for now, that's going to stay in. There's no other changes to this, so if someone wants to make a motion to finalize this so we don't have to discuss it tomorrow, then Crosley can get to work on printing them up and getting ready for Thursday.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair McCann, a second by Commissioner Bearden. Before we vote on this, I will open this up to public comment since it's an actionable item. Anyone from the public want to speak specifically about our legislative priorities?
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, 40-year resident, taxpayer, and voter. I did get a couple of texts on the public comment call-in. They want to know why the phones are not on, even though it was on the agenda on the first page. So there's several people out there that have been wanting to call in, and I would just like some clarity on that, whether they should be to call in or not. So hopefully, and they should weigh in. I mean, this is a workshop, right? So as I look at millions and millions of dollars that you're asking for, right? The one that really gives me funding request, Manatee County is to construct a Veterans Connection Link. You guys shouldn't construct anything. Anything, what happened? That's big government. That's just another cog in the wheel trying to do good on the surface, but in reality, it's going to be a disaster, right? Take that $5 million and go to the experts that are out there. Go to Turning Points, give them $1 million. Go to Salvation Army, give them $1 million. You've got a great veteran service personnel on board here. I've been to her workshops, explains a lot of stuff to the vets. You just need to earmark her off in those directions, and I'm sure she's doing it anyways. So out of that money, right, again, there's my tax bill for 740 square feet, $3,056. And what do I get for that, right? Here's what I get. I get your operating fund. I get a trust fund, library, children's services, environmental lands, which I don't think I should have to pay, parks and recreation that I don't use, unincorporated maybe. 4 from the school board. 4 of them from the school board that I have to pay, and I don't have any children that are using those resources. But I pay, you know why? Because it's for the better good. The water management district, why am I paying for that? Mosquito control. I've been on my street 40 years. I've never seen those guys come down with a truck, ever. But I'm paying for it. The inland water navigation, what? Delegation.
We're talking about legislative.
Okay, I'm talking about the monies. I'm talking about the monies that you're asking for, right? It's coming from me. So all I am saying is that no brick and mortar that you need to spend $5 million on. It's going to, the policy is less government. And who are you going to put in there? You're going to put more county employees? They're not the experts. Experts are out in your community. That's what you need to be doing. No brick and mortar, no $5 million for that. Tell, I agree with the bridge, less is more, do a better job in that direction. And if you get the $5 million, you should reallocate those funds for, again, for veterans that are homeless today, not waiting 2 or 3 years for another brick and mortar to be built. I mean, we're already 2 years behind on tunnels to towers. Homeless vets need help today, and the crossings can help. Turning Points, Salvation Army. Thank you.
Anyone else want to talk about any of our legislative priorities other than Mr. Gibolina's taxes?
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County advocate. Can we talk about Mr. Gibolina's taxes for a few moments, please? Oh, okay. Actually, I like our legislative priorities for this year. I don't really have a lot. I do agree with Glenn related to the veterans. We do need. I mean, I was standing out there, even though I have a nicotine habit. Okay, smoking a vape, and I was freezing. And I know that the temperature right now throughout the day is going to be dropping. And we've got people out there on the streets in this freezing cold that are going to have to go through a brutal winter with no place over their head. And while we go home to our nice warm homes, our nice hot meals, our loving families, there are people that fought for our right to go home to our loving homes, go have that hot meal with our families, and go enjoy the evening with our families, and those are our veterans. So I want to thank our veterans, and I think they have to be a priority for our legislative priorities for 2025. Thank you.
Any others? No? Then I will go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phones that would like to give comment?
No hands raised at the moment.
All right, thank you. Then I will close public comment, and to Mr. Gibolino, who was looking for clarification, I did not go to the phones when Vice Chair McCann made a motion because it's my first day on the job, and I forgot. So, but I'm well aware now from all the text messages I also received. That will not happen again. Oh, it probably will happen again, but I'll do my best not to have it happen again. I'm sure it will. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by whom? You?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you have a comment.
Just briefly, so I'm really glad that Fresh Start is on our priority list, but I think I would like to see the language adjusted a little bit, because when legislators are seeing it, I want to give them a little bit of a better idea of what it's actually going to be, and that our sheriff's department is invested and has agreed to actually be boots on the ground running this. So I know that's a little in the weeds, and I don't think it affects the motion, but just Crosley, I would like to.
It does affect the motion because we're voting on a specific document. What my suggestion would be, because nobody knows more about that than Commissioner Ballard does, is if we rescind this motion today and just allow Commissioner Ballard to go fine-tune the language, that's a very important appropriations that we really need and we want it to be presented properly, then we can bring this back tomorrow, which we're already planning on bringing back, and just vote on it with the revised language from Commissioner Ballard.
I appreciate that.
Motion withdrawn.
Yeah. You can have. I'm pointing at you if you have a comment.
No, I just wanted to make a comment, Mr. Chair, in regards to the two speakers that came up, and I appreciate your support on the veterans. That's why the Veterans Connection Hub is so important, to support 40,000 veterans in Manatee County to ensure they have the proper services that they need to ensure that their success in this county. Over 10% of our population are veterans in Manatee County. Isn't that significant? So I just really appreciate the comments of you guys supporting veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are no other comments, I guess there's no motion today. Crosley and Deputy County Administrator DePaul, if you can get with Commissioner Bearden before tomorrow's meeting, or Ballard, I apologize, before the meeting tomorrow. We can fine tune that, and then we'll put it on the agenda tomorrow to vote for it, to have it ready for Thursday morning. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we are moving in. It's just easier to do them both tomorrow. I mean, nobody had any comments on federal, so it's going to show up the same way. You can assume it's accurate, other than the fact that we left Representative Buchanan's name off of it. Okay, so I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. DePaul to start up with number 3, discussion of strategic planning initiatives, which will be inclusive of all of you discussing some of your priorities.
So with that, thank you, Chair. I'm going to introduce Rob Burke. He is, and I was going to also introduce Stephanie before this item, but since we swapped them, Stephanie Garrison will also oversee implementation and development, as I said, of the strategic plan. But I call it the curse of the competent. Rob is incredibly competent, and so we asked him, or voluntold him, to prepare this presentation, and he's done just a phenomenal job. And so with that, I wanted to just read a brief bio, and then I'll call him up. So Rob Burke is a business services manager with Manatee County focused on improving business process across departments and aligning operations with administrative priorities. His work includes GIS and IT systems optimization, financial analyses, and performance management. He's held senior leadership roles in both county government and the private sector and brings with him a wide range of experience across several industry verticals. He's a former U.S. Army captain and a Gulf War veteran. Rob's collaborative approach and multifaceted expertise will help us navigate complex topics and foster consensus in our discussions here today. And we appreciate the very fruitful discussion earlier, so we're looking forward to this discussion now, and hopefully the board will engage. And so, Rob.
Thank you, Courtney. Good morning. I am Rob Burke, Business Services Manager, working for the County Administration. And we will get to a conversation, a discussion, hopefully, that I can facilitate on strategic priorities. Hopefully it's as vigorous and involves as many of you that for discussions that we had this morning. So thank you for kicking that off, Commissioner Cruz. I'm here today to outline an initiative that is essential to Manatee County's future, and that is the development of a comprehensive strategic plan. Now, this effort will provide an opportunity for the board to articulate a unified vision, establish clear and actionable priorities that will guide our decision-making and our resource allocation over the coming few years. Now, right now, Manatee County has no formal strategic plan in place. So by undertaking this process, we can position ourselves better to address current challenges, leverage opportunities, build a accountability and transparency framework, and essentially really focus on delivering high value and better services for the community. So the case for having a strategic plan in place is strong. Before I continue with the discussion that I'm going to lead into here from this plan discussion, I'm going to talk about our proposed approach, timeline, next steps, and then we'll launch into the discussion of actual strategic priorities. Now, there are numerous benefits to having a strategic plan. Among them, we get alignment, county operations, department actions, administration policies. All of these can be aligned with the board's priorities, and having that is helpful to county staff to deliver. Resource optimization. We ensure that financial resources, human resources, any and all resources that are available to us are allocated where they have the most impact. Accountability. We'll have clear performance measures, and we'll have publicly available progress reports, and that will strengthen accountability to the community. Engagement will involve stakeholders, will include the community, And by doing that, we enhance the trust and transparency for the work we have, for all the work that we're undertaking, and long-term focus, right? This enables us to think beyond our immediate concerns and prepare for future growth and future challenges. I don't know what the final strategic plan is going to look like at this point. But as we go through the process of developing one, there are components that are common to any approach that we would take. And it would be helpful that we all use the same language as we're talking about this. Today, after this presentation, I'd like to segue to a discussion on these strategic priorities. And we can go through the items that you see printed before you. I have a list that I shared with each of the commissioners that's in front of you. It's a list of discussion topics that we'll get into after this presentation. Now, in this county, we have a CA, we have deputy county administrators, we have directors who are all biased towards action. We want to execute on your priorities. I've been around a bit, and I consider what we have here a unique opportunity to work with these folks and really give us the information that we need to carry forward what you want to do for your public. And that all starts with your priorities. All I can give you right now on a planned approach are broad strokes. It'll be led by the county administration. We'll have all departments and staff fully engaged. We'll have strong community input. We'll hold public meetings, issue surveys. We'll host working groups to delve into the more complex topics that we're going to need to discuss in depth. And of course, we'll do data analysis on all relevant data, demographic trends, economic trends, things that are relevant to what we need to understand to put the strategic plan in place. Now, this is what we need a strategic consultant for, and I'll get into that a little bit more in a moment. Implementation. This is what implementation looks like. There's a digital copy of this in the agenda. I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to attend Sarasota County's, what do they call it? They called it the Strategic Planning Board Retreat at the Benderson Finish Tower. And they spent a good portion of the day going through this exact document. I spent some time with the county administrator and his deputy and assistant county administrators, talk about how they got here with this. It's a pretty mature process that they have in place right now. A few years ago, they hired a consultant who helped them develop a plan, and they've implemented it, and it's now matured into this annual process of annual review, and that essentially drives everything they do. Probably not a bad approach to emulate what they have going on right now, so it's something that I want us to look at. When I talk about stakeholders, this is who I'm talking about, your constituents, clearly. Service organizations, Rotary. I've only been in Manatee County for a few months, but I've been surprised at the influence of the Bradenton Kiwanis, so them, of course, also. Citizen advisory boards. We talked a little bit about some of that this morning. We have 20 of them, and one of the items that I have listed in our discussion topics for later is that we need to review them. We probably need to update a lot of what they're doing. Community and business groups, we have great relationships with the Bradenton area EDC. We have Lakewood Ranch Business Alliance relationships, Chambers of Commerce, and of course, many others. And of course, the board. One of the things I don't have listed up here that I neglected to put on the slide is the local municipalities. I saw the Bradenton city mayor here earlier, but Bradenton, Palmetto, the island cities. It would benefit us to work collaboratively with them as well. Again, this is a broad strokes approach. I learned from the past few weeks of digging into this that certain broad categories of activity are typically engaged in whatever approach you take to developing a strategic plan. There's always some kind of a preparation phase, community and stakeholder engagement, plan development, feedback and refinement, and then implementation. I estimate that it'll take us about a year to do this, give or take. And if we're able to act quickly, we can engage a strategic consultant, get somebody on board here to steer us through this process, and we could have a strategic plan in place before next year's budget season. Now, this is just an estimated timeline. These activities don't have to happen, wait for one to finish before we start another. We can do a lot of things in parallel, and clearly we'll do a lot of study of this to get the right approach in place and achieve this as efficiently as possible. If we do this right, this is what I would expect to see as our outcomes. Now, obviously, our next steps, we need to finalize a plan and schedule. There's a couple of these items that I have mentioned up here because they have a long planning horizon. Any type of deep dive workshops, we're going to need some runway to get them up and going. Anytime we involve the community in planning, it takes a long time to coordinate that. So those are the things we'd like to get started on right away. But probably the first thing we need to do, like I mentioned several times before, is bring on a consultant, someone who does this for a living, understands the pitfalls, has navigated the waters of implementing a strategic plan for a county government, and really can steer us in the right direction. That's why I'm asking for a motion today to enable the county to get started.
All right, thank you, Rob. Does anyone have it, before we get to a motion, does anyone have any questions for Rob about what the plans are and strategies are? Commissioner Ballard.
I love the idea in theory. And I did have a little bit of a discussion with Deputy County Administrator DePaul yesterday, and I just want to make sure that this is, getting out to the public as well, is that we're not just creating a document to create a document. My understanding is that this is actually going to be checked in on and utilized regularly. It's not just a static document that's just going to be sitting here year after year and then, we're updating it. Is it working? Is it not? How are we actually going to, in practice, utilize this document?
So, an example of how that's done is with Sarasota County. I think they did a great job in initially developing it, and they actually have a full-time, they have an FTE that manages the performance measures and the reports from the strategic plan, but they have an annual review, and they constantly update status of all the strategic priorities, all the projects, everything, the department actions that they do, and it's a running type of living document. It really, because of how they have this organized and how efficiently they run through this, at the annual review they had the county administrator, the deputy county administrator, and the assistant county administrator speak to all the different strategic priorities for the departments that they oversee. And they give each a rating. They say where they've been and where it's going. Anything that's completed, they note that. And the commissioners are there, and they interact and ask questions. It's an informal meeting, and it's a lively discussion. A clue to how well it works is that they invited the public and nobody showed up. I was the public for that meeting. So they're doing a good job staying aligned with their strategic priority, but they consider it a living, breathing type of activity as well.
May I add one piece?
Yes.
Just to Commissioner Ballard's point. So I did Commissioner Ballard's briefing yesterday, and so I was going to share a little bit of what I shared. We have an annual report, and Rob has not been through that process yet, but we have an annual report every year that we do in May. And so our communications team usually takes the lead on that. I know Ryan Shuttle used to be in charge of that effort. But in any case, this would truly, the goal would be for this strategic plan to establish those goals for each department and really measurable, outcomes. And then when we do our annual report, we measure and grade ourselves against those strategic priorities that have been set by the board. And so again, really, that's how you tie it in a bow. So every 2 years there will be an election. So the new board comes in, they relook at the strategic plan, but it will be on an annual basis. So on an off year, the board will already be a year in place. But they would look at the strategic plan, they would modify it as necessary, and then it would be in time for the annual report to be established. So, then even going down through staff, our employee performance evaluations, each county employee has one, could then be also measured upon those goals and objectives that are set forth in the strategic plan. So is staff accomplishing what the board has set out for us to accomplish? So again, kind of like this is much bigger than just this strategic plan, but it touches a lot of things.
Yeah, but also.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So who's going to be who's in charge right now currently of creating the SOPs of this strategic plan, and how often are they being cross-checked to make sure that we're on task?
I would hope that would be a continual process. So, we have deputy county administrators that measure the outcomes of our departments, and we have department directors that measure the outcomes of their staff, and it trickles on down the line. We have an annual review process for just county employees, for example, that happens twice a year in a formal setting. So their midterm review and then an annual review. We have the annual report that is done on like an outcome basis per department that's led by county administration. But I mean, as a manager and as a good manager, you would be checking in consistently with your employees and making sure that they're doing what they need and they've got the resources that they need to get the job done.
So do you have a matrix in regards to how you're measuring each one of these employees? And if they're not hitting those targets, what is your recourse?
So for county, now this is getting into it, but for the HR piece of it, so I also oversee HR as Deputy County Administrator, Human Resources, but we have an EPE, it's called the Employee Performance Evaluation process. And so in that, it's a form, and so it has, typically an employee has 3 to 5 performance elements, and those elements are discussed between the employee and the supervisor. They're supposed to be in SMART format, which is specific, measurable, attainable, reasonable. What is it? SMART. What is it? Realistic and time-driven. That was off the top of my head. But the SMART format, that is sort of an industry standard for what businesses do. But that SMART format, so the intent is that they're achievable, but they're still goals. And so, again, you check in at the halfway mark in the year, and then you check at the annual basis. Just look at that. But that feeds into, again, sort of establishing a strategic plan and making sure that everybody is rowing in the same direction toward achieving the board's goals.
You good? All right, Commissioner McCann.
My question is, don't we have a strategic plan now? And why do we need a consultant, and how much will a consultant cost?
Sir, we do not have a formal strategic plan. I recently joined the county about 4 years ago, and 4 months ago.
I was gonna say, I don't think so.
Feels like
4 years.
I by chance am reporting to Deputy County Administrator Evan Pilichowski, and he and the other deputies lay out their priorities for the departments and their direct reports. And from that, I understood what my job duties were. Each of the department directors understood what the priorities for their departments are and then can establish department actions. And that, flows down from there. Managers understand what they're managing, staff understands what they're working on, right? But what we don't have is a county strategic plan based on commissioner priorities. That's the piece we do not have. So that is one of the things that'll help us develop a mission for the county. It'll help us develop a vision. Probably every time new commissioners join the board, we probably need to revisit this whole process. I don't know how much a strategic consultant would cost. It's one of the things I'm asking that we look into. I do know that across the board, all the counties that took that action to develop a strategic plan for the first time, they had consultants guiding them. I don't think we have plenty of smart people on staff. I don't think we have an actual strategy expert for county government. I don't want to be spinning our wheels, which is why I'm suggesting hiring a consultant for this. I know that's, bringing in more people and paying more people to do something that maybe we could work our way through is not the most acceptable path forward. So it's what I'm recommending.
If you don't mind, I'm going to add a couple things to that too for Dr. McCann. So in my research, or just randomly Googling things on our development services website, because I was the director of development services, there was a page that I found that was called Imagine Manatee. Constituents may recall this. Perhaps Commissioner Feltz might recall this. I was not here at that time. I believe maybe development services took the role on that, which I think is a little bit probably misplaced, and I think it should be led by county administration, not by a single department, and certainly not development services. But it seemed like the board had gone down that path in the past, and it was just never finalized and finished. And I don't know where it led off or what the priorities were. So it would be kind of going back to that. I would also say that with a consultant, this motion, and we can even address this motion really at the end of the discussion that we have today, because we've got priorities that we'd like the board to discuss, and we're happy to revisit this at the end of the meeting. But this is just a motion that would direct staff to solicit a consultant. Any new contract has to be brought before the board for approval. So we would not be able to engage any consultant until the board approves it. And at that point, the cost would be here. And I don't know that it would be a sole source solicitation. It would likely be a competitive solicitation, which takes time as well, unless there was something unique about the consultant that we choose. But that's just some information to have. But I did find the Imagine Manatee, and I thought that was interesting.
Well, my question again is, don't we have the capacity with the people we have right here to make a strategic plan? I mean, obviously, we aren't just going to spin our wheels. Do we really need an outside consultant for this? And more cost?
Let Commissioner Feltz go.
The chairs.
I'm kind of in agreement with what Dr. McCann is saying. We've just brought up some steps, some things that I think we could do Listen, this is what we do every time. When we have something to deal with, what's the first thing we do? Let's hire somebody that's a consultant. Again, I think we've been talking about some changes. We've been talking about some detailed things. I get it. It's a nice program and everything else. But how much is this going to cost us, and what's our ROI? Yes, I was here during Envision Manatee. What happened to Envision Manatee? Nothing. What happened we've spent how much time with reviewing our comprehensive plan, our LDC. Some of this just gets to where you've got to just get to work, and you've got to use what we've got. Frankly, my experience with being onboarded as a new commissioner, I am a little bit appalled at our lack of SOPs. I am a little bit appalled at the great pains that it has taken to get an organizational chart on my wall. And I think we have to, somebody else is not going to solve our problems, okay? And what are we going to get? Are we going to give me a consultant? Are you going to send somebody down here from, I don't know, from someplace else? Who knows us better than we do? Why can't we get to work on some of the things? And it's not that I'm opposed to it. It's not that I'm not thinking that somebody can come in and help us and all that kind of stuff. But we've been through this before, okay? The first thing we do is hire a consultant. And then the consultant goes on and makes pretty pictures and we haven't really, we've been through this before. Why can't we work on what we know needs to get done? Who would know better than, and I hear it all the time from different department heads or county employees. They have ideas. They know what's wrong, what's right, and they know the things that they'd like to change. And we do need this because we don't really have a good SOP that as a citizen and as a county commissioner, I think we have a lot of work to do. But I think we're the best ones to do that work. I think we know our county. We know how things have happened here. And I don't want to get bogged down once again to bringing in somebody from the outside that cost us money. And I guarantee you this timeline will not happen with an outside consultant because there'll always be something. So what's our best measure of if we're getting something right is really back again to our citizens. And a lot of times we have internal measurement that, well, we had this event or we had that event and we pat ourselves on the back, but did we really prove that we or really accomplish anything? So no problem with having a consultant, but we've done this before. And I think that we can identify issues and resolve them, and we have to, because otherwise we're not, if we're going to just have somebody come in every 4 years and, redirect us, when do we start to think for ourselves? Where do we start to be proactive and understanding when there's a problem developing, to learn how to fix that and to pay attention to it? I'd just like to save our constituents some money and not go into another dog and pony show for a year.
So I wanted to add a little bit of...
Thank you. So wait, hold. I have commissioners on the board. I have Commissioner Siddiq and then Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not having fun with mics today. So I'd like to take us a little bit higher, 10,000-foot view for this board and for residents. Every business I've ever worked for or led or been a part of as an intern or otherwise, every business I've ever been a part of, nonprofit, or I've worked or volunteered for nonprofit or for-profit, you have a board of governors, board of directors, which is functionally us, and you have your CEO and your senior executive staff, presidents, vice presidents. That is most analogous to how our county administrators and deputy county administrators are today. As conservatives, we like to talk about how can we run a government like a business. Everyone fails every time, like in Washington. But if we want to run Manatee County like a business, let's look at the facts here. We are that board of governors. We are the board of county commissioners. There are some nuances which will make this effort a little bit different, i.e. that we are elected officials. We are responsible for constituent needs. I'll get to what I'm presenting on what I asked to show up on the page in a second. But we are effectively a multi-billion-dollar corporation. And my experience as a brand new commissioner, and my wife hates this, but I killed myself in December to get a meeting with literally every director, department head, DCA, county administrator that I could, and I haven't really finished all of them yet, to get a good sense of where have we been. And I know Manatee County is still a small town. I talk to people that know stuff that happened literally on the back of napkins. Like, that's how I've learned about Manatee County too. But there are things that have been in place for a long time and things that have been done that frankly are not transparent. And fundamentally, that is what this is about. and I've been a big proponent of this. I actually brought it up in an agenda meeting, and then I killed it because I heard we were having this discussion. Fundamentally, we need to be able to answer two real basic questions. What is Manatee County doing today? And what are we building towards for tomorrow? I guarantee you nobody in this room, nobody in this building, nobody in the state can tell you that because we don't know. I know we don't know because I've met with most of our directors and our county administrator, all of our executive team, and I've come to that conclusion by literally just talking to them and asking them, what are your goals? What are we working towards? What is this? What is that? I've talked to Elliot about CVB. I've talked to Molly White about sports and leisure. I've talked to most department heads. I've talked to Nicole Knapp and your team, wherever you are, about planning development services. Every department speaks a different language. Everyone has different objectives. I love the way CVB operates. You show me revenue over time, it's fantastic. The numbers are going up. We're generating revenue. By all measures of success, we're working. So fundamentally, I do support the idea of coming up with a strategic plan with some caveats. Number one, I do think, and how a lot of organizations approach this, is by hiring an outside consultant. You do that because you don't want to introduce internal biases. You don't want to introduce the unintentional effect of having staff or the perception of staff or even board members manipulating a strategy for personal gain. The fundamental issue that we have is we have commissioners that tend to come and go, and there's no continuity of operations. There are things that I probably would have agreed with the last District 3 Commissioner on that frankly should continue. And there's probably a lot of things that I don't agree with. So having a strategic plan is about maintaining continuity of operations. It's also something we are owed as Board of County Commissioners by staff. So our input as we work through this process ought to be go forth and conquer, but we approve, we review, all of those things. I do want to draw attention to this. This is called the Florida Scorecard. It's a tool developed by the Florida Chamber of Commerce. The Florida Chamber of Commerce CEO, Mark Smith, gave Courtney and I a presentation on this in Tallahassee a couple of months back. And this is really what I want to see come out of our strategic planning efforts, to really be able to answer those two questions of what is Manatee County doing today and what are we building towards. But this is the state of Florida. Data and metrics that have been gathered through, I don't know how many thousands of surveys and interviews and communications with different levels of all the counties in Florida. But I encourage you to go check this out. And residents too, it's the floridascorecard.gov headlines there. But it's really about capturing data points to reflect what exactly is the future of Florida going to look like, and what does it look like today? If you kind of scroll through the bottom of that, they cover everything at a high level, and I'll make some amendments to this. But they cover things like what is a third grade reading level? How many permits have we approved? How much land is in conservation? What's the voter participation like? If you go up, what's the poverty rate like? That's a great one. How many state visitors do we have? Can you scroll up a little bit? Let's see. What are the open jobs? That's a good one. In Manatee County, we do not track jobs as a board, yet we make all these policies that affect the amount of jobs in this county. What's wrong with that picture? Let's go up a little bit too. This is also available per county, so you're going to be a little bit shocked at how well we're doing in some areas, but also where we can improve. Click on the drop-down, please, and select Manatee County. The Florida Chamber has done this for literally every single county. It's not as comprehensive, just depends on the quality of the data, but this is what Manatee County looks like today. Over the last year, we have lost, we have actually not grown as a county. Contrary to popular belief and what we might be seeing in the news about Florida growing, we've actually lost close to, now this isn't always accurate. Commissioner Ron, you brought, I think, about 400-something jobs at the airport. It's an awesome job, by the way. I appreciate that. And you'll do a great job at the seaport. So we've lost 3,461 jobs, minus Commissioner Ron, he's already got us up there. But this is horrible. The 3,000 jobs, like 3,500 jobs almost, that's bad. And we've had a policy that can improve that number. So that ought to be a key metric that we are tracking. If you look at things like third grade reading, I mean, we can affect that. That's something we have to work with the school board on. Open jobs, we need to track that kind of stuff. Can we scroll down, please? Unemployment rate, housing permits, this stuff is tracked. Land and conservation, I'm sure that's going to be a key metric for us. If you scroll up a little bit too, there are different clickable headers there, tabs. You can click on any one of those, like talent, my eyes are terrible. talent supply and education. I mean, you can really get granular with this, but the reality is this is done at the highest level in Chamber of Commerce, is by the state of Florida Chamber of Commerce. Bringing this back to earth, we as a board need to make sure that everyone in this county that works for Manatee County and lives in Manatee County can answer those two fundamental questions. What is the county doing for me now? And what is it going to be doing for me in the future that can allow us to implement our policy initiatives or projects or goals into this broader plan that frankly needs to persist across boards. I found out about this really interesting intersection that Commissioner Steve Johnson worked on. That was how many, 8, 9 years ago, maybe longer. The boat ramp thing from Seafood Shack, that goes back to Von Haman in 2008. And we were nowhere with that stuff. I mean, it actually goes back further before 2008. There's just so much that we've lost track of. And I shouldn't have to talk to directors about this. I shouldn't have to ask. I shouldn't have to go to the Carnegie Library to dig up anything. I mean, you're talking ancient history. But what I really want to see out of this effort is something like this. If there's ever any clear direction I can give, and I hope my fellow board members are on board with me on this, is that we come up with the Explain Like I'm 5 version of our strategic plan that can clearly communicate to everybody what is it that this county is doing and what are we building towards. So I want to see clear metrics and outcomes as an end result of this, because I know how complex strategic plans are. So that's my first point. I spent a lot of time researching this topic. So beyond that, I think we have a lot of but hey, you can change the board rules. So quality, I appreciate the readout, the handout. I really like all this. The biggest thing voters have been asking us to do, and it's always difficult to quantify it, hence why we need that dashboard, is we have to be able to answer the question of what are we doing to improve quality of life. Literally everybody I've met on the campaign trail on issues we've all spoken about has asked us, what are we doing to improve quality of life? And so I'd like to just see metrics focused around that. The public input is going to be critical to making sure this succeeds. Number one is doing community workshops in every district and inclusive of our cities as well. We need to leverage Council of Government to get their input. The history of cities going to war with the states and lawsuits, or the counties going to war with cities, needs to end. We've gone through this disaster with the city of Palms Beach. We're rebuilding that relationship. I want to make sure we have strong relationships with all of our cities, and that starts by talking to them. So kind of going back to Council of Governments and really our strategic plan, we're in the driver's seat on our strategic plan, but I want to make sure we're at least listening to what our cities have to say. We need to leverage the Council of Governments for that. And we also have resources within the community to do this. I mean, we've sent out surveys about road projects. We have leveraged neighborhood connections to get out in communities and just talk to people. So I know we've got the resources to do it. But really, it's just about answering those two questions. So I'd like to make sure we get metrics, we can clearly communicate to residents what we're doing. I'm on board with it. I'll leave the nuance to staff to figure out, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheila,
What website would you like up?
what's that? Oh, okay. Sheila? I know she's back there. Can you come up here? I just have a few questions to ask you really quick. Don't mean to put you on the spot, Sheila.
You want me in the front or in the
Awesome. That's fine. That's perfect. Okay. I'm all about looking at opportunities, right, to cut our cost. So that being said, if we as this board decide that we're going to go this route and look at a consultant, my question to you is this: how much has our budget increased per department year after year? Do you have that question, or do you know that answer?
I can tell you from 2024 to 2025, departmental budget has grown over $200 million.
Okay, so per department, would you say that each department has maybe increased 5 to 10% per department? on their budget?
Yes.
Okay. So my question would be, is this: if we hire this consultant, will you and your departments be able to cut our costs by not increasing the budget per department? That's a simple question to answer. Because if I'm looking at hiring a consultant, I'm looking at hiring a consultant to what? Cut my cost. So how is hiring this consultant going to lower my costs per department? Because if my costs increase, there's no use of hiring a consultant, right? So that's what I would like to find out is, if we decide that we're going to go in this direction, how is it going to cut our cost?
All right. Hold on. Commissioner Ron. Just take,
Thank you, Mr.
take
Chair.
notes about what you want to respond to when the commissioners are done speaking.
I appreciate all the comments by Commissioner Sadiq. Him and I have talked about the matrix board, and I didn't even know we had one until he informed me about it at the Florida Chamber, which is it's pretty telling on what's happening in Manatee County. But I just want to make sure, in the Marine Corps we use a 5-paragraph order. And in Marine Corps, we have 6 paragraphs in the 5-paragraph order because we're just Marines. So as Commissioner Beard knows, I just want to make sure that everything that we have fits within that type of guideline. This is all great. I mean, this is really in-depth. It's great. I'm really excited about having a strategic plan. So I want to make sure that when we present this, that the citizens understand it. They have an orientation to it. In the situation we call in our 5-paragraph order, provides information on the status of each one of those individual items that we're talking about here, agenda items. We're just talking about like watershed, stormwater management. The mission, how are we going to carry out the mission of each one of those individual objects or discussion points we have here? Execution, how that's going to be executed. So we come to us with an execution plan saying, on stormwater, this is how we're going to do it. This is our execution plan to get where you guys want to be. So essentially saving money in stormwater. Then the administration, how is administration going to manage this process? Be a consultant, be an internal, we don't know yet. We don't know the process of that yet. And then command, we're the command. We have to make sure that what everyone under us is doing, that we've engaged in on a strategic plan, that they're fulfilling those items that we need to get done. Now, a strategic plan, like Rob said, is a living, breathing organism that can change and move and shift as needs go that way. Commissioner Phelps might have something else she wants in a strategic plan that might meet the goals that she needs to meet out in District 1, and it might meet countywide goals. So also make sure that we follow those type of implementation of this in like a 5-paragraph order that we use in the military when we go into combat, how we're going to take an objective. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me have my comments.
Now, good comments, Commissioner Ron. I'll add to that by saying I forgot to mention this. What I don't like in strategic plans is when they're set too far out, 2050, 2060, 2040, 2035, which is coming up 10 years now. I don't mind the 10-year thing, but what I would like you mentioned SMART, time-bound needs to be 5 to 10 years max. I do not want to set a 2050 goal and then every board thereafter us amends it and we have no plan. We do need to be responsive to situations on the ground because the economy can change. Nobody could have predicted the effect of the period of 2019 to really 2023 and the effect it had on, frankly, the entire state of Florida, but in particular our county, to our budget, to our ability to provide services and more, and housing. So we need to have, my personal opinion, it's my recommendation is to have this at about a 5 to 10 year period with a board review process every 1 to 2 years so that we can make sure, and reporting on metrics so that we can ensure we are on track, because it's simply, like, no business runs without a strategic plan. Like Amazon to Veteran Air, no one's making a decision for their customers without a plan. So we need to have the plan, but we also cannot, no business also makes a plan that far out like governments do. It's a little wild, but we do need to have this at a shorter time period. And I would advocate strongly for a review process at a shorter interval. Thank you.
Charlie and Courtney, you both had your stuff up. So if one or both of you want to talk, go ahead.
So while a consultant was a recommendation, it's a recommendation. If the will of the board is for staff to do this internally, we have a director of government relations that just started. Poor Stephanie. No, no, but we are also hiring a manager of government relations, and I do feel as though we will have at least staff on board to review this and have a very fruitful discussion with the board. And if it becomes a much more burdensome or a larger beast to get done, then we could call in a consultant at that time and bring that report to the board to explain why we are where we are. I mean, I think we have not, this is really just the beginning of something. I mean, today was really just spitting out topics and letting us just absorb. By no means do we even need direction at this time. I mean, I think that we are getting the right people on staff. This is just not any priority or anything that we've done in the past. And I wanted to add one more level of context to Commissioner Feltz's comment. Shockingly enough, we had both Imagine Manatee and Envision Manatee. Envision Manatee was a rewrite of the comp plan several years ago in development services also. And then Imagine Manatee.
That picture was on my slides.
Yes, and then Imagine Manatee was a stab at a strategic plan. So we have tried to get a lot accomplished in the past, and none of them have been successful. I don't know why. I didn't do the research, but I'm sure there are ones even farther back, but boards in the past have acknowledged that this is important. It's just getting there. And so what I would ask is, regardless of what we choose to do, what the board chooses to do and direct us to do, I would just say that we should get something underway while this board is in place. Because if we do not, and the priorities change again, then this will become another thing that falls off the plate that doesn't get finished. So that would just be, whether it's staff that accomplishes it first, we will do as directed.
Commissioner Feltz.
So, yes, I've been through Envision Manatee, Imagine Manatee, all of these kinds of things. What happens? Why didn't they work? Because I've been in this county for close to 40 years. Because we spend too much time making, just because we can make posters and surveys and things like that, nothing, we don't have a measurement of what are we achieving with all the fluff that we make. So, and again, I don't have any problem with the strategic consultant. I just want to know my ROI on it. And, there used to be a thing what we called management by objectives. What are we trying to accomplish here? This is what we talked about, the difference with task force versus the citizens advisory committees. We've got to have some clear-cut objectives for what we're trying to accomplish. And maybe first we have to kind of work on ourselves to see where are our problems, what do we have as a problem, and maybe we don't need an outside consultant how long is it going to take an outside consultant to tell us what our internal issues are, because they're from the outside. So I'm just saying, I think we should take this with a little bit more of a serious note on things versus just, well, let's hire a consultant and let's call it, I don't know, Envision and Imagine Manatee. And maybe we have some leftovers, posters, postcards, surveys, things like that we could use, that we had 20 years ago and got nowhere. So I think it's easier if we break this down more into a department by department objectives. If we have our utilities department, what's our objective? We want clean water. We want we have those objectives. And I think that there's nobody better than ourselves to go to work on ourselves. I don't have a problem with a strategic consultant. I'm just saying that as we have gone along with things, the more money we throw out to one, we end up with nothing but posters and postcards and meaningless information that we don't do anything with. I think that you're going to see a lot of things happen with some of the changes that we talked about this morning in how we conduct our meetings and how we let the public interact with us. So we've got a lot of things we can work with internally. I just want us to be cautious that we don't throw out another dog and pony show out there. That's all I can say. It ends up being that, and we accomplished nothing. And we pat ourselves on the back and we say, what a great job we did, but what did we actually accomplish? And again, maybe Mr. Bearden is looking at, is this going to reduce cost? Is it going to increase services, reduce cost? What objectives do we have? And maybe we need to crank those objectives down to attainable and measurable ones that, come on, we all know what we're good at and what we're not so good at. I don't think an outside, maybe we ought to have our own first review first before we bring in a strategy consultant, because again, it's been done over and over again, and it tends to end up being busy work.
Does anyone have anything new to add that's constructive to the conversation going forward that hasn't been discussed? I mean, the discussion at hand is whether or not to direct staff to engage a strategy consultant, not necessarily the nuances of what the final report is going to be at this stage. It is now, that clock's wrong, after 12 o'clock. We're already into lunch. We haven't started the actual strategy policy part yet in terms of all of your priorities, which I want to hear, staff wants to hear, the public wants to hear. So if we can move this forward, and whether or not we're even going to make a motion, then we can break for lunch and try to get back maybe a little early for the sake of some of these swearing-ins, and then start talking about your actual priorities. But is there any other conversation relative to whether or not to solicit a strategy consultant to implement the approach outlined today?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion. Motion direct staff to solicit for a strategy consultant to implement the approach outlined today. It's just to instruct staff to consider.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Ron. We have a second by Commissioner Sadiq. This is a motion, I'll remind you, simply to direct staff to send out an email to a few people to see if they're interested in doing this. Yes, we made a motion, so I will open up public comment. I will now open public comment.
Jody Bartolomeo, Manatee County. So this is what I do for a living. I've been doing this for 30 years. And I think there's a little bit of confusion with the conversation I've heard about what you're actually looking to accomplish. The consultant that you're speaking about is a facilitator. He is not, what was that?
I'm sorry, continue.
Okay.
I'm in violent agreement.
Yes. He is a facilitator of the project. When I go into Fortune 500 companies, what happens is we utilize 90% of the resources of our customers. We do what we call an as-is. Who knows the as-is? The people who work for the company, for the organization. We set up a war room. People talk about their departments, their opportunities, their challenges, and so forth. The facilitator is not going to be a lot of money, and he shouldn't be, or she shouldn't be, a lot of time, because all she's doing is setting up a methodology to accomplish the as-is. Once that's done, they work in conjunction with the board of directors, the county commissioners, to create the 2B. And in between there's brown papers, there are white papers. I know that Mr. Sadiq knows exactly what I'm talking about. So the first thing that you folks need to do is you don't need to go out into the marketplace and get a consultant. You need to establish an RFI or an RFQ and get the qualifications based on what your deliverable wants to be, right? So you're going to develop goals. That's ultimately, this governing body is going to create goals for our county. The consultant is going to help facilitate the strategy to get to the goals. What Mr. Sadiq showed us was a optical presentation of disparate systems to give us analytics as a measurement tool for the deliverables. So I understand the ROI conversation. But this is a multi-stage progress, and I beg to differ with you, sir, but I don't think this is going to be done in a year. I think it's going to take longer than a year if you do this right, and you want to save money, and you want to make sure you dot every I and cross every T. And if anybody wants to speak to me about my experiences and how I can help you folks, let me know. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments in the room? Saying none, I will go to the phones. Are there anybody on the? Is there anyone on the phone for public comment?
We have 2 hands raised. Caller 454. 454.
Charlene Dow, Manatee County. I appreciate Commissioner Bearden's comments and Commissioner Salter's comments, but yeah, the point of this is supposed to be to reduce our costs. And right now it feels like a cluster, really, honestly. I'm almost inclined to say I don't know why you're going outside to get a consultant. It feels like yet another busy work process job that, you have to set your goals. You have to hold yourselves accountable in the setting of your goals and the execution of your goals. For example, like your capital improvement projects, you've got that and they have timelines. Everything has a timeline. Each department has projects that it has to achieve and deadlines and, deliverables. So you've got to set your own goals. Last year or a couple years ago, I wrote email, nobody responded, about, you guys should have like a quarterly review of whatever the goals you set out at the beginning of the year and see how far you've come along. Like, for example, this morning, we had the discussion on the wetlands. Well, the wetlands motion was made a couple of months ago at this point, and what happened with that? We had this big hand-wringing about the county attorney and wasn't the county attorney instructed to do something the last time we had a discussion on the wetlands or the staff? So it's like, why is this maybe you need just someone inside just to start keeping track of the stuff that you're passing and modifying a timeline and keeping going. Check in every quarter. Do we really need an outside consultant to tell you to do that? I don't necessarily think so. Inside each department, you should plot out what your mission is, what you're supposed to do, what your actual projects are, and what your timelines are. Keep track of your timelines. Do we really need a consultant to tell you to do that? That's my feeling. I don't see much of a need for it. I do see maybe a need for leadership to exert itself in a different manner and more forward-thinking manner in accordance with the goals set out by the new board, and do that. Just do something to hold yourselves accountable before we go spend, God knows how much more money and another year for a process document, which is really all it is a process document. But anyway, thank you for listening and save us some money. Thank you.
All right. Next caller.
Caller 750. 750.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, yes. Good morning. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. And yeah, I've lived in the Minnesota area for the last 55.
That was efficient. Is Mark
Hello?
still there?
Can you?
There you are.
Can you hear me now? I got somebody unmuted me. Mark Vanderie, Manatee County. I'm not sure how much you heard. I've lived in the Minnesota area for over 55 years. And I do agree with the idea of having a strategic plan. And I agree with Commissioner Sadiq of keeping it short, maybe not even a 5 to 10 year, but more like maybe a 4 to 8 year plan, kind of something that corresponds with the cycle of a commissioner's term. Over the last 4 years, the county has just gone through a couple of pretty major reorganizations, and you brought in a new administrator. You brought in assistant administrators, deputy administrators. The deputies probably have assistants, and those assistants may have more assistants. It's like, what's their job? Isn't their job already to come up with a strategic plan and execute it at the behest of the commissioners? I thought that was their job already. In the last couple of years, my understanding is that the county was understaffed for the number of staff that they need. Looking around at the activities in the county, I can tell that there's not enough people in the field to properly review plans and to properly keep an eye on construction that's ongoing, to eliminate or reduce air pollution, water pollution due to construction, and all those things. I don't know how short the staff is now, but at one time we were down several hundred staffers for the administration activities. I would say rather than spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on outside consultant, hire those people that we need to execute what's already on the books. If we do go to an outside strategic consultant, hopefully they would be independent. They would need to be vetted. We don't want somebody that's already a puppet of the developers coming inside. We don't want Trojan horses coming into our county commission and blowing the whole thing up unwittingly. Folks that may have biased interests. That's not what we want. I mean, looking at what Sarasota County has done, all due respects, I don't think they're a great example of what a county commission would do for being pro-citizens. They've done a lot of things recently that are very contrary to what the citizens down there want, but is very pro-development. Not that I'm against development, mind you. I just think it needs to be run by the county and the commissioners, not run by the developers without being checked.
Thank you, Mark.
So anyway, there's a whole lot of things that have already been picked up on, and I hope at the end of this meeting we do open public comments back up, which we didn't get to the phones on public comment this morning. Thank you very much.
We discussed that. Thank you, Mark. I gave you an extra 30 seconds to make up for this morning. Are there any other callers on the phone?
No additional hands raised at this time.
All right, I will close public comment. We've kind of exhausted conversation as Commissioner Bearden had his sign up. It is well past start of lunch, but I will turn to Bearden and then
it's not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think the main point here is we have a lot of talented staff that the county administrator has hired, and we have a lot of new positions in place. And I think our staff is more than capable of being able to create this strategic plan. You guys have enough experience. You guys know what you guys need to do in order to make us run more efficient. And I'm putting my trust in the county administrator to ensure that that happens, because you guys, in my opinion, we have some really great talent here. So I don't know if we need to essentially hire somebody from the outside to do that. I think that you guys have all the degrees and everything that we made requirements in order to hire you within this county to ensure that we need to make that happen. So, I'm going to be more in favor of the staff doing it. They know what we need most, not an outside person to be able to make that happen. So that's just where I'm at with it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Rob, do you have any other comments? We do have a motion on the floor, a motion to approve, motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Sadiq. So, Rob, do you have any final things? You were waving a little bit over there, but I wasn't sure if we caught it. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Again, this is a motion to direct staff to solicit for a consultant to implement this approach, not to hire one. We would have an option, in theory, to have staff come up with an internal proposal while this is being dual tracked. So all those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Aye. Well, please raise your hand. I can't tell. 3. All those opposed? 4. Okay, the motion fails by a vote of 3-4 with Commissioner Feltz, Commissioner Bearden, Commissioner Ballard, and Vice Chair McCann in opposition. With that, we will move forward. We do have a second part of this, but it is 12:15 in the afternoon at this point in time. So I'm going to ask the board your preferences. I know there's a swearing in at 3:30. There's some other events going on. We do need to take lunch and take a break. Do you guys want to come back at 1 o'clock or 1:30? We still have the actual priorities and plans of the board, and then we have concurrency and impact fees. Scott Farrington's getting sworn in. I know some people wanted to go. If we can't, we can't. Okay, because we do have priorities and impact fees still.
So, frankly, I think it's very unlikely that we're going to get to a 3:30 regardless.
I don't anticipate it, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to. If people want to wait until 1:30, I'm fine. Come back at 1:30. If people wanted to speed up, I'm happy to speed it up.
Yeah, I don't have a strong preference
Okay,
either.
then
way,
we'll
personally.
adjourn until 1:30. We're adjourned.
Manatee Square Garden was founded in 2016 based on a survey conducted by the Department of Health that determined that there are 32 food desert communities in Manatee and Sarasota County. For those of you who don't know, food desert communities don't have access to nutritious food and they don't have easy transportation to that. So part of the solution was the creation of my position and the creation of this model garden to serve this community, Washington Park. The county has been extremely generous in their delivery of the Community Gardens program. Not only do we work in this garden with UF and the Department of Health, we've also extended that same service to Elwood Park community through the construction of their garden. And then on the slab, or on the table, if you will, there are up to 4 more garden projects in the works. Community gardens are important to me because they provide educational opportunities and food access to the community. They improve food security, they improve community involvement, they improve community perception.
I like the outdoors, I like getting my hands dirty. I like growing, and it's a form of therapy. And if you look around, you see a variation of shrubs, flowers, vegetation, and it's just wonderful.
It's good for the heart, it's good for the mind, it's good for the body. You can't get a better situation.
Well, good morning. Good morning for 5 more minutes. We are going to go ahead and get our Chamber December Headliners Luncheon underway. We're going to do our very best to time all of the remarks and comments and questions with the rain that I see is now falling. They've told us about 45 minutes of rain, so I think we're going to come in just about the right timing for us all to emerge from this gorgeous hotel and resort to clear skies again. So let's just keep our fingers crossed on good holiday luck. Welcome, my name is Jackie Dzelski. I'm the president and CEO at the Manatee Chamber, and welcome to our once again sold out State of the County December Headliners. We are thrilled that you're with us to hear important information about the vision and direction of Manatee County and the way that we all can partner to ensure continued and even greater success in the future. For our first order of business, if you would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated, and as you do so, if you would do us the favor of silencing those mobile devices, that would be appreciated. We have a large number of elected officials, including a number of newly elected officials who have joined us today for our State of the County address. I would ask that all of these officials please stand, and we will hold our applause until the end. Representing the Manatee County Commission and Port Authority in alphabetical order, we have Commissioners Amanda Ballard, Commissioner Jason Bearden, Commissioner Carol Ann Feltz, Commissioner Bob McCann, Commissioner Mike Ron, and Commissioner Tal Sadiq. From the City of Bradenton, Mayor Jean Brown, Councilwoman Mary Ann Barnaby, Councilwoman Pam Coachman, Councilman Josh Kramer, Councilwoman Lisa Gonzalez-Moore, Councilwoman Jane Coker. From the School District of Manatee County, we have School Board members Chad Choate, School Board member Heather Felton, School Board member Charlie Kennedy, and School Board member Cindy Spray. Representing the Supervisor of Elections Office, we have David Ballard. From the Florida House of Representatives, District 72, Representative Bill Connerly. And from Congressman Vern Buchanan's office, we have Tara Polton and Kara Misevich. Can you please show your appreciation for all of these officials? We have sponsors that help make our Headliners series possible and such a success each and every month in offering important topics to our chamber membership. And those annual Headliners sponsors are Career Source Suncoast, Florida Power and Light, Manatee Health, the Mosaic Company, and the Realtor Association of Sarasota and Manatee. We also want to thank the Platinum investors. These are members of the Chamber that invest financially in the mission of the Chamber well beyond their dues. We have Platinum, Gold, Silver, and Bronze level investors. You'll find that indication on attendees' name tags today, but we will give a special thank you to our Platinum investors. And those organizations are Brown & Sons Funeral Home and Crematory, Carr, Riggs & Ingram, the City of Bradenton, Freedom Village of Bradenton, IMG Academy, Manatee County Government, Manatee Health, MCR Health, the Mosaic Company, NDC Commercial Real Estate, NDC Construction Company, the Pittsburgh Pirates and Bradenton Marauders, Raymond James Wealth Management, Bruce Body, the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, Seaport Manatee, and South State Bank. Thank you so much to these investors for their support of the Chamber. And a very special thank you to the Palmetto Marriott Resort and Spa. This team has been incredible helping us put this luncheon together. By a show of hands, how many of you is today your first visit to this gorgeous hotel and resort? Well, welcome. We hope that you all will be not only regular visitors here to enjoy the restaurants, but also that you'll be referring this hotel to anyone who is looking to stay in our county. So, a brief introduction before we take a break for you to enjoy your delicious lunch. The state of the county. It is fitting that our final Headliners of the year, once again sold out, features a topic that has been backed by popular demand each of the last several years. When I spoke with County Administrator Charlie Bishop and asked him if he would once again be willing to come and be our feature for our December Headliners, he, without hesitation, said yes, and then almost immediately asked that the presentation and discussion be handled with a team approach, which was the same way he wanted to handle this last year. He wanted to be sure that in addressing the challenges and opportunities that our community faces, he could engage his top leadership team. So I look forward to you hearing from all of them today. It has been such a benefit to the mission and the work and the public policy of the Chamber that we have such a close partnership with our public partners. The county has been engaged with the business community through the Chamber for many decades. Key county personnel serve on committees. County staffers are involved heavily in our Manatee Young Professionals program. Commissioners participate on chamber committees and attend our annual chamber retreat, and the list goes on. They invest in the chamber's mission, as you just heard, as a platinum level investor as well, and we thank you very much for that investment. Often it seems that issues at the global or the national level dominate news cycles and maybe even your kitchen table or dinner table conversation. But I would argue time and time again that day in and day out, it's local issues, the local economy, our local quality of life that affect us the most. Are we attracting the right mix of employers to grow our region's economy and job base? Do we have the right infrastructure and amenities and workforce to keep businesses here? Are our neighborhoods thriving? Do we have adequate, or better yet, amazing roads, libraries, parks, schools, natural resources, social services, and opportunities for residents to be engaged and make a difference? Are we working together to tackle the tough issues? And I would argue in Manatee County that yes, we are. As I said, today we'll hear from Charlie and several members of his leadership team about how the vision and priorities that are set by the Board of County Commissioners are being carried out. And hopefully, you'll learn a little bit more or gain a better clarity of how you, as a local business leader, can be involved and influence where our county and region are headed. A couple of numbers, although I'm sure Charlie and the team have some data to share with you also. 2 million cubic yards of debris have been handled by the county with the hurricanes. 15, Manatee County is 15th out of 67 Florida counties by population. 31, we are 31st out of 67 counties by land. We get 53 inches of annual average rainfall. It hasn't rained since the hurricane. Today is Manatee Chamber Expo at Lecom Park, and we're getting maybe that 52nd and 53rd inch today. But have no fear, Expo will go on. This thing is going to be cleared out of here in 45 minutes. 741 square miles of land and 150 square miles of water in Manatee County, and almost 450,000 people call Manatee County home. So first, an introduction of our county administrator. Charlie Bishop is a retired Master Sergeant from the United States Air Force with over 20 years of dedicated service in the United States Air Force. Charlie exemplifies a strong commitment to leadership and public service. Following his military career, he has devoted more than 20 years to Manatee County government, where he continues to impact his community. Charlie holds a master's degree from Midwestern State University and has his PMP from the Project Management Institute, underscoring his dedication to education and lifelong learning. His extensive experience and passion for civil service reflect a deep commitment to fostering growth and support within his community. Without further ado, please welcome County Administrator Charlie Bishop.
Jackie, I want to first start off by thanking you and the Chamber, not only for inviting us to speak, but also I want to thank you for allowing us to talk about the state of the Manatee County. We foster an ongoing relationship that has greatly benefited our businesses and residents. Through strategic collaboration and your continued support, we will keep working and make Manatee County the premier place to live, work, and play, and do business. I'm also thrilled to welcome several new members of our Board of County Commissioners. Their fresh perspective on our county operations have already proven invaluable, and we look forward to benefiting from their continued insight, guidance, and wisdom. The state of the county is resilient. We've weathered an unprecedented hurricane season and have come out the other side more determined than ever to serve the public. We've accomplished this through our ability to learn from our mistakes and make great strides in improving progresses over a very short amount of time. There wasn't a guide or a handbook on how to deal with the most active hurricane season on record, but I can assure you that through the dedication of our staff, thank you, the expertise of our leadership, and the commitment of our board, there is now. That's why we are dedicating this State of the County speech to the hardworking men and women of Manatee County, many of whom worked close to a month without a break to help us all get back on our feet, recover, and heal. While much of the State of the County speech will focus on our response and recovery efforts, we will take a few opportunities to update you on some high-level projects that we're very excited about. Now let me talk about blue sky and gray sky and what that term means. This approach is no different than how we structure the county during major activations. We use the term blue sky, gray sky in county government to describe each employee's roles and responsibilities when a storm presents itself. During blue skies, a recreation coordinator at GT Bray might assist local clubs and teams in finding practice space to help them achieve their sporting goals. However, during gray skies, that same individual may step into a role that differs significantly from their everyday responsibilities.
My name is Paige Eddins. I work in sports and leisure services, and my blue sky job is scheduling our athletic fields in the county with our renters, tournaments, and league play. I've gotten to know a lot of people in the community. It's a great feeling to know our parks are packed with people, kids and adults who love to enjoy our parks and our leagues. It is like putting a puzzle piece together. I'm trying to fit as many users as I can, maybe move them to a different park, find different times, squeeze as many people as I can as possible. That's why I enjoy doing it. My gray sky job is helping with 301 surge, and that is when the call volumes with the county is very high and they need help. I will also help out with our pods, handing out tarps, water, MREs. Also help door to door, trying to get a needs assessment for those that were impacted the most. The call volume is so high, they really need help trying to get as many people information as they can. It takes many employees to get this county up and running. If they need help, the community needs help with questions they may not know, they can call 301. Also, it takes volunteerism to help out with the pods. It just helps the community. That's what we're here for. We're here to serve and help those that need it.
It's important to know that behind the scenes, there is a Manatee County employee there, no matter what color the sky is. Whether it was the record-breaking rainfall produced by Debbie, the storm surge from Helene, or the wind of Milton, we remained agile to the needs of the community. No two storms are alike, and there is no one-size-fits solution to dealing with back-to-back-to-back storms. One thing we noticed early in the season is that we needed more efficient ways for our staff to monitor metrics and other vital information in real time.
Hi, it's Communications Division Manager Casey Zempel, and we're here at the Emergency Operations Center. I want to show you a couple of important pieces of technology that we deploy during activation to keep you safe and informed. Our utilities team is monitoring inflow and outflow rates at the dam and receiving real-time updates on all of our lift stations. Our Public Works crew is observing river gauges in flood-prone areas, and using FDOT cameras to assess current road conditions. The Human Needs team is keeping track of shelter numbers, and we're collaborating with FPL to ensure reliable service to all of our citizens. We've also engaged with our first-in teams who are ready to act when conditions permit. The dedicated employees of Manatee County, along with supporting agencies, are utilizing every available resource to protect you and your family. For more information, check out mymanatee.org/storm or call 311 with any questions. Thank you and stay safe.
We leverage technology not only internally, but also externally. We deployed the mymanatee.org/storm GIS hub page, which we received well over 1 million page views. Our GIS teams worked diligently to map out sandbag and shelter locations before the storm and kept the public informed and safe with updates on road closures, points of distribution sites, and disaster recovery centers after the storm. Additionally, we use Survey 123 to assess needs following the storm events, enabling leadership to make key decisions about recovery and resource allocation. We also recognize that we needed clear communications with our municipalities. As long as I can remember, turning off the water to the island communities to preserve our infrastructure during a hurricane was always a challenge. By opening the doors to clear communication and getting us all in the same room to address our concerns, we were able to truly understand why it's not just as simple as turning off a valve. This understanding saved us a lot of time for the next activation and kept our infrastructure, work crews, and island communities safe. This open line of communication also came in handy during the sand and removal process, which we'll talk about later. Recognizing the importance of collaboration during emergency activations for sheltering our most at-risk residents, we worked closely with our partners at the Manatee County School District, thank you, to achieve significant improvements in communications. These enhancements began proactively with the establishment of quarterly meetings during blue skies. This relationship proved invaluable during gray skies, enabling us to quickly coordinate shelter volunteers and provide safe refuge to thousands over multiple activations. By maintaining alignment with the school district, we also streamlined the process of transitioning individuals out of the shelters, identified solutions for those still displaced after the storms, and facilitated the return of students to school within days rather than weeks. Manatee County was also at risk of missing out on valuable blue and gray sky grant opportunities. By streamlining processes and appointing a dedicated grants manager, we empowered county teams to actively pursue more funding. During gray skies, grants can truly make a world of difference. The county has already submitted grant proposals to strengthen our communities against future storm impacts and enhance citizen safety. During blue skies, grants can accelerate legislative initiatives and provide funding much faster than traditional methods. Another initiative that remains a top priority no matter the color of the sky, is our Veterans Connections program. Veterans Connections is a dynamic initiative dedicated to serving the over 40,000 veterans and their families that call Manatee County home, offering support through both current services and a future physical hub. With a vision to create accessible, integrated network, it focuses holistic support, community unity, and veteran empowerment. The successes of lessons highlighted today go beyond the efforts of one individual, department, or partnership. It's a culmination of great ideas and expert execution that fuels our progress. In addition to our talented team, we have some of the best leaders in the state of Florida, and I would argue the nation. I'll hand things off to one of those individuals now. Courtney DePaul is one of my 3 deputy county administrators and leads several key departments during major weather events. Her quick thinking and ability to motivate and guide staff during recent activation were individuals, and I can't thank her enough for all the contributions to our organizations. Courtney.
Thanks, Charlie, and again, thank you to Jackie and the rest of the chamber for having us here today. When you think of gray skies, our public safety team should be top of mind. And thankfully, Manatee County has one of the best teams in the state. Even during blue skies, they're hard at work building partnerships, improving response systems, adopting best practices, and educating our community. This year, we got a head start by teaming up with our Convention and Visitors Bureau to host a hurricane summit. The event brought hospitality professionals into the Emergency Operations Center, giving them an inside look at our response methods. They also learned best practices for guiding their guests on what to do during an activation and how to seek relief if their business was impacted. We also gave our citizens the same access with our Coffee and Questions series, letting them look under the hood, so to speak, of our Emergency Operations Center and get valuable information on how to make themselves and their property more resilient. If citizens were unable to attend in person, we allowed them to submit questions online and we addressed them at that time. But again, during gray skies is when this team truly shines. While in activation, as many as 100 employees may stay at the Emergency Operations Center around the clock and sometimes for several days straight. Coordinating meals, sleeping quarters, and efforts with local, state, and federal partners is a monumental task, and our team handles it with incredible dedication and expertise. This season, we encountered 3 hurricanes over the course of 3 months, which was absolutely record-breaking, which I don't think any one of us or our team members had ever been through before. By prioritizing clear communication with the public, we were able to strengthen our response and our recovery efforts. We delivered thousands of messages across channels to emphasize the severity of the storms. Additionally, we leveraged local and national media, as well as our relationships with political partners such as Congressman Vern Buchanan, I know Tira's here, and Senators Rubio and Boyd to, again, amplify our reach. Effective communication, however, is a two-way street. That's where our citizens and our 311 system played a crucial role, providing the feedback needed to refine our efforts and meet the community's needs. I can't begin to tell you about the year-round importance of 311. If you've ever called 311, you probably know. During blue skies, they answer a myriad of topics, anything county-related. But during gray skies, the question can go from something simple like, when's my garbage going to get picked up, to something very intense like, I'm scared and I just need to hear a human's voice. During the 3 storms, our 311 teams took over 40,000 of these types of calls and relayed valuable information back to our communications and our public safety teams. By having our thumb on the pulse of citizens' concerns and sentiments, we were able to quickly pivot our messaging if needed and prioritize life-saving response measures to impacted areas as soon as the all clear was given. Our response after a storm is obviously just as important as our response during the storm. And again, with each storm, we got better and better. After prioritizing immediate life-saving measures, Manatee County organized the largest volunteer effort we'd ever attempted and went door to door to identify human needs in the most impacted areas. These human needs assessments started within hours of the all clear and were critical in determining where our points of distribution, our mobile health centers, and our disaster recovery centers would be set up. We also conducted damage assessments systematically to evaluate the extent of the impacts and prioritize our recovery efforts. Teams of trained personnel documented the damage and relayed their findings back to the EOC. However, increased interactions with the public do come with their set of unique challenges. Our communications team, though, identified rumors in real time, and we were able to dispel them just as fast as they were created. For example, we had to address myths about damage assessments and the FEMA 50% rule. through clear communication and continued outreach. The county continued to enhance safety and compliance with floodplain standards through ongoing workshops and neighborhood town halls, online resources, and through social media. Through these channels, the county was able to clarify the process and address many misconceptions. While assessing human needs, though, we were simultaneously addressing infrastructure concerns. The hits just kept on coming. With the damage sustained at Seaport Manatee, we were anticipating several fuel disruptions, and anyone who tried to get fuel at a gas station knows exactly what we're talking about. To reinforce the aggressive pace of recovery that we had established with our citizens, it was imperative that we reestablish our supply chains as quickly as possible. With the help of our commissioners and their connections at both state and local levels, we were able to escalate this need quickly up the ladder. Thanks to Governor DeSantis' quick response, we were able to collaborate with his team and the National Guard on a short-term solution to set up a fuel site for citizens at Tom Bennett Park. This was quickly followed up with a generous $9.5 million donation to jumpstart Seaport Manatee and continue to keep fuel, food, and other key goods flowing through our port. Amid everything happening, though, we made sure not to overlook one of the most important parts of this equation, and that's you, our business partners. The success of our businesses is absolutely key, providing our citizens with the economic support they need to expedite their own recovery. We were so happy to produce a video with Jackie that helped amplify business recovery resources, so we did put this initiative firmly in the capable hands of the Chamber.
Hello, it's Jackie Dzelski from the Manatee Chamber of Commerce. Business and employer recovery from an emergent weather event is key to supporting our economy, providing the goods and services we need, and protecting jobs for our residents. The Manatee Chamber of Commerce has a business recovery webpage that lists many of the resources that businesses need to know about, including financial assistance and loan programs. There's also in-person help available. Go to manateechamber.com/storm recovery for more information. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, Jackie. We also kept in touch with you through our Business Connections newsletter that communicated response and recovery information like the location of the Small Business Development Center bus to help you get back to work quicker. None of this happens without our ongoing efforts to identify and advocate for key legislative actions. We focused a great deal on our efforts to lobby and request funds from our federal and state partners to invest in key stormwater projects throughout the county. We're seeking funding and support for the design and construction of the Gateway Greenway Trails, Veteran Connections Hub, and other various road and infrastructure projects, which will also ease congestion on our roadways. Finally, we're beginning a very exciting new thing, organizing a Manatee Day in Tallahassee, which will be for the 26th cycle in November of 25. This will be an opportunity to showcase our county, the cities and municipalities within, and the various businesses, organizations, and other ventures that all call our county home. This will be a large effort to advertise our county to the legislators in Tallahassee, advocate for our needs, and give you a seat at the table. We look forward to working with Jackie and the Chamber on this monumental effort. With that, I'd like to pass off the microphone to Deputy County Administrator Evan Pilichowski for a closer look at the heavy lift required to make our recovery efforts a success.
All right, thank you, Courtney, and thank you for the opportunity to highlight the hard work and dedication of our team here, as well as the commitment of the board to strengthening the vital infrastructure and essential services that the team provides to our citizens. And if this storm has really taught us anything, it's that we can always do more. It begins with educating the public about what our infrastructure can and can't do during blue skies and gray skies. So we've got a little short video here for you.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Deputy County Administrator Evan Pilichowski. I'm here to clear up some common misconceptions about Lake Manatee and the Lake Manatee Dam. Our team continues to maintain the dam's integrity as an integral part of our county infrastructure. Further, we are always monitoring conditions in the lake and the projected rainfall throughout the year. The purpose of this 6 billion gallon reservoir is to provide drinking water for most of Manatee County and parts of Sarasota County. There are a series of 11 gates, 3 mechanical and 8 earthen gates, which function to control the flows through the reservoir and downstream through the dam. This dam's purpose is to ensure that there is enough water for the needs of our community. It is not designed for flood control. That being said, we have some very limited ability to slow down the flow of water within the Manatee River as storage allows. However, once the lake is full, we have no ability to store additional water. This means that whatever excess rain and floodwaters come into the lake must flow through and downstream along the Manatee River. When we get a lot of rain, like during Hurricane Debbie, and the water rushes into the lake, flows in the lake will equal the flows out of the lake. When this happens and the high flows of the Manatee River could impact downstream residents with a history of flooding, in this case 3,500 cubic feet per second, we notify those residents individually. When the flows double to about 7,000 cubic feet per second, alerts are resent and we close downstream roads if they become inundated. We're evaluating our alert protocols to use modern tools and social media to broaden messaging associated with flows through the lake. I also want to reiterate that our dam continues to function as designed. Repairs to the dam have been completed in recent years, and as with any major infrastructure, there will be ongoing repairs and maintenance as required. We encourage all residents to sign up for alerts at mymanatee.org/alertmanatee and follow us on social media at manateegov.
All right, so with this unprecedented storm season, it really taught us that we need to do what we can to minimize impacts within the community. And our stormwater maintenance crews work hard really every year, but they tried something really innovative this year. We worked with HOAs and the neighborhoods to pump down retention ponds, some of them on private property, to really help with flood-prone areas in South County. This added critical capacity in the stormwater infrastructure so that during Helene and Milton, there was a lesser potential for flooding in those neighborhoods. So we know we have a lot of work that we need to do still. You'll see here, we're leaning into what we can do when it comes to stormwater management. We have 3 basin studies that are currently funded in Bowlees, Pierce, and McMullen Creeks. There are 27 in total throughout the county. So we're really happy that we're moving additionally 8 additional watershed management plans through in the next year with the help of SwiftMud, and that'll take a few years, but we know that there's just a lot more work that needs to be done still. So these studies will help us to update the elevation maps and stormwater modeling for rain events, and it just in general allows us to manage stormwater better. It also helps to identify potential projects that we can implement to bring relief to those areas that have seen historic flooding. So switching gears here a little bit, from our public works and transit teams providing transportation from the island and other vulnerable areas ahead of evacuations and managing the largest debris collection operation in the county's history, we stayed focused and kept listening every step of the way. Anybody want to guess what the top question our 311 team receives during recovery? Well, yeah, it's debris removal. And I'm sure that surprises nobody in this room. You've seen the mountains of debris that are out there. But I really want to reinforce how well the team has handled debris in this largest debris collection operation in the county's history. Early on, we built relationships and identified partners that we could use to accelerate the debris collection. And we started with just 7 trucks immediately after Helene. That's 7 for the entire county. So you can see that we needed to bring more resources, and we got 80 additional trucks in really quickly so that we could really hit an amazing target where we hit 1 million cubic yards hauled in 30 days. The 1 million cubic yard target during Ian took us 104 days. So you can see we really have been knocking it out of the park. That thanks goes to our team and our contractors, and I really couldn't be more proud of them. So Jackie stole my one number here a little bit. So 2 million cubic yards we hit just this past week. As of last night, we were at 2.3 million cubic yards. And I don't know about you, but I have no idea what that actually looks like in person. So we needed a graphic here to help out. So if you picture Raymond James Stadium, and you picture down to the field to the very top, the 177 feet above the ground surface, it would be 2/3 full with 2 million cubic yards. Now imagine putting all of that volume into our landfill. The impact that would have on the very finite capacity that we do have in the landfill. I'm very happy to say that we were able to work with our contractors, work with the state, and ensure all of that debris was hauled out of the county so that we could extend the lifespan of our landfill. So as I've said before, I know we're not done. I know there's still piles of debris out there, and we're looking for your help. If you can report, your friends, your neighbors, your loved ones, report to mymanatee.org/debris. We want to take information in, and that informs where our debris contractors are going to be going over the next month or so. And there's also a location where you can see the latest updates on debris operations. So we've also improved how we have gone about getting reimbursed from FEMA. So this is an exciting new development. We used Haggerty Consultants. We had them embedded right with us in the EOC, and they were instrumental for the county to be one of the first counties in the state to receive expedited FEMA funding, where we've received $23 million for Hurricane Milton debris to make sure we can continue those operations. And we've got another $10 million of payment that are under evaluation right now, and we're hoping in the next few weeks we'll be receiving that extra $10 million as well. So we didn't want to let gray skies get in the way of our blue sky operations as well. You can see here 44th Ave Extension East. This is east of I-75. This is the last phase of the much anticipated 44th Ave extension project. What you see here is about a 4-month period in this time lapse. The completion date for this is tentatively set for the spring of 2026, but we are working with the contractor and doing everything we can to try to speed that up as much as possible. Other projects here, you'll see Moccasin Wallow. That project is continuing as planned prior to the hurricanes. And then 75th Street West project should be breaking ground here in the next month, sometime in January. So we also took the opportunity to launch a project aimed at beautifying some of our urban infrastructure. This initiative aims to wrap the Manatee County-owned traffic cabinets with imagery provided by local schools and organizations. And we hope that this goes a long way to reinforcing those relationships and reminding citizens of why they love where they live. We also hope to see some submissions from local organizations and clubs, and we're asking anybody who wants to reach out to our public information office. If anybody does have an organization or a club and you want to be a part of this initiative, please reach out to her after the presentation here today. Finally, with everything that's transpired, we didn't forget those who served us. With this winter, Manatee County Area Transit will launch a new series specifically for veterans. Through a partnership with Uber Rideshare Service and Manatee County Veteran Services, verified veterans will have access to free, same-day transportation to medical and dental appointments. It's part of our ongoing commitment to serving the public and ensuring that those who have given so much for our community receive the care and support they deserve. Now I'd like to invite Deputy County Administrator Brian Parnell up to talk about exciting updates, key lessons learned, and initiatives that have helped save taxpayers money.
Thank you, Evan. Hello, and thank you for giving us a chance to speak today, and again for the platform to showcase the men and women who do work that matters for the citizens and businesses of Manatee County. We often talk about employees' blue sky and gray sky roles, but it's not just individuals who adapt. Entire divisions shift their focus. A great example is our grounds division under property management. During blue skies, they care for the parks and county-owned spaces we all enjoy. During gray skies, they pivot to help residents secure and maintain their own properties. Helping Manatee County protect their homes and businesses during gray skies is something our grounds team takes very seriously. One of the easiest ways for them to do this to make sandbags readily available leading up to all activations. How serious are we? Well, over the course of the 3 storms we had this year, our grounds team provided citizens and businesses with a staggering almost 552,000 sandbags. Placed end to end, that would stretch over 100 miles, roughly the distance from here to Orlando. Speaking of sand, we saw plenty of it, with our island communities facing significant challenges. Building on the collaborative approach we used earlier with shutting off the water to the islands, we once again partners with these communities. With the vision of our Natural Resources Director, Charlie Hunsaker, we developed a solution that not only jump-started our community's economic engine, but also saved Manatee County taxpayers millions of dollars.
When we were visited with Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Debby, and Hurricane Milton, an entire area of the Gulf was delivered to our beaches. And in fact, the water delivered the sand from the beaches into residents and homes. So our cleanup here on the island is multifaceted. First of all, we've been focusing on removing the debris from our beaches. We have a beach rake system that literally with tines and small tines and tills reaches to about 2 inches below the sand, sifts through that, and by conveyor belt lifts that material for storage in a bin and disposal elsewhere, leaving the clean sand behind. It's tractor driven and pass upon pass upon pass, and we get a clean beach back again. For the sand that was carried into our streets and our homes and our residences, we're dealing with it in 2 phases. We believe that the sand in the streets delivered by the Gulf is fairly clean, deposited and dropped immediately. We're moving that sand to our storage facility and location at Coquina Beach, where we are gathering all the sand from the island that's been collected, and we're working to sift through that sand. It's able to take sand of this nature with rocks and shell and debris, and through a series of different screens from top to bottom, sifting out the larger pieces, ever smaller, we get to a sand quality that we would like to return to the beach. And we're going to be doing that for the sands that we've collected from our roadways. Now, for the sands that have been collected from the parking lots, commercial lots, and private residences, it's a little different of an animal, because there's all types of potential for plastics, broken glass, nail. We don't want any of that material to make it through the sifters and get back to our sandy beaches. We have an opportunity to take that type of sand and move it to our preserve next to Fort Hammer Bridge for temporary storage. We're going to take those accumulated piles of sand that have been sifted to remove the large debris, and we're going to be using that to rebuild Upper Manatee River Road. We'll be lifting that road several feet to give about flood elevations, and you can imagine that it takes a lot of fill. But we're not going to waste it. We'll be saving our money, our taxpayer money, in constructing those roads, and we're giving a significant savings to the island communities here who don't have to haul this sand to a landfill. They merely need to take it down to Coquina Beach. Manatee County will take that sand, accept the responsibilities, and take it from there.
I think that was our county's all-time highest, most viral video, Charlie. I think we got more than 1 million hits on that one. This innovative process, as Charlie alluded to, is significant for several reasons. While many municipalities chose to send their sand to the landfills, shortening their lifespan, we took that different approach. By repurposing the sand, we extended the life of our landfill, quickly replenished our sugar sand beaches, and saved over $1 million in future road construction backfill costs. Shifting to the Gulf Island ferries, typically used to transport citizens from downtown to the island, our Gulf Island ferries took on an important gray sky role as well. Our Convention and Visitors Bureau shifted their focus to bring contractors, island workers, and resources to our island communities, playing a key role in recovery efforts and helping restore normalcy as quickly as possible. And the CVB didn't stop there. They were also able to organize a concert with Leonard Skinner, raising over $300,000 for hospitality workers on the island. Shifting to our projects, we're also on track for many of our major projects across the county. Parish Park is currently under construction and is on track for substantial completion by Q1 of 2025, with plans underway for a ribbon-cutting ceremony and a Party in the Park celebration. Our work at Premier Sports Campus South is making substantial progress as well. We're adding locker rooms, soccer multi-use building, expanded parking, and 2 more synthetic fields there. Just yesterday, our board adopted the budget resolution for our Athletics and Aquatics Center at Premier Sports Campus North, as well as 4 synthetic soccer fields at Buffalo Creek and our East Bradenton Park splash pad and synthetic field. And Washington Park Recreation Center is moving along. We're currently in design phase of this exciting project. If you've driven by John Marble lately, you can tell how close we are to completion there. We can't wait to bring the best of Bray further east and continue to provide great service to Manatee County citizens. Lastly, one of our key housing empowerment projects is making significant progress. The Under One Roof Center is nearing completion. This facility, operated in partnership with local and national organizations, will serve as a transformational hub, providing women battling addiction and homelessness with comprehensive resources under one roof. It will also offer access to treatments and services that may not have been available in our area before. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and invite Charlie back up for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Courtney, Evan, Brian, for your leadership and wisdom over these past few months. Sometimes it does take a disaster, or in our case, multiple disasters, to put things into perspective. The recent hurricanes have given us plenty to reflect on. At the core of it all is the importance of transparency in county government. Clear, honest communication builds trust, ensures accountability, and helps our community recover and grow stronger together. We hope we have done that today.
When the worst heads our way, Manatee County government is here with our best. From keeping you informed during the lead up and impact to supporting you through the tough times that follow, our dedicated employees are committed to delivering large-scale recovery on a door-to-door basis, ensuring that no person or family is left behind. Service through compassion, recovery through dedication, and rebuilding our community through a deep commitment to you. Manatee County. Together in hope, together we heal.
In addition to traditional communication channels, we are expanding our efforts to maximize visibility within the community. Keep an eye out for the presence on not only the traffic cabinet wraps, but county vehicles and the ever-popular Manatee County calendar. We would like to take this time to acknowledge all the partnerships that we've built and strengthened over the past few months. Without these organizations, we would not have seen the rapid deployment and recovery that we experienced. And I would like to thank them for their flexibility, understanding, and commitment to serving the public. As I did last year, I'd like to invite you to subscribe to our Newsflash newsletter. This once-a-month email now has over 5,000 subscribers and is the quickest and easiest way to get a real-time look at the state of Manatee County. Thank you again for your time today, and I want to wish you the happiest of holidays. While we've covered a lot of ground, much work remains. It will take years to fully address the negative impacts of recent events, and there will always be new challenges on the horizon. With your support, the vision of our Board of County Commissioners, and the unwavering dedication to our hardworking employees, we are committed to ensuring that Manatee County remains the premier place to live, work, and play, and do business. Thank you. Just real quick, I'd like to acknowledge Lacey Pritchard, McKenzie, and of course Casey Zimple can't be here. What a presentation. I didn't do a damn thing. That's talent right there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charlie and the team. And we do have about 7 minutes for Q&A. So Dan, I see the mayor up here has a question. Dan has a mic. He will not relinquish that mic, just so you know. When he comes to you, he will be offering it for you to ask a question.
I timed it for only 2 minutes of questions.
Thank you. And I just want to say on behalf of the city of Bradenton, speaking for our council and our administration, what we saw with collaboration through this storm season that we've never seen in our county, and most of us have lived here virtually our whole lives and families' lives. But the collaboration that we did together was something that the residents don't necessarily see. And I know you had showed up there a little bit. One of you showed some Facebook posts that weren't always so positive. And that's something that in the government world we have to deal with now. But it's about getting that information out. And it's been great that we were able to collaborate, which I think 20 years ago, that didn't happen. And there was lawsuits against the city and the county and others. And now the collaboration, that's under your leadership. And we appreciate that through all that's going on. The one question I did have is I'd like to, and I know the answer to it, but you showed the last one was under one roof. Can you give us a quick little update of what's going on, that it's going to take a collaboration between the county commissioners, the staff, the city of Bradenton, and others to really take that next step? So it's the women, what about the families, what about the males, and how that's going?
Yeah, appreciate the question. First of all, I want to give a huge shout out to Commissioner Amanda Ballard. This is her passion. She's championed this along with our Board of County Commissioners who stood by me as we've progressed through this. Last year, about the August timeframe, I was hoping Christmas would be in there for the under one roof. Unfortunately, we didn't make that mark. But I will tell you, we are committed to making it happen. Under one roof will be one of its kind. It should house up to 90 individual single women under one roof with wraparound services, with hopefully employment opportunities to get them back on their feet, a hand up. That will allow then the Salvation Army, a three-prong approach, the Salvation Army then to take families on, not individuals. We don't have a family shelter. And we are working with Brian and his leadership, again with the Board of County Commissioners, working with collaboration with Sheriff Wells. We have identified a site that the sheriff will oversee and operate for potentially not only single women, but couples. And we just got the programming almost finished today. We're going to be moving through that progress of design. But this board, and again, Commissioner Ballard's committed to helping others.
Just an expression of gratitude to Manatee County, City of Bradenton. Two of my adult children were able to ride out the storm, the latest storm at Manatee County High School. I don't know how many days they spent there, but they were able to safely weather this storm. So, you know, a shout out of appreciation for the governmental bodies that made that possible. The business you're in is a tough business, Charlie, and commissioners, I recognize that. So I'm going to ask a tough question. Manatee County surpluses have been running about $200 million a year average since 2017. You have $800 million in cash, unrestricted cash on your balance sheet. It seems like there's a problem with running the county on a break-even basis. We're not supposed to be, it's not supposed to be run as a for-profit enterprise. It's supposed to be run on a break-even basis. My question is, for the commissioners or anyone else that would care to answer this question, is there a plan to bring revenues in line with expenses going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, I appreciate your passion. You're at the board quite often expressing your concern about this. Also want to thank the board. They did just lower the millage 0.15 again, which took $10 million off of our ongoing budget. You and I have a disagreement. The board has a disagreement with your perspective. We have to be prepared for unprecedented three storms. We have to have money in reserves. You saw 44th Avenue. Inflation has taken us, again, to unprecedented costs. We have to, our clerk, our comptroller makes us be responsible with our money, and that money has to be in the bank to finish these projects. We have projects 5 years out. We have a board that has a vision of 10-year projects. We operate on a zero-based budget. Every year, we come to the board with our needs and our wants. It's not a candy store. We don't get everything we want. We are told no quite often. So again, I appreciate your passion, sir. I appreciate you keeping us in check. But again, I think you and I have a fundamental disagreement on the money.
All right. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And I'll just echo several of the messages that not only did Charlie and his team express, but the mayor certainly added to it in today's discussion, Mr. Meehan as well, which was the incredible effort of our public servants, our public employees from multiple levels of government during these 3 storms. I had the privilege of representing the business community on ESF 18, which is the Emergency Support Function 18, to bring the voice of business to the conversations. More often, I was actually bringing the ears of business as opposed to the voice of business, because I tell you, these professionals know what they're doing. They made sacrifices every day, time away from their families, time away from their families during the storm when they weren't sure what was happening at home. And I just want one more round of applause, please, for the incredible effort. And not only did they respond in an unprecedented way with so much success and ingenuity and innovation, but they also, did you hear how he started his comments? They want to learn how they can be even better next time. God forbid. I hope we never have a hurricane season like we experienced this year, but we know that we're prepared and we're going in with a mindset of how can we do even better. I want to thank once again our headliner sponsors, Career Source Suncoast, Florida Power and Light, Manatee Health, the Mosaic Company, and the Realtors Association of Sarasota and Manatee. Thank you so much to Manatee Educational TV, METV, our good friends who ran all audiovisual for us. Again, Chris, you and your team are everywhere all the time. Thank you so much for your support. Our January headliners will be a State of the Cities address, so watch for the opportunity to reserve your seats or your table for that event. We look forward to a fantastic lineup of luncheons like this again in 2025. If your company is interested in visibility at these events, please talk to us about an annual sponsorship. Thank you so much for your support. I wish you the happiest of holidays.
The problem is that the pendulum swings a little bit too far one way, and maybe there's some things that we've had to do in a, I wouldn't say a militant manner, but maybe so, to swing that pendulum the other way to get it back to plumb. And we got hit by two things that you can make all the promises in the world, but in actuality, we can't do that. Okay? Manatee County cannot take on an entirely, basically, you're taking on another county with the amount of property that we're talking about, the amount of land that we're talking about out there. If you can't handle the water and sewer for the county as it is today, you can't double the size. So we did two things that really affected my district that we need to take a look back on. And the problem is that we did them both at the same time. And one kind of negated the other. We approved the 2.1.2.8 amendment. We moved the FDAB line. We approved the 2.1.8 amendment. And then we didn't charge 100% of our impact fees. You can't have it both ways. So I would say that's the number one priority with District 1, is that and it's not a matter of being, we just promise too much. And I'm sure with the best of intentions. But for District 1, we need to repeal that 2.1.2.8 amendment because you can't do it. You just can't do it. You can't afford to do it. You can't logistically do it. That's number one. And number two is that we've got to get our infrastructure in over there. So we have, and again, I don't believe in demonizing anybody. It's just that some people have been better businessmen than we've been. We have to be just as good of business people as anybody else out there. And the problem is that we've made it easy to do the wrong thing and hard to do the right thing. So we want to turn that around a little bit. Before we extend ourselves, which the 2.1.8 amendment has done, which moving the FDAB has done, which approving so much development has done, is we can't do it. And we have to be honest with ourselves and say we can't do it. It's a matter of timeliness. I think that's our number one priority out there. I think number two is the emphasis on agriculture for our county. Our county stands on three main economic issues. That is new construction, tourism, and agriculture. Agriculture has always been part of Manatee's legacy, history, economics, everything. And there's a reason for that, because we're in a very unique geographic area. Most of your first snowbirds or people who first came to Florida, they came to Florida to grow things. That's what they came here for. And I know that we might want to make our county, don't make it something that it's not. Grasp what we really are. We've also got a unique opportunity with what we're doing out there in agriculture. It's not just about growing things. It's about teaching people where their food comes from. That gives us a great avenue for combining things like agritourism. I'd like to see us embrace that. I'd like to see us identify with that. It's nice to get arts and culture into our county too, but we're not Sarasota. We are Manatee. We've always been. Maybe we're a little bit more blue collar. Maybe we're a little bit greener, but that's something to take pride in. And when you look at our economic pillars, tourism is a luxury item. New construction is a luxury item, but people have to eat. And I know we are all good, red-blooded Americans here, and the next battles will not be fought with bullets. It will be fought with bread. because we cannot be an independent nation if we can't feed ourselves. And that, I think, is something we've got to think about as far as our defense is to have a healthy, self-sustaining population. So those are probably the main priorities we have in District 1, is returning back to really making the FDAB mean something. The FDAB means we cannot provide you with sewer and water past this line. The county cannot be responsible for it. We can't afford it. We can't do it. There will be a time. There will be a time. District 1 is going to need its own landfill. District 1 is going to need a water reservoir. That's the only way we could go forward. And until we have those things, we don't have the basic structure for the growth. That's just catching up with the growth we have now. Embracing our agriculture, giving incentives. What I hear is that not that we don't have the land in Florida in which to do things, it's that we don't have people who want to farm anymore. And maybe with that, we can do some things locally. There should be no reason that we have, well, this is what I say about District 1. We have all the water, we have all the food, and we have the industry. So why aren't we promoting local? Why should there be a child in Manatee County that goes without a glass of milk today? And that goes without a glass of milk today that's right here. What we've come up with is really we're not ever meant to be drinking milk from a cow that got milked down the way over here, and then the milk gets shipped to Miami, and then it comes right back up here. That's not the way this is supposed to work. So we need to provide some incentives and some incentive to our local farmers to keep them in business. We have a lot of challenges because of our federal NAFTA laws, things like that, but we could do things locally. Why shouldn't our local schools be eating healthy foods and these free breakfasts and free lunch that we give our kids? Why shouldn't that be coming from our local farmers? Why shouldn't we be promoting that in this town? Because that's going to help your farmers. That's going to help your farmers stay farming. So doing that, encouraging the identity with our agricultural history and our agricultural future, I think is what District 1 would like to be known for. We have housing issues out there in that the density of the homes is then creating a need for those parks and open spaces. District 1 doesn't have a GT Bray. Okay, we don't have a premier sports park. Well, I'm actually closer to you. Thank you, and thank you so much. We don't have the supporting things. And when we talk about like our trail plan, I know I've been here in Manatee County for a while. Listen, that trail plan is at least 40 years old. Okay, Charlie Hunsaker and I worked with that when I first moved here. And we've changed the idea of that, too. So we've got to understand that in order for people to use that trail plan, we've got to incorporate it to the communities that it goes through, okay? Maybe you have a trail that is good for e-bikes in certain places. Maybe it's a walking trail in other places. We had a Rails to Trails grant 30 some odd years ago that not only would it been a leg of our trails, but would have provided for sidewalks by our schools. And we turned that down. It was a matching grant, $500,000. County comes up with $500,000. We convert our rail system to bicycle trails, horseback riding trails, walking trails. We turned that down. Free money. We turned it down. So I think that the trail plan is a great idea, but I think that you have to adapt that trail plan to the types of communities that it's going through. Not every community wants a trail plan that's a jogging path. Okay, some of those trails might be more natural trails through some of our LMAC properties out there. And as you know, I was on the LMAC committee and now as the commissioner liaison with that, we're making some really good strides in the purchases of our environmental lands. And I'd like to see us use some of those environmental lands for, we have passive recreation, but we've got to be a little bit more innovative with that because not everybody needs an interpretive ranger station or a bathroom sometimes for that matter. If you're going to get out in the wild, you're going to get out in the wild. But so I think those are the priorities. Let's talk about that 2.1.2.8. Let's talk about how we could get our infrastructure up to speed to keep up with what's going on in Parrish. We've got terrible traffic issues in Parrish. And this is another thing I want to explain about District 1 and the vastness of this. If Mike Ron wants to take a ride around his district, you could probably get that done in about an hour.
Maybe on a good day.
Well, without the traffic, 2 o'clock in the morning. But you have to understand with the way that District 1 is set up, most people that live around my end of District 1, which I'm right on the dividing line between 1 and 5, we tend to go to Lakewood Ranch because it's closer, okay? If you live in the south end of Myakka, up near the Myakka State Park, you tend to use Fruitville Road. If you live in Duet, you tend to go more out to Wauchula. And Parrish, hard to get in or out. So nobody goes in, can't get out. So that's a very diversified area. We spoke about interlocal type communication with working with Sarasota. My district borders Sarasota, DeSoto, Hardy, and Hillsborough County. So I think that that's a great idea to pair with Sarasota and some of our joint ventures and things that we do that affect Sarasota. But my district, 4 counties. So that's a little bit more of a challenge. So I'd like to expand that from just dealing with Sarasota as our regional partner in things, because Arcadia is now growing too. Hardy County is phosphate mining. Hillsborough County has done some innovative things. They're pushing for another building moratorium in that end of Hillsborough County around the Waimama area. And in the meantime, we're encroaching on that county line, and it does affect us. So I would like to see more discussion with our regional counties. And I think I've covered it. Thank you.
Okay. So I want to start by saying a couple of Georgia's priorities. I really am excited to see the comp plan update. Definitely needs to happen. Repeal of 2.1.2.8, excited to see it happen. Minimum lot size and parking ratios, very excited about that. And encouraging infill development is huge for my district. The stormwater issues, I absolutely want to see those prioritized over the next year, over the next several years. And then some of the issues that Commissioner Feltz was talking about, I will also, I am right there with you, very excited to see agritourism. So I have an area of my district that although it is kind of in the middle of the county, it maintains a very rural and farming heritage. People absolutely love it there. People clamor to move there because it does have that amazing agricultural feel and that country feel. And people want to maintain that. So as we do our new comp plan, I want to make sure that we are preserving those types of areas, making sure that as we grow, that we maintain the special character of so many areas that we have in the county, like Elwood Park, like Cortez. Just making sure that those things that really make Manatee County unique and special are prioritized, and that we don't throw them out just for the sake of development or growth. When it comes to our agricultural heritage, very excited about working with Commissioner Feltz and anyone else who would like to make sure that we're prioritizing ag in our community. I've been working on community gardens. We've gotten one established so far. It's coming. It's not there yet. It has not yet been put into place. But that's another. Commissioner Cruz, you talked about non-conforming lots, and what do we do with those? Another thing that we can do with some of those small non-conforming lots is create these little pocket community gardens. Those can be created very inexpensively. I do have areas of my district that are food deserts, where people don't have the ability to get fresh local food near them. That can be created very easily and very cheaply compared to the price of something like a park. So another thing that I that I'd like to see prioritized are food forests, microforests within our parks and other land that the county owns. Something else that Commissioner Feltz mentioned when it comes to our conservation lands, I want to highlight a little bit more. I agree completely that not all of our conservation lands just need to be for passive recreation. I am very strongly in favor of public utilization of public lands. I think that we need to look at more conservation through hunting and fishing and those traditional means. There are so many people in this community who have that heritage of hunting and fishing, who want to be able to feed their families that way, and who just don't have a place to do it. The only place to do it is Duet. And I think that we need to provide more opportunities throughout the county for hunting and fishing. Okay, so let's see. Airbnb. So I know that we're mostly preempted by state law. So 509.0327B preempts local government from prohibiting vacation rentals or regulating duration or frequency, and that doesn't apply to anything that was passed prior to 2011. But I know that a lot of people in my district, probably a lot of people in Commissioner Sadiq's district, Commissioner Ron's district, really, really struggle with this. And it's a huge quality of life issue for people who live in these communities, because you have people who come in for short periods of time, they party, they leave trash. There's only so much that we can really do with code enforcement. Pinellas County over the past year has attempted to do what they can within the bounds of our very restrictive law. Yeah, let me bring it up. So it's I think they're doing a yearly registration for any Airbnb with a cost, and then if someone fails to register, they get a fine. I think that's the biggest thing that they're doing. So I don't know how much it's helping, but it's at least something to look at, and hopefully a way to get a little bit more of a handle on this, because I have gotten a lot of calls and a lot of emails from people who are just so desperate to get their lives back, and it's almost impossible for us to assist them with it. So I'd like to look further into what we can do within the bounds of state law. Okay. Now we get to a couple of my issues that are particularly passion projects, and those relate to opioids and homelessness. I think all of the new commissioners know my background, but I'll say it just in case you don't. I was a child welfare attorney for my entire career prior to being elected. The issue that I saw over and over and over again really related to opioids. And probably 75 to 80% of the cases that I was dealing with as a child welfare prosecutor in that dependency system related to drugs, specifically opioids. And additionally, not only have I seen it, in the professional context, but as a millennial, I have seen so many friends and even cousins who have died as a result of opioids. Luckily, we have we've kind of come at the perfect time to make a difference on this issue. So the county is receiving opioid settlement funds, and that is through lawsuits with the big opioid manufacturers who basically said, no, go ahead and prescribe all the opioids you want. They're not going to be addictive. Obviously, that was not true, wreaked havoc on our communities, and now we've got funding to try to mitigate the damage that was done in Manatee County. And so there's a significant pot of funds, and rather than do a little bit here, a little tiny bit there, I have been proposing that we utilize those funds for several large and impactful projects. One of the big things that we've been missing in Manatee County is long-term opioid treatment. So basically, people, they go into detox or they go into a 28-day program. They come out and they're expected to just go back to a regular life. And for someone who's been addicted for a long period of time, that's really not realistic, especially when you have rents that are $2,000 a month. So we have a contract with an organization up in Baltimore that provides long-term opioid treatment. It's been going really, really well so far. That treatment is provided at actually a very low cost to the county and free to participants. We've had a really high uptake so far, and also we've had no one who's been discharged unsuccessfully. So I'd like to continue that program and also help to build a bridge for those participants back to Manatee County so they're coming back with the opportunity to be successful. I actually have been having some discussions specifically with people in the ag industry about helping to get those people back to work. So they're looking for people who are willing to work on a farm, people who are willing to become certified as landscape maintenance technicians. Those are the kinds of jobs that we are always in need of, and that we can give people that hand up as they're transitioning back into regular life, so that they can become productive members of Manatee County. So moving on a little bit from that, we have a significant problem with homelessness in Manatee County, and this is something that has not really been addressed in the past, and it really is not. Really, it was very difficult to address in the past because our hands were tied by federal law. There was a new case that was decided at the Supreme Court called Grants Pass, which now gives our local governments a lot more leeway to enforce anti-camping and anti-loitering ordinances. So I want to make sure that we're working with all of our municipalities, making sure that those anti-camping and anti-loitering ordinances line up with one another, and that we're able to enforce them. But at the same time, we're not going to just arrest our way out of it. That is a useful tool in the toolbox, but ultimately we have to provide the ability for most of these people to get treatment, because For people who are long-term homeless, again, about 75 to 80% of those people have significant untreated mental health or substance abuse. And so what we have been working on is a program called Fresh Start Manatee, which will be basically a jail diversion program run by the Sheriff's Department. So we are extremely excited that the Sheriff has agreed to get on board and run this. So for people who are getting arrested over things that are related to homelessness, they have the ability to either go to jail or participate in a treatment program that includes substance abuse treatment, potentially mental health treatment if they need it, job training, and to basically come out and hopefully make a better life for themselves. We will also have Under One Roof, which is a facility for homeless women. We currently do not have any facilities for homeless women in Manatee County. Right now, all we have is the Salvation Army. And, you know, everybody has seen the people who gather on the street outside Salvation Army, and really we just haven't had the capacity to actually address this issue. Luckily, that is changing. We will also have the ability to open up some areas of Salvation Army and have them focus their attention on families, which will kind of clear out the urban corridor and allow revitalization in that area of District 2, which I'm really excited about. And so again, a lot of these projects that I'm discussing are going to be partially, if not totally, funded through opioid settlement. So these aren't taxpayer dollars that are being used. These are settlement funds specifically to mitigate the damage caused by opioids in our community. And so I'm really passionate about these programs. I think they've been missing for a very long time. And I'm hopeful that our new commissioners will support my efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. And if any of the new commissioners haven't been to the community garden at Elwood Park that Commissioner Ballard's talking about, it's really cool. I mean, dollar for dollar, it's probably one of the best things we've done. It costs next to nothing, and I think it's amazing. The catch is you need to have the community buy-in, which you happen to have with the Taylors, which is convenient. Anyway, District 3, Commissioner Sadiq.
Thank you. I'll do a 10,000-foot view and then dive into specifics. My general philosophy on government and its role in just the American public, I guess, is just to provide the services we need to and really limit our involvement in, frankly, getting into enterprises which we're just not good at. Like any good business, you have your core competency, you have your core set of services you provide, but you stray outside that and then you become something like Boeing, where now it's kind of a disaster at the moment, or you just become another multinational and you just can't do what you were started to do well. I kind of think with that in mind, District 3, in terms of population, we're a little bit over 80,000. We tend to have a little bit of kind of comparable to District 2 and 4. We're larger in population than 1, but people don't care about district lines. They don't care that I cross a state road I go on a state road to go downtown. They don't care that they go on a city road or a city sidewalk. They just know when something works and when it doesn't. And more often than not, we hear more about the things that don't work than the things that actually do. And that's really what my job is going to be and how I see it. Kind of start off in terms of the priorities. One, it's going to be doing our core function, really understanding our core functions, which I think I have a good grasp of. And I hope the rest, especially the new commissioners, but certainly everyone, that we work together to have a good common understanding, or at least a common baseline of what our county should do and should not do, and internalize that well. But I bring that up because I want to make sure that what we do today is what we do well. Garbage collection, utility work, laying down well, not electrical, but ensuring that we're lighting up our communities, like Commissioner Ron's Light of Manatee effort, that we are focused on addressing the homelessness issues that Commissioner Ballard is focused on with Under One Roof, Fresh Start Manatee, You can kind of get a sense that I actually support those two, by the way. But making sure that what we're doing is what we are doing well. But I am here to tell you that we really aren't in many ways. And speaking to District 3, which represents Longboat Key, which encompasses every city and town in Manatee County, similar to Districts 2 and 4, we just haven't done a good job of that historically. And I say that not to be critical, but to say we have something aspirational and concrete to work towards. It's things like ensuring, and by the way, we did a fantastic job with debris pickup. We'll highlight that. I love the data and the after action reports. We've also done historically very well in gray sky operations as well. And I've said to a number of our staff and our administrators that we need to have a similar approach in our blue sky operations as well in terms of real-time information updates, but I don't want to get in the weeds. But just making sure that we are doing things like maintaining our infrastructure today. And by infrastructure, I mean our roads, our sidewalks, our sewer and water lines, our drainage, our stormwater systems, that infrastructure. I like to break that down and be clear about what I mean there. But we just aren't. We have a water line sitting on Manatee Avenue, which we're responsible for. It fell, and the reality is the county did not have 14 years worth of records going back to that. I will be challenging our staff to work with me on that to fix that problem, which is really my number one issue there. And it's really endemic of a larger issue of we just need to get better at maintaining things that we have today. And I think a lot of commissioners will feel that frustration at times from their constituents because we have a lot of drainage systems that just aren't trimmed and they're backed up, and then that causes flooding. Happens in Lakewood Ranch, happens in Cortez, happens in Bayshore Gardens, happens everywhere. So we just need to get better at that. And if that means more funding for the basic things that we are doing, then let's get after that problem. But it's just making sure we're doing what we are today and just doing it better. And if that's, again, with code enforcement or whether it's just doing simple things like adding better signage, speed abatement, lighting up our communities, we have to start looking more critically at the core competencies that we do have and just do better at them. 311 is a fantastic system. Appreciate staff for giving me a briefing on it. I'm a big believer in data, so you can just collate all the requests that we received, and I would encourage your administrative staff to just really take a look at the history of the requests that have come in and just look at what have we done so far, what are the number of requests that have come in, because I think it would tell a great story, and I plan to do that as well for my district at least. But fundamentally, just want to sum that part up. It's just looking at our core competencies and doing them well before we start branching off into net new things. Going into things that have already been covered, I'll just be brief. I do support Commissioner Cruz on many of the points you brought up about, certainly having unity. I would also extend that to our constitutional offices, which we do well with our sheriff. I know Charlie Hackney well. I know Angel Colonizo well. I'm looking to get to know our tax collector well, but just making sure we're collaborating well with them again at a staff level, and just making sure we are working well with our clerk, especially on financial matters and other issues as well. So I just want to make sure, just put a bug in your ear that we do need to have good cooperation, not just with our commission, our board here, certainly our attorneys, but also our constitutional offices as well, because we rely heavily on them. And they are a check on our power, which is a good separation of powers there as well. Can I get to a couple of things? Let's see. I'll just jump into my things then. Quality of life is really what it boils down to for me. That's the number one thing people talk about. It's fundamentally what all of us are put here for, to improve quality of life. And I leave that open-ended in the sense that it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different commissioners and people. For me, what quality of life means promoting is really three things. It's health, safety, and job opportunities for residents here. With health, we can focus on things like the commuter trail system. We can focus on things like investing in our community gardens. We can focus on investing a lot in indigent care, for instance, which this previous boards have dropped, investing in our children's health and safety. I'm very project-based, and so I'll be looking through a lot of the projects that we have already started and just really championing a lot of them. So, but in a general level, I want to make sure that what we're doing is promoting the health of residents. That also includes water quality as well, which has been a flashpoint issue in the past year, and it will be a challenge for the county as well. Safety, fairly self-explanatory. It's just making sure we're doing little things like ensuring we have adequate crosswalks and lighting in our communities so that kids aren't getting run over, getting to school, getting to the bus, getting to class, or just going home. It's making sure that residents feel safe walking in their neighborhoods. Yes, it does include a law enforcement component, but also needs to include code enforcement in that conversation. And really our school district as well plays a part in that. And lastly, just job opportunities. I mentioned this at the strategic planning conversation we had earlier. District 3 has historically been a tourism, small town kind of economy. But as the shutdowns have shown us, and red tide has shown us again and again, we need to diversify and think beyond the things that have gotten us to this point. And I say that as a message across the county to say the things that have gotten us to this point in history will not be the things that get us moving forward for the future of Manatee County. That means our focus, that means our investments, our strategies. I do not believe they will work to get us to address a lot of the infrastructure issues we've been seeing, water quality issues, quality of life. We have to take a bit of a different approach. And from what I've heard from current commissioners, I do think we are on the right track. It's just getting more support behind those efforts. Again, the efforts that Commissioner Ballard mentioned, Commissioner Feltz, and Commissioner Ron has spoken to, as well as Bearden and Commissioners Cruz as well. But quality of life is going to be a big thing for me. Getting down to specific things, I did mention the water line. Spoke to our district secretary for FDOT, and that is a top priority for me to make sure we get that done within the next 2 to 4 years. I recognize there are environmental permit challenges, but it's really just a symbol of things that we're just not doing well for a lot of residents. And as a key gateway to our island community, if we're telling tourists from here to Great Britain and Europe that we can't get on top of a water line, then what else are we messing up on? That's really the question everyone asks. I ask that, and I will continue to challenge our county administration on that. I do want to see a specific timeline on when we can address that issue and just put it in front of residents. Today, residents don't have that answer. The question why Cortez is first, I mean, I understand why, and not Manatee Avenue. But those are the questions, the hard questions we will need to answer. And I want to make sure I have an answer for them to get a clear timeline for that. Because as long as there's a timeline and it's communicated, people are fine with it, but they're just not okay with no answer. So getting that done will be a top priority for me. Beyond that, transportation is key. And frankly, I will call out in District 4, 2, and 4 in that, and certainly the state and cities, because we have to work together on that. And I think we will. I get that sense we do. Guess I'm just more optimistic, but I think we have to find a way to address the traffic issue. Commissioner Ron and I share Cortez along with the state. Palmetto, Rabonia and Sneed Island cut across Palmetto, and the transit issues there as well. I think residents and in general in the developed areas, which is all of West Manatee County, the way we've approached infrastructure is just not working. It's very expensive and costly to focus on massive expenses on road widening and extension projects. Not 44th East, that's out east, that works well. But it's just too expensive to do things like 59th expansion, which went from 44 million to 80-something million in a span of 5 years. Like, that's just nuts to me. What people want, and I'm telling you from District 3, is just fewer cars on the road and better options for transit. And I recognize I'm limited by City of Bradenton jurisdiction, Palmetto, the 3 island cities, and town of Longboat Key. But we're the county, and we have more money than all of them. We have more resources. We have more pull. And so I like us to get together and find ways to work with them and really have a transportation concurrency plan that certainly accounts for roads, but more importantly, better sidewalks. Those things are cheaper to fund and build and don't require expensive right-of-way acquisitions and taking whole properties. It's so much easier to get grant funding for them. I spoke with Dave Hutchison from MPO. There is money on the table. We are leaving by not pursuing a better grant funding strategy to just fund trails. And they're cheaper and take less time. I'm not saying tomorrow, but it won't take 10 years to get a multi-use path on Manatee, hopefully, or at least on 59th. It'll take a lot less time than that. And frankly, FDOT is on board with that too. They want to work on US 41. They are working on Cortez with a PD&E. I want to highlight Manatee Avenue because it's really the main residential thoroughfare. Cortez will be as well, and making sure we have a comprehensive transportation plan. My vision really for Cortez and hopefully Manatee one day as well is that we can certainly serve the car traffic, but fundamentally we serve residents that are on bikes, that are walking, and they can easily go from DeSoto Square Mall all the way to the beach on a bike, crossing the intersection safely, but just do it safely and well, and not on terrible, uneven sidewalks and unsafe bike lanes. I don't like bike lanes. I like separate multi-use paths. And I want to see that for Manatee Avenue as well. Like, how cool would it be if I could literally just bike all the way out here with an electric bike, and just imagine how many other people can. People already do that today, and they're getting hit in accidents over it. So it's a top issue for us to just lobby the state for. But at least on our county roads in the developed areas, have a plan for West Manatee County. And I include 2 and 4 in that as well, because all the conversation around trails has been on Greenway trails and out east, and we have some good ones in Palmetto in District 2, but we don't really have other than the trail plan, we haven't really prioritized what does that look like in developed areas. And so I want us to have a comprehensive transit plan that really focuses on the multi-use paths, that encompasses public transit, but I'll leave that open-ended to see how the buses work versus a private shuttle versus the trolleys. I'll leave that open-ended. And then ferries. Ferries, too. We've certainly caught some flack for it, but I like the strategy we're taking of having a larger boat that can facilitate, in more weather conditions, transit from Bradenton/Palmetto to the island. I think it's a great idea. Gets us there faster, gets people there faster, safely, and I like the idea of having a north-south ferry lane. I want to see one in Seafood Shack, Marina property, because it's just a shorter distance trip. We can reduce the amount of cars that we're going to have on Cortez, and we're going to see about 10 to 15,000 more because of just Seaflower alone on Cortez and 75th. So we have to focus on an alternative mode there. So transportation will be big, to put it lightly. And then just working well in connections with other districts as well. But that's really a conversation I had around transportation. I'll just put a bug in the ear for transparency. I mean, I really wanted to see a strategic plan. I think staff can do it without going outside, given our last motion. But just having a very easy way to communicate what we're doing, what we're building towards, that can be inclusive of our views and our policy priorities as a commission, but also what staff are doing, because we shouldn't direct staff. We don't get involved in day-to-day. And there needs to be a plan to continue beyond any commission. So I want to make sure that we're being transparent with our strategic plan effort and just having one, so that we're not directing people towards a comp plan, which is not strategy, or an LDC, which is not that either. But I think some of the recent moves on public comments, I agree with Commissioner Cruz on this board as well. We've done good on that, and I think residents like it. So good job on that one. Specific projects. I mean, I've already talked about Seafood Shack. I've talked about the water line. Support Commissioner Ballard on the homelessness initiative, because that does affect, again, homelessness doesn't care about districts, but it affects everyone. So I'm glad to see Talented Towers come here. I'm glad to see Under One Roof. My uncle served on Salvation Army's board of directors before he passed away. So I'd love to see that. Love to see that mission completed. I've had family serve on Manatee Memorial's board as well in the 50s, late 60s. Indigent care should be a focus of ours too. Again, keeping in mind our government involvement, not overextending ourselves, I think we just have to be careful about how we reconsider that. Not to, again, get involved in business that we're just not good at, but also focus on the fact that the homelessness situation is all encompassing. We are doing little things here and there strategically. Like the shelters, honestly, probably the number one need right now. We have no shelters, so that's why you have people on the streets today. But the healthcare problem is very much real. I get Manatee Memorial is a major company; they have a lot more money, but we should seriously look at that in the future to see what makes sense and what doesn't. And again, I don't want us to get involved in a massive, $10+ million, $5+ million effort with Manatee Memorial. It's just not what we're good at. But it is a problem in the community, and I think we should. In so much as we're talking about rebuilding relationships with our cities, I think Manatee Memorial is one we need to revisit. I think they're willing to communicate with us on, if it's not indigent care, then just working better with the county. And I think we should consider that as a staff, from a staff perspective. Light Up Manatee, love to support that. Love to see more of that happen in the county. Job growth. I haven't had a meeting with Sharon Hillstrom yet, or the chamber yet. I'm on their calendars, but we really need to think about how can we develop or evaluate the economic development incentives to really attract business to our community. The Florida Chamber of Commerce has made a big deal out of, and Florida in general, we do too, of bringing manufacturing back to this country from other nations. With our new president coming in, he's focused very much on tariffs. We have to think about that, what that strategically means for us at Seaport. Trust Commissioner Ron to do a good job there, and this board to do a good job being mindful of that. And Carlos Baqueros is a fantastic CEO to run that, so I know they're doing a good job being mindful of it. But we need to think about how can we attract more jobs here, and what are our strengths? And I'll tell you what our strengths are. We don't have a major 4-year degree university here, other than maybe New College and USF Sarasota and Manatee. We have 3 SCF campuses in the county or neighboring the county. We have MTC, which has standing room only for their automotive classes. And my dad was a mechanic, so I'm glad to see that. But we need to look at what our strengths are, what our universities and schools are producing, what Southeast's technical program is doing, what we're doing in other high schools. And to Commissioner Phelps' point, we are very blue collar. And blue collar makes a lot of money these days. It makes more than a commissioner does. So we certainly need to look at jobs that line up with what our education system is producing and see what, from an economic development incentive, the county can do, because we pay the EDC, to really draw in businesses and even leverage what we do in terms of outreach from tourism to find synergy between different departments and say, hey, we can advertise and go to trade shows for, I don't know, manufacturing associations and things of that nature. But I want to be able to work with other commissioners in this county to look at what have the economic development incentives done today and what can they do better for us tomorrow. It's not very clear to me what they are. Again, I have to meet with somebody about that, but that could be better. So I just want to understand what we've done. Like, I know we've given some warehousing space. We've put some money into that with a project woodworking from the past, which is great. But I want to see us focus a lot more on job creation and job growth in the future beyond just minimum wage tourism jobs, because that's not what keeps young people here, and they don't want that. Just small stuff. Downtown, City of Bradenton is growing. They're going through and this is just a word in general, because I work with all the cities and towns, and other commissioners do as well. They're some of my main constituency. I can't. Realistically, I have direct representation for Rabonia and Northwest Bradenton because they're not incorporated. I can't help anyone in Bradenton directly. A lot of us can't. But by working well with the cities and aligning our goals or comp plan or LDC, we can do a better job of working well with them. Airbnbs. City of Bradenton has a good approach, because my grandmother has this issue in District 4. I've had family in District 3 and 2 with that same issue as well, and in District 3 as well, if I didn't say that already. But City of Bradenton, at the very least, has an approach where we're not violating individual property rights. We're protecting them, and certainly for certain businesses. But we're also making sure we're making sure our homes are for residents, and not just some Chinese multinational buying up property, and then you see what happens in Canada happening here. So City of Bradenton has a good approach where they leverage code enforcement and a hotline to register and require, or at least collect complaints on properties. And if you get a certain number of complaints in, and they have a whole good validation system for it, we'd have to bolster ours because we're larger. We would basically collect enough complaints and essentially prohibit anyone that's received a certain number of complaints in unincorporated county from operating that. Now, operating an Airbnb there. Now, we'd obviously have to work with our attorney on that, work with other counties that have implemented it. But if the City of Bradenton can do it, I think the county can do it as well. So we have a great example here locally at home. I want to see progress on that, and I think it's just a great way to keep our communities for residents and give some flexibility to people that, yes, want a short-term rental or rent out their homes. I already talked about Cortez, Seafood Shack. My vision for Cortez is with the PD&E for, by the FDA, a lot of alphabet soup, by the study that the Department of Transportation is doing on Cortez, which cuts across 2 districts more. We at least have our own vision to propose for traffic in that area because of the intensity of development. So I want to see us think about major thoroughfares east-west in the developed areas and think about a transportation plan that can get people around just faster. But I just put a bug in for Cortez again. Libraries, support Commissioner Ballard's effort on the advisory board. We need to get that going and get concerns addressed over the materials in there. But fundamentally, we have a central library that's not open, and other libraries which I think don't necessarily meet, and Commissioner Cruz has mentioned this in prior meetings, but don't necessarily meet the needs of residents today. And the needs of residents are certainly books and access to materials. So we need to think about getting them out into more communities, but also making sure we have meeting spaces, that we have public spaces to use, and also address the homelessness issue that is in our libraries, especially Central and others, working with community veteran services, working with our nonprofits, and not forcing our librarians to be police officers in libraries. It's not fair for residents that want to enjoy libraries to have to deal with the homeless population there. But more importantly, it's not fair for the homeless that don't get the services they need at libraries. So I would like, I know it's under sports and leisure, but I'd like to see, and I've already spoken to staff about it, but it's a comprehensive plan to address making our libraries, great again, honestly. Just leaving it at that. Put it at that. Water quality. I know one of our city of Bradenton's having a challenge with that. So if we can spark a broader conversation around interlocal agreements that we have with City of Bradenton, City of Palmetto, and actually all of them, and then Town of Longboat Key. One, to really understand what do we actually agree to? What are some of the back of the napkin deals that were done in the 80s or 70s? Because it's a real problem for us, and here's why. I was just talking to a resident that lives off GT Bray, and they told me that there's a portion of the property that the city owned but the county maintains, and I just run into way too much of that, and I don't know if we're tracking that. Maybe we are. I think we are in some areas. We've had conversations. But we just need to get on top of our interlocal agreements and understand what are they, really. But more fundamentally, the infrastructure issue will be a long-term problem. Palmetto will be there too, so will Bradenton. So we just have to find ways to help them, whether it's through grant writers or funding or something. Because again, people don't care who's dumping what into what river. They just know that it's happening. So given the resources we have in our pool, we should consider addressing that need somehow. And as for Sneed Island through Palmetto, they're on septic, they're under the water table. Just working with a new council that's in Palmetto to get a water and sewer line there will be important as well. I've kind of exhausted my time, and I don't want everyone to go to sleep here. So, again, I appreciate everyone's time and the opportunity to speak here. Happy to talk to staff to just identify what are projects in place from natural resources that have been going well, from sports and leisure, and just elevate them. One thing before I forget, we spend a lot of money and time in our parks to make them fantastic. GT Bray is always referred to as a model. What I want to see some attention to is our golf course. It's not in it's not in District 3, but Manatee County Golf Course and certainly Buffalo Creek. But we could really use some investment in that. I know we have an agreement with Fusion around that, and there's a long history which I won't get into. But with the development in Districts 3 and 4, and I'm a big golfer, transparency, but everyone in my family's a golfer. I got a head pro down in Sarasota, my family too.
We know you shoot in 100, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah, we should. We should. I'm not good. I'll just say that. But it's one of those areas where we can't build more Little League fields. We can't build, I mean, we probably could a couple of them, but we just can't build as many of the pickleball courts fast enough. But golf is one of the under-invested areas, and it's a big opportunity for us with an 18-hole course in West Manatee and 36 in East County. So look at it from a youth sports perspective and look at what the market can bring us. I mean, look at Topgolf and PopStroke and how popular they are. The question I'd like staff to consider is, can we better leverage our space today to bring youth sports programming and just to make sure that the chamber, the ELC, and all those folks actually have their golf tournaments on my course, not in other courses, because I want to have a sense of pride about our golf courses, and I want to have some renewed attention, especially from perhaps looking at tourism funds, CDC funds, and other funds that we can't allocate, to just find a good way to restore the clubhouse at Manatee Golf Course, get some investment out there and better programming as well. But I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Ron, tell us about your arcade.
Ditto with whatever thing Commissioner Sadiq just said. To address this real quick on golf courses, that's already in the works. If you meet with our Director of Tourism, he will probably enlighten you about what's going on at Manatee and Buffalo Creek, but that's for another discussion. But no, to comment on Commissioner Ballard's community gardens, that's awesome what we're doing there. And to promote ag tourism in Manatee County, that's what we need to do. We need to do bigger than that. But we also have a program in Manatee County called Adopt a Spot. And for neighborhoods to take advantage of, to clean their neighborhoods up. We come in, Carmine and his group in Public Works come in and they help the citizens develop sustainable gardens and sustainable landscaping and things for their neighborhoods, which help a lot in bringing these neighborhoods up to speed. But I do agree with you. Health, safety, welfare, economic opportunity, and quality of life is one of our biggest jobs here in Manatee County as commissioners, to make sure we can ensure that. Sometimes we do a great job, sometimes we don't do a great job. But we can always improve on what we're doing, and we can always try to work harder to deliver services to our citizens every day. To get down some big infill development, District 4, we go from mobile homes to $1 million homes. We are the urban core. District 4 is the urban core of Manatee County. So I completely agree with the chair on looking at our lot sizes, parking restrictions for infill development in urban areas that can help create more workforce housing. As we know, we have a lot of it going on in District 4 right now with more opportunity to do it. So that's a big push of mine and for the county to still focus on infill urban development and get rid of some of these lots that we have, small lots, and let folks build on them. That's absolutely outstanding. Talk about job growth. You and I have talked about, Commissioner Siddiq and I have talked about job growth a lot. The EDC is doing a great job along with the airport of building this avionics ecosystem that we have, where we're bringing these jobs around the airport. One with the latest is the jet manufacturer, the Swiss jet manufacturer, that's going to create 400 jobs where the average salary is $95,000 a year. We have a avionics company that's looking here, it's going to be here, which is going to employ about 100 people in that area at the same amount of job opportunity there, at the same wage opportunity. So that's going to create a lot of job opportunity around, and I would ask that the board would support the EDC, and as we grow that avionics ecosystem there. The colleges have bought into it, New College and USF have bought into it with actually programs and degrees they can get in avionics. So we have a charter school that's avionics centric there that can take kids from 12th grade to go to the Manatee Technical College and get a degree in avionics. So avionics is a good, clean, high growth, high paying job industry that we can bring to Manatee County. We also need to think of economic incentives to bring them here. So if we could support that, that would be great. Roads, US 41, you hit it on the head, multimodal lanes. We need more multimodal lanes on our roads today that allow for alternative traffic, be it electric bikes, bicycling, with our buses that run up and down through there. So we need to focus on how to make our roads better than we have today. US 41, we're working with FDOT very closely on what we're going to do with US 41. Going to US 41, we've engaged in a visioning process. Stu Henderson at Foley Bryan has taken the lead on this, and we'll be presenting the US 41 visioning process on the workshop on February the 5th. Is it the 19th or the 5th? 19th. Jeez, nobody told me. All right, I'd show up, but nobody be there. But the 19th, where we're taking the first segment from, which would be University Parkway to Bowleys Creek. How do we envision that with all the stuff going on in the airport, with the schools expanding? How do we make that part of 41 bigger and better? And we've looked at, with FDOT, they're going to put a roundabout. We're going to try to slow down the traffic. When we slow down the traffic, we can create multimodal lanes for other means of transportation. Then the next segment, well, on that would be Bowleys Creek to 53rd, and then 53rd to Cortez. And working with all the stakeholders in it, the chambers, the realtors, both colleges, the airport, everybody else that's involved in this process of how we can envision US 41, because it is the gateway to Manatee County. And we want it to be the best part of that is to, when our tourists come here, we want them to say, this is great. This is a great place to be. Let's continue to focus on public safety. Director Fisk has done a great job working through 3 hurricanes, but she needs support, and with any support we can give her as a board to continue our public safety efforts and getting her what she needs to do that, it would be great. Homelessness, Commissioner Ballard and I have worked on this together, and she's our champion on this. We brought in Dr. Robert Bubat, who is the foremost expert on homelessness in America. Actually, he chaired Trump 1's administration's homelessness task force, and he's got a complete report that's done. And I mean, it's pretty intensive, but this guy was on the streets, boots on the ground, dressed like a homeless person, out meeting homeless people. So that report will be coming out, but Commissioner Ballard's done a great job on champion homelessness. I would ask that we could continue the
a Women's Veterans Task Force for our women vets. They're having a great response to that. We have about 14,000 or more women veterans in Manatee County that their needs are different than us guy veterans. So I'd ask that we could continue that. With the chair's support, we could continue that. Of course, stormwater in District 4, we have Bowleys Creek and Pierce Canal that we're consistently working on. I'm excited to see that we're going to go and ask the feds for some money to help us do our new study on Bowleys Creek and Pierce Canal. Those are our two major draining systems, stormwater systems that we have, and they're somewhat not antiquated, but they kind of are antiquated. So we need to figure out how we need can we expand those? We have the 11 acres that's next to Pierce Canal that will hold some water for us in stormwater, and we're creating some more as we widen 63rd from Tuttle to 41. We'll have some more opportunities for stormwater around that to dump that water in. I also am excited that the chair wants to start the conversation and bring back gap funding and catalytic loans. I believe him and I were the only two that supported that when it was voted down to not fund those anymore. We need that today. The catalytic loan system in the TIF is great to use, and as long as we have the funds to do it. Anything else? I think that's vision process, public safety. Oh, Line Up Manatee. Thank you, brought up land. Thank you for support. Line Up Manatee, we're basically done in District 2. We're in District 3, close to finishing that out, moving into District 4. As we all know, that at some point, Manatee County is about 90% dark, and a lot of underserved neighborhoods are not getting the street lights that they need and things like that. We also have a website that folks can go to and put their address in to see if it's going to be available for Light Up Manatee. In District 2, we had some folks that 30 years they lived on a street, not one street light. Lady came home one evening from church and she said, I thought I was in heaven. It was luminous. The street was lit up. And the husband, they were on the news, the husband said, my daughter felt unsafe here, now she feels safe. And this is such a great opportunity for us to continue to provide the safety that our citizens need throughout the county. District 5 is pretty lit up. We don't worry much lighting. District 1's getting there with the neighborhoods that are going in there. So it's been concentrated on 2, 3, and 4 for those neighborhoods that have been underserved. Other than that, I think I've covered everything I need to cover, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to Commissioner Sadiq's comment about indigent care. Manatee County Rural Health continues to need our support. We need to continue to support Manatee County Rural Health, and they are taking a lot of the indigent care from Manatee Memorial. It's still taking it, but we know that Manatee County Rural Health and Manatee Memorial are the only two hospitals that really do that. So I would like to see us continue to support Manatee County Rural Health, continue to support our veterans through Commissioner Bearden's efforts with the hub and things that he's doing. I would appreciate our continued support of that. With that, Mr. Chair, I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And we will move on to District 5 with Vice Chair Bob McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as the golf course goes, if I go on your golf course, you're going to need to send a gardener with me. As far as the airport goes, I fly into that airport consistently, so I'd like to see a drop in hangar fees and also in the landing fees. Okay. I agree with just about everything that, the commissioner gave this morning. Commissioner Cruz was very good and very comprehensive in his plans. The things that bother us in District 5 are time-sensitive things. On my website, I put on there, protect our natural resources. We must protect Florida's natural beauty and heritage, including our wetlands and wildlife habitats. Okay, I have on there wetland buffers restored in progress. Okay, we're still going to revisit that again today, and it's going to take a little bit more time. But, at some time, we got to stop kicking things down the road and get them done. Everybody in this county wants the wetlands back. So, we need to instruct staff to immediately do whatever they need to do to get this done. There is no more waiting time. There is no more procrastination on that at all. Our main concern was disaster management. And I have to, give a shout out to the county administrator, Charlie Bishop, and everybody else involved, because they were really helpful in getting things done for me in District 5. You know, they moved trucks around, they did the things they needed to do, and, you know, the people of District 5 are very grateful, and I want to let you know that, because you don't get enough compliments, you do get enough criticism. Zoning and land use. You know, I want to involve the residents in all of the zoning and land use. Zoning and land use has been a problem here for the last 4 years. There is no doubt about it. Okay, we have had flooding. We have had overbuilding. During my run, I said, we need to stop the greedy developers. Okay? My district wants a moratorium on building. I told them that's a very difficult thing. You know, I've talked to staff here, and it's a very difficult thing to do. Zephyr Hills had a moratorium on building because their water was getting polluted. They had a year moratorium. Last night, Edgewater, 15 hours ago, voted for a 1-year moratorium on building. It can be done. I'm not asking for a motion now. But the thing is, what we really need to do is we really need to start getting together with the builders and get them on board with what we need to do. We need infrastructure. Everybody here has said infrastructure. Everybody here has said traffic. Everybody here has said, you know, that there's been flood problems. So we really need to engage citizen participation, and we need to get the builders to the table and talk to them and get these things done. Light up Manatee is a good thing. District 5 has a lot of lights in it. You could probably ask Fred Booth. But the thing is that 70 has no lights on it whatsoever. And we have a lot of old people that drive down 70, and we got a lot of accidents out there. We had a commissioner that almost got T-boned on her way here, you know, on 70 on Eline Road. They have absolutely no lights out there at all. As far as indigent care goes, I used to work at Manatee Memorial. I did a lot of work in their ER, and I'm meeting with Andy Guz next week. I've already met with them several times, and I will tell you that they're at a point now. They used to be the county hospital. They were bought out by UHS, and the problem is that they're doing a lot of the indigent care, especially women's health and OB, and they're going to be closing those services if we don't find a way to help them. So we really need to look, again, at the public health and safety and how we can take care, you know, and take some of the burden off of this indigent care. Protecting our natural resources, I think gardens are a great thing. I think that's fantastic. You know, at some point in time, I may even ask you to come over to District 5 and talk to the people and tell them about that. I think they would love to hear that. We talked about delays in things that we do. Well, I want to say we're finally going to open Premier Park. And yes, you're invited to attend. You're right across the street. You are. And on the 30th of this month, we're actually going to be opening that park. Father Sebastian from OLA is going to be giving the invocation. Stan Andrews, who's a veteran, retired from the Army, is going to be leading us in a Pledge of Allegiance. And we really look forward to opening that park. Of course, you can't please everybody. The minute we talked about this park and put out the press release, they said, well, where's the tennis courts? And it's like, give us a break, phase 2. It's going to be very good for us. We're bringing professional soccer there. It's going to be a revenue producer for us. We have a lot of people that use that area for, you know, children serve, you know, they teach children all the way from age 3, you know, all the way up to the professional level in soccer. We're going to have, you know, an aquatic center there. I already asked Charlie Bishop to put an office there for me with a jacuzzi. I think that that park is going to be a very big source of pleasure to the people, and hopefully they could stop contacting us about their complaints. Traffic congestion. I came here this morning at 6:30, and it still took me 45 minutes to get here from my house. The roads do need to be built. As far as what we're going to talk about later, and I think it's very important that we talk about that later, is concurrency. We just voted to put affordable housing right off Lorraine Road, and the traffic there is unbelievable. I was going out there to Mariposa to get some flowers, and, I missed the road on the way in because it is so small that it's going to create a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of accidents on that road. I think affordable housing is very important. I think the ideas that Commissioner Cruz brought up this morning for affordable housing and letting people build on lots is a good idea, because I think these big conglomerates of apartment buildings are ridiculous. And, only a certain number of the apartments are for affordable housing. And how do you tell somebody, the guy next door pays less than you do because he makes less than you do because you went out and got an education? The last thing I want to bring up is the comp plan. I want to know when we're going to rewrite it. The biggest problem that I have is I keep hearing, this is in the way of everything we're doing. Okay, so let's get it out of the way. Let's rewrite it. Let's get it done. The other thing is support for our veterans. I'm a Navy veteran myself, and I will tell you that sometimes the Marine Corps is okay. But the thing is that, we use them as sandbags. So the thing is that what we really need to do now is, all joking aside, we need to look at the fact that it's cold outside. There's veterans outside. Building memorials for veterans does not give them a place to sleep, a place to eat. They need to be brought back into society. They need mental health care. And, I commend Commissioner Bearden for everything he's doing on that, but it's still not enough. These people fought for our freedom. We have to help them out. I appreciate everybody here. I look forward to working with everybody here. And again, the thing is that all I'm looking for is, like you say with data, I just want to see the results. I'm done.
And finally, we will round out with at-large District 6
Save the
Commissioner,
best for
Commissioner
last.
Ballard, or Bearden. Bearden. I'm moving you guys. You guys are too close. I see you first before I go there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honestly, I honestly don't want to talk about my priorities, because really they're not my priorities. They're the citizens' priorities of this county. And, what matters the most to these constituents, as everybody has spoke up here today, is every time they get in that car, they're sitting in traffic. And we've been doing it backwards for probably the last 20 years in this county. And we already know that we have been doing it backwards, and we see it, and we keep talking about it. And, as some of you know, definition of insanity is doing, trying to do the same thing over again, expecting a different result, right? So we have 12,500 people coming into this county every single year. And it's not going to stop, because why? The marketing efforts that Elliott does have been amazing, right? We're the only county that's really about to hit that next penny, right? And so in 20 years, we're going to have literally 600,000 people in this county. How fast is that going to come? Like that, right? Because decades within a snap of a finger are happening. So I agree to the fact with Commissioner Feltz and that we've been getting our butts kicked in business, left and right. For the last, and it has nothing to do really, with this current board right now, it's really not our fault. We've kind of jumped into this, but what we can do is we can fix it, right? Because people do make mistakes. And so I want to make sure that we have adequate roads that we can get from point A to point B, that in 20 years, that it takes me to get from Cortez to Palmetto right now today at 5 o'clock, an hour and a half, that it doesn't take me 2.5 hours now to get from Cortez to Palmetto, because 20 years, like I said, is going to happen just like that, right? So we need to look at also a north and southbound road. We need to figure that out, right? That's going to be a tough one, right? And I know I've thrown suggestions out there in regards to looking at the railroad tracks, and I know it's difficult, but however, I've spoke to few attorneys and things of that nature, and we do have the capability of eminent domaining those as well for the needs of the community. And it's going to be tough, but we do have that ability. Now, in regards to flooding, the constituents have complained about the flooding. We need to figure out, either we need to look at our code, and even in some of these areas where they weren't marked in a flood zone, we need to look at those areas, and we also need to see what we can do so that if we happen to have another 100-year storm come through, that these areas that they're building currently today are going to be okay. And they're not going to be flooded, and these homes flooded, right? We also need to look at our future water sources. What are we going to do, right? We know that this is a hot topic. Are we going to work out a deal with somebody in Manatee County who could pump 50 MGD, or are we going to make a decision, because time is ticking, if we're going to pipe in to Peace River, right? Those are important topics that we need to talk about. Now, do we need to pipe into Peace River? I don't want to pipe into Peace River, because once we pipe into Peace River, we're under their thumb, okay? So these are strategic things that we need to think about for the constituents of this county. It's funny you talk about hunting. I actually talked to Charlie Hunsicker, what was it, a few weeks ago, Charlie? How can we have more courses? Because we only offer it once a year right now, right? So expanding that. So I agree with Commissioner Ballard here in regards to that. I also agree with the opioid issue. Trying to run right now the prevention part of it. I'm working on a project now called the Fentanyl Project, where we're partnering with the school board and the sheriff's department to bring prevention of these opioids. Fentanyl, there's a lot of people that don't understand fentanyl and what it's really doing. People don't, I've had friends that have had to go to certain centers because their marijuana was laced with fentanyl and they could have died. So it's a very passionate issue with me, okay? People don't realize what this fentanyl is doing, and it's made to kill people, okay? They think they're taking a Vicodin, they think they're taking, you know, a gummy or whatever, and it's pure fentanyl, and it's killing. And we've had hundreds of deaths in this county because of that drug, okay? I want to ensure that our tourism is back on track where it needs to be. This is important because I do not want to be like Lee County, where they've lost 40% of their tourism tax dollars. And Elliot's doing a great job on that right now, ensuring that happens. One of the things that I'm trying to work on with Charlie is figure out how we can get Uber rides out to the island to drive traffic out there from the hotels in the area so that we can create that revenue for those businesses. And so it's important, you know, tourism is a big factor in this county. We drive a lot of people here, and we got to make sure that that continues to stays up to where it needs to be. And as far as the veterans, you guys know that, you know, we're trying to really become the place where veterans want to come. Regarding the Veterans Connections Hub, the Women's Veterans Council with Commissioner Ron, he's doing an amazing job with them. And just getting that overall support, because Over 10% of our population in this county are veterans, and we need to give them the resources needed so that they can continue to be successful. Because you know what? When I first got out, I didn't know where to go or how to get there. But if it wasn't by the grace of God, I wouldn't be here standing here talking to you today. So, as far as Airbnbs, I do agree with Commissioner Sadiq that we need to figure out that, because I do not want companies like Blackstone to come in and purchase up a whole bunch of Airbnbs or rentals or whatever that might be. And next thing you know, we have this issue where they don't care about the community, and we have constituents that are dealing with issues every single day regarding. Now, we definitely need Airbnbs. We're a tourist community here, okay? But there needs to be something that we put in place to where it doesn't affect the lifestyle of the residents that live around these Airbnbs. As far as that goes, I think that's all I have. You guys hit everything that we need to work on. Oh, schools. Our schools are at max capacity, obviously. That has to do with concurrency, right? There should be no reason why my kids have to go to another school because I can't get them in a specific area. These are major issues that we need to talk about. I think that's a great idea with local farmers. I think, man, if the school district would purchase milk from, Dankin Dairy, that could help them out a lot. I mean, where are they getting their milk today? I mean, I don't want to, obviously, I want to incentivize that. Maybe there's a way we can do that for them. Maybe give them a break on, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but that's definitely something we need to talk about. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. I mean, that's why we want to have something like this. I mean, there's a lot of great discussion. A lot of us saw there was a lot of overlap and common theme here, whether it be from infrastructure, how we're going to handle affordable housing going forward, how we're going to handle homeless and veterans going forward. There's a lot of commonality here that gives staff direction and the public direction and ourselves direction to start moving that forward. And then there was some unique things that we can kind of get a sense of who's going to be taking the lead on things. I'm going to turn this over to Rob, but before I do, Commissioner Ballard had her comment card up.
Thank you. I had one more quick thing that I wanted to bring up that I neglected to mention when I was talking about priorities or issues, and that is our children's millage. So I've been on our advisory board for the children's millage for, this will be the third year. It's really important work. The citizens of Manatee County agreed to tax themselves a third of a mil to provide services for our most vulnerable kids in the county. They do absolutely amazing work, and they provide programs for kids that otherwise wouldn't have those programs. And a lot of that money goes toward programs relating to foster care and kids who are out of home care. But there's one thing that I wanted to bring up that I think that that I kind of became aware of, that I think that we should tighten up on and maybe look at in some of our other nonprofit contracts. And that is, up until now, there's been no restriction on people who are in this country illegally utilizing funds from the county through the children's millage. So what I'm going to ask going forward is that when we are allocating those funds to nonprofits in our contracts, that we are stating that when these funds are being used for parents of children, parents who have had their children removed from their care, that those parents who are here in this country illegally cannot utilize taxpayer funds. Now, if our nonprofits want to provide those services in a different way for free to those parents, I think that they have every freedom to do that. I just think that our county children's millage funds shouldn't be used to serve illegal immigrant parents.
But just to clarify, the children's millage goes towards kids, not towards parents per
That's
se.
not exactly true.
Okay.
So we have many programs that the children's millage goes toward that are meant to put families back together. So someone has their children removed from their care for abuse, abandonment, or neglect. And the Children's Millage Fund pays for programs to assist those parents in remedying the problems that led them to the point that they abused, abandoned, or neglected their children. So programs like a parenting class or a program like a peer support person to assist that parent. So for those programs that are serving the parent in the service of reunification, I would not like to see county funds going toward immigrants who are in this country illegally.
Okay.
Commissioner Cruz, can I ask for a quick question?
Sure.
Those funds are being administrated by, are those flowing through Safe Children Coalition, or who's administrating those funds?
Well, it's a whole plethora of different small nonprofits, and so
Okay.
we have contracts
So a
with
little bit's
all of
going
those
every,
nonprofits.
they're springing a little bit of it everywhere. Okay.
And so it's going. So, you know, the Children's Services Advisory Board meets in this room. They get grant proposals,
Yeah.
and then they work very, very hard to vet those proposals, and then recommend to the board. Most of the services that they provide are serving children directly.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the services that are serving children directly. I'm talking about the services that are serving parents indirectly in the service of reunifying with children.
Because some of the funds that we do get to Save Children goes to reunification. So I mean, you know, you and I've both been at Save Children. So I'm just I understand where you're going, and I would support that. I'm just trying to figure out how we can manage those funds to where do we go to all the nonprofits and say how do we? I just want to. I'm for it. I just want to know how to manage it.
So I think that is a good question, and you're right. I don't know the most appropriate way to manage it, but it is something that I think that we need to explore a little bit further, because I don't think that was the intention of the people of Manatee County to tax themselves to provide this for people who are in this country illegally and then have been adjudicated to have abused or abandoned or neglected their children.
Is that something we want to bring Brita Slater in on and get her?
I think that we should.
You know.
I think it's just I'm not saying that we have to take action on this today. I just think I think it's something to be aware of, because I don't think it's something that maybe it's something that I hadn't thought of previously. And I just think it's something to explore and maybe talk through with our nonprofit partners. How do we walk this line? How do we serve these children while at the same time ensuring that we're being good stewards of Manatee County's taxpayer funds?
So you're saying that you would like to volunteer for a task force that the chair could start, and you would run it? to
Sure.
oversee this issue.
All right. We're gonna. I'll call on you one second. I just want to clarify again. This is us setting priorities. I mean, getting too far into the weeds on a very specific request. I think that this deserves a larger conversation. That it's 3:00 in the afternoon. We still have concurrency, impact fees, an update on a motion for wetlands, and the rest of this discussion. So maybe we can table this conversation to when there's more information that can be presented on an agenda. But I will call on Commissioner Bearden beforehand. Go ahead.
My only question is that how do you know, how are they being able to vet somebody who's illegal if it's just like a driver's license that they're giving them most likely? And number two, how much of those funds currently that we're not going to have the answer to this right now, but how much of those funds currently are going to illegal aliens?
Yeah, we don't know is the answer.
All right. Is this quick? Because we're all right.
A couple of quick things. Commissioner Cruz and I were at the Florida Association of Counties Legislative Policy Meeting. Cool, fine. But the importance of that is now that we have a legislative director of government affairs, we're building out our policy team. The thing I'd like to see from our county government in general, from the administration level, maybe directors, is continuing more participation in forums where we're connecting with fellow counties at the state and national level. I will be at the NACO, National Association of Counties, Federal Policy Committee, which we have a much smaller policy meeting in March. We have a much smaller Florida delegation. Bottom line, if we don't participate, we're leaving room for other counties and other voices to be heard and not ours. And I'll tell you from joining a couple of the committees at FAC, like on water, I think water and environmental. There's a policy committee on water and the environment. There's one on rural affairs and agriculture and rural affairs and more. By us not participating on key issues that make a difference to us and even having a say on policy, they could recommend issues that are counter to what we want to see happen in this community. I know all of us have some interest in some of the policy areas that they cover. I mean, personally, I'm on the water and environmental sustainability committee, federal policy committee, future technology, and yeah, that's it. So just to give us an inlay, and Commissioner Cruz is on the tax policy committee and others as well. So just to give a sense of some boundary spanning we are doing, but I would like to see some more staff participation because we have other counties that send whole teams there. I'm not saying we have to spend that much money doing it, but having additional participation in FAC and NACO would be good, especially from our legislative team, just to get a better sense of what are the priorities from other counties, what can we learn from, but what can we be aware of if they're counter to what we want to see happen here. So I'll just put a bug in our ear for FAC, NACO, just getting staff participation, and it's up to the commissioners to attend if you'd like. But there's some good ideas that come out of it and some things that we can bring back to the community as well. Thank you.
I'm quickly learning every commissioner's definition of the word quick. All right, so Rob, it's 3:10, call it. So it's been an hour and 40 minutes. The clerk's going to need a break at some point. So do you have now we could open up discussion here, or do you have a preset facilitation that you're planning on? Should we take a break now for the clerk, or are you anticipating that being a little bit quicker?
Your call. Nothing, aside from the fact that nothing today went as planned, this was excellent because this is what I wanted to get to, which is
to be fair, you could have told me what you planned before you just let me go free will on this thing.
Where I had planned to go was what Commissioner Ron and Commissioner Ballard were just doing, which is discussion, and from which we had planned to glean the priorities from that discussion. But in going around the table and speaking with each of the commissioners, you covered your priorities. We can, I think, if you want to continue today, we can delve into those priorities. We have the directors, we have staff here to answer questions on things. We want to dive deeper into those, into any issues, any priorities that we talked about today. Otherwise, we have a good list right now that we can start to build a strategic plan from and bring it back to you for review and keep advancing this.
Yes, sir. We all took notes. Several emails have already been going out. You've received one or two of them. We're prepared to follow up. I think that's the right idea, is to follow up later on a later date on this discussion.
We must have recharged towels during lunch. No, I mean, you got direct. I mean, I've been taking notes as well. There are some things that clearly there's a majority of the people here that, whether it be 2128 or pushing forward on trails and having a hyper focus on stormwater, which we already have based upon the legislative priorities. These are things that we should be starting to come up with a plan of action, not just waiting for a comprehensive plan. They're items that a vast majority, if not unanimously, we're all supporting up here. But if anyone does have anything, I took notes. If anyone does have any discussions with any other commissioners, this is supposed to be an informal process. Otherwise, I will take a break for the clerk, and then we come back. Dr. McCann has a revised motion, so we can get that out of the way for his previous discussion. And then we do have concurrency and impact fees coming up. I know at least one commissioner has to leave at 4. Anything else to follow up? Do any commissioners have anything to follow up on with any other commissioners as a result of this, or did you get the gist of what the intent was? Okay, then we will take a 10-minute recess, and we will come back here at 3:25 for Dr. McCann's motion, and then we'll move into impact fees and concurrency. Thank you, Rob. All right, we are back from our recess. And before we get started, we're going to move next into concurrency and impact fee discussions. But before we do that, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair McCann for an update on a motion made earlier today. We have four. Four. We have four. That's quorum. It's not my fault they left. I could move forward if you'd prefer. I could start moving forward with concurrency, but then we're just going to drag this. And Commissioner Ron has to leave, so I'd rather get the motion done while he's here. So you could start your process.
Okay, I want to make clarification on my previous motion. I move to direct county administration to immediately take the appropriate steps to bring back to the board for consideration an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 23-66/PA-23-06 and reinstate the comprehensive plan language, which was amended by the adoption of ordinance number 23-66/PA-23.06 within the time frame prescribed by Chapter 163 of Florida statutes.
Do I have a second? All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair McCann, a second by Commissioner Feltz. I'm going to turn it over to the county attorney. Yes, ma'am.
Just procedurally, I would ask that after this motion, if it is approved, that we rescind the prior motion just for clarity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reardon, did you catch the motion while you were outside? It's just a revision to the motion made earlier today regarding wetlands.
For the benefit of the public, it accomplishes the exact same effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I will open up public comment. Is there any public comment on this revision to the earlier motion? Is there any public? No. All right. Dalton informally waves in support. First one for Manatee County. All right, I will open this up to calls. Are there any phone calls?
We have two hands raised.
Of course you do.
Caller ending in 454. 454. All right, let's go to caller ending in 605. 605.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I just wanted to tell you guys that I did think that those were very good. I think that they were all encompassing, and I love seeing the new board working together. So I thought this was really good. Thanks, guys. That's it.
All right. Are there any other calls relating to this motion by Vice Chair McCann? Any more calls? No. Man, that is informal. All right, if there are no more calls, I will close public comment. We have a motion by Vice Chair McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. If there's no further discussion, we will vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Ron in opposition. With that, we will move on to the next item.
I have another motion.
You have another motion?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we rescind the first motion and go with this motion.
That's right. All right. You asked us to rescind the first motion, and I forgot.
Yeah, just for clarity, I would specify that it's rescinding the motion made in the morning.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion by Vice Chair McCann, seconded by Commissioner Feltz. Are there any comments on this one? Do I need to reopen public comment for this? We're just rescinding a previous one. At legal... Okay, technically I will open it. Is there any public comment? Dalton? No? All right. Are there any phone calls? Apparently not. Wait. Okay. I will close public comment. With no further comments, we will vote on this motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Are there any other motions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
We have exhausted all motions. We will move on to the next section, which is concurrency and impact fees in whatever order you feel best to present them to us, sir.
This one works.
Oh.
Are you good?
Good afternoon. Yes, I was waiting for the...
You're going to need to speak into the microphone.
Well, it may not be on. Let me tell Chris that he has to now. So hopefully you can hear me. Good afternoon. My name's Clark Davis. I'm Deputy Director of Public Works and here to talk about the concurrency part of it. I think Nicole will lead the discussion on impact fees in a few moments. This presentation covers a motion that was made by the board on December 10 that in effect called for reinstatement of transportation concurrency. It addressed 5 points in the motion. We're more prepared to talk about at a high level policy framework, level of service standards and implementation mechanisms today, and then depending on where this conversation goes, we'd go into the more in-depth part of actually drafting necessary amendments and having stakeholder engagement and all of the review that goes with that. This is a more detailed version of this of the motion, put in the record for completeness for other people to see, but I don't think I need to read it for you. So addressing the policy and regulatory framework part of it, reinstating concurrency will require a comprehensive plan amendment because right now it's repealed as of September 9, and starting from no transportation concurrency, it does require state review to reinstate or in-state concurrency, so we can't simply unwind it. And then there were companion code amendments that were made, both in an impact fee ordinance amendment and in a separate one had to do with the site plan review processes. And so both of those the processes that were unwound in those would need to be reintroduced. And so it does involve amendments to your comprehensive plan, formal amendments to policy in 3 chapters and in selected sections of the Land Development Code. And it's a little bit flippant to say in simplest form you could just revert to policy and code you had, because the policy and code we had was kind of old and creaky and it really needs to be updated. But in a lot of ways it would be reintroducing it just in a modified form. So our understanding is that the board would like to require improvements be in place at the same time that the development creates the impacts, and that they fund the full cost and ensure that the development approvals just don't happen unless those things occur. And when concurrency started, it was closer to that. So this is a former version of concurrency, but it still works this way for some facility types. It is a requirement on new development. Its intent is to require that necessary infrastructure of a few different types is either in place prior to or concurrent with, hence concurrency, the impacts created by the development. And so local governments review the impacts on each of the facility types. Transportation was one of those. And if there are adverse impacts in a significantly impacted area, so we didn't look at the entire road network for the whole county for every development, it was focused. The developer had to construct or finance the infrastructure, scale down to avoid creating an adverse impact, or defer the project until the problem was cured another way. So that, in other words, the other developers or the county could eventually fix the problem, and then it would be okay. It doesn't work quite that way anymore, and the history of that's relevant. So concurrency has its roots with it was called ELMS, Environmental Land Management Subcommittee or something like that, of the legislature in the 1980s. And coming out of their work over several years was the Growth Management Act. And the Growth Management Act prompted the changes that we saw in land development codes and comprehensive plans in the late 80s and early 90s. And it put concurrency in place. It was a requirement. Potable water, wastewater, solid waste, missing some stormwater, parks and recreation, transportation, and schools were all subject to the concurrency requirement. From the outset, transportation was one of the ones that had some exceptions to it. They would give you more time to get it done, or they would allow you different ways to take care of it. But by 2000, it's got slowly eroded over time, and then by 2011, if in effect the state had given up on transportation concurrency altogether, and they concurrently also made parks and recreation and schools optional as well. And so since then, the transportation required improvements aren't required to be in place at the same time as the development impacts occur. In fact, from the eyes of the statutes, they can never be in place. I mean, they don't ever have to be in place. And so it says we cannot use concurrency to regulate the timing or phasing of the development. And then at the concurrency stage, so it relies on the local government to make those kinds of decisions at the time a land use amendment is sought or a zoning change is sought. You've got more discretion at land use amendment because it's a legislative act, and then quasi-judicial if it's supported with the right analysis and facts. You have some control of timing at the zoning level. So what happened was you had impacts that were determined with studies, and instead of making the improvements or making sure the improvements were in place, developers would pay a proportionate share of the required improvements. That proportionate share is proportionate to the impacts that the development created, and they were allowed to have impact fee credits for that. And background problems were not required to be solved. So if the 4-lane road that's out there today is broken and the new development just made that worse, they didn't have to worry about that problem. Or if the 4-lane road was broken and they tripped it over into the 6 lanes, they only had to do their share of that other 6 lanes, but it could be done in a impact fee credit eligible proportionate share payment to solve the problem, pay and go. So the issues with transportation became that it neither ensured that the improvements were in place with concurrent with the development, and it didn't, and therefore also didn't regulate the timing of the development. And so it became a very inefficient process. This was a discussion that staff had with the board over, I don't know, about an 18-month period, but it culminated with the repeal of concurrency in the adoption hearings in August and went into effect in September of 2024. So what the board does still have control of, with or without concurrency, is at the right time to change a future land use amendment at the time that a comp plan amendment, change the future land use map is done, or when somebody wants to amend the zoning atlas. One of the points that I didn't go over in detail at the outset is the board was asking that staff look at reinstatement of concurrency addressing level of service on roadway segments and at roadway intersections. Our adopted level of service is focused on level of service on roadway segments, but the level of service on a roadway segment is driven by the level of service at intersection. So it's already implied in the system that we have. So from a staff perspective, we can create intersection levels of service for the board to consider, but we think that having a roadway segment level of service is sufficient. Level of service, with or without concurrency, we still have a requirement as a comprehensive planning county to have adequate facilities plans in our comp plan. We have a capital improvement element that has all of the projects in it that we need to make sure that we are hopefully staying ahead of the curve and keeping all of our facilities operating at a level of service. And so we don't need to, strictly speaking, need to add level of service policy because it remains, even with concurrency repealed. Our adopted level of service, though, is highway focused. It's just about the automobile mode and its level of service D. That's the level of service D part's not so bad. A lot of people will compare level of service to letter grades in school and think, well, a D in school is not so great. But a D is fairly efficient use of your capacity. If you set your level of service too high, you'll put it out of reach. You can't do it without expending more than your budget to get there. And if you set it too low, then congestion becomes intolerable. And so D is a nice balance point for the highway part of it. But what you could also do if we were to reinstate concurrency, or if whether you do or not, look at levels of service, or what it's more often called a quality of service for other modes. So for your bicycle and pedestrian modes, you would want to look at what they call level of stress on the network. You basically want to have sidewalk and biking facilities that are separated from the higher speed motorized vehicles. And you start to think about building your road more in the flavor of complete streets, but what FDOT refers to as context-based. You look at the surrounding land uses and you build the right type of road for the area that it runs through. And so that's another way to look at your adequate facilities. It's not strictly a capacity thing, it's about form. And you can do that with your level of service policy, and that will guide the way you develop your capital program. It can have some effect on the way developers do stuff. Developers, for the most part, are looking at their internal roadway networks, where that stuff is less of a consideration. So, trying to sum up, we can implement the board direction as stated on December 10. It does require comp plan and land development code amendments to do. It's unlikely to achieve what we interpreted the board's goal to be in that motion, but if we are here to be corrected if your opinion is different. And then if we were to reinstate concurrency, this is stated a little bit harshly, but essentially, from a staff perspective, we see transportation concurrency as being largely inefficient. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. And so, we talk a lot about doing work that matters. Doing traffic studies in the name of concurrency with the regulatory shackles we've got right now, it doesn't matter. It's wasting resources just to get essentially a pre-calculation of a portion of the impact fees that the developers are going to pay regardless. And so that's why we struggle with it from a staff perspective. But it doesn't mean that there's no value in having a concurrency system, and if the board wants staff to revisit that, of course, we stand ready to do so.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that the way that we're doing it today essentially is the most optimal way that we are doing things as a county?
Well, we're growing into it because the concurrency regulations were just repealed in September, and some of the...
That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, the way that we're doing it today, is it the best way that we could possibly be doing it as a county?
And the answer is no, simply because we did a fairly focused, to call it surgical, set of comprehensive plan amendments to pull away transportation concurrency. Some of the things that I was talking about in terms of planning for the right types of roads and building the right types of roads at the right time with the revenues from your alternative transportation system fee, need some policy backing that we expected to introduce with the comprehensive plan rewrite. And so that's getting looped into it, but we think we're getting to essentially the best place we can be. So it's a work in progress, but we're headed there.
So if it hasn't been the most optimal way for us to do things efficiently in this county, why have we been doing it, and why hasn't this board been educated on the fact that we aren't doing things in a way that they should be being done?
We haven't been in front of the board to talk about the comp plan rewrite. I mean,
I've been here for 2 years, and this is the first that I've heard of this. I've been in this seat for 2 years. and this is the first I've heard of this.
Can I just clarify something?
Go
Because
ahead.
maybe there's a discrepancy here. We, last year, not long ago, passed mobility fees, which is different than how we previously did things. I believe the discussion and the cross paths here is the mobility fees haven't been fully documented properly into the comprehensive plan because it was going to be part of the comprehensive plan rewrite. So we're not doing it as efficiently.
We have done a type of mobility fee. It's actually the more general case. It's called an alternative transportation system. But you can call it a mobility fee because it works about the same way. Optimally, it starts to look more holistically at what your transportation needs are. It looks at, as I was saying a minute ago, not just the highway mode capacity, but the form of the road, making sure it's right for their surrounding development. And we've got some policy for that in place, but we need to introduce what we call context classification, for example, in the thoroughfare plan and some other things. And I assume that we haven't done a very good job articulating it because we've had the discussion about the repeal of concurrency, how our impact fee system that Banesh was working on would serve as the alternative transportation system fee, and all of that over I don't know, it was between a 12 and 18-month period, and then touched on it in the comp plan rewrite discussions, but I don't feel like we've had like an in-depth discussion, a deep dive into transportation or capital improvement element policy as part of the rewrite. And so maybe it's either overdue or something that's upcoming. Development services staff can come forward and address that. But I think we can do a better job of explaining how all of those things tie together if we haven't taken care of that so far.
So, for example, Buckeye Road. What level service is that road currently right now? Because I'm looking at it as an F or an E.
I would need to defer to transportation planning staff on that, but
we just this board just approved thousands of homes on that road. So you guys are bringing projects to us and not telling us what level service that road is. And this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. You never explained to us as a board what service level that road was.
Some of that would be in the zoning reports that come to the board. Anything that gets a future land use amendment or a zoning amendment where the density or intensity of that development is increasing is accompanied with a staff report. It's got a transportation section. It lists the impacted road segments. It tells you what the adopted level of service for each is. It tells you what the current operating level is. And sometimes they meet or exceed, and other times they're not doing so well. And so it should be in the reports that come to you. I'm kind of separated from that. I'm public works side of things and don't see all of the development applications as much as I used to.
Okay. So what we're doing is obviously we're looking at this. Everybody is. They know it. Everybody on this board knows as we drive down these roads, and we've been doing this for the last how many years? 15 years. And we've just kind of turned a blind eye, it feels like, to the current situation. And that's why I'm frustrated in a sense that we have not been doing things right in this county. And we haven't had all the information to allow this board in the last however many years to make the proper decisions that they need to make on whether or not to say yay or nay to a particular project. And so I'm kind of frustrated in the sense that now we have to unwind whatever has been done in the past to make things better for the future. Okay? And so it's just whatever we're doing is not working, and we're going to have to make some major changes, because if we don't, it's really going to affect the way of all these citizens in Manatee County, every single one of them. And the other thing that I didn't see examples of is what are other counties doing that are utilizing the old way, transportation concurrency was. Because I know there's some counties out there that are doing the same, that are doing the things the same exact way before 2011, and how is that affecting them? I need more research, I need more data so that we can make an educated decision on this board.
We started some research on what the other counties are doing based on some records that Florida Jobs has, what Department of Economic Opportunity has become. There are 14 counties, including us, that have rescinded concurrency. There's another 3 that, even though they don't formally document it, it's clear that they've either rescinded it or they effectively have. They've got a concurrency system that's watered down to the point that it essentially works like a mobility fee. I haven't had time to look at all the counties, but I've covered, I think, 19 of what I would call medium-sized and larger counties, so a lot of the coastal counties and the counties around Orlando. And of those 19, there's probably another half dozen that have a hybrid concurrency and mobility fee type system, so they're kind of backing out of concurrency. The others have, as near as I can tell, it would take a deeper dive, have conventional concurrency and but do allow for proportionate share payments. There's really no way to navigate that part of the statutes. If you do transportation concurrency, you wind right into that, and that's where you stop. It always ends at you can do pay and go.
So, board, I want to look into this as far as, and we're going to get into our impact fees. But one of the things I want to look at is, can we collect impact fees up front, maybe 50% up front?
I think we're precluded by Florida statute from requiring prepayment of impact fees.
That's true.
And Nicole's saying yes.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Development Services Director, and that is true. Florida statute allows the applicant the opportunity to pay them early, but we're not allowed to require them before occupancy, and that goes for residential, commercial, or industrial. So non-residential and residential. The only time people prepay...
We need to think outside the box, board, on this particular subject. We really do. If Florida statute's saying that we're not allowed to collect it, there's got to be something that we can do, or maybe we can have a discussion with applicants to see if we can make this happen.
I mean, my opinion is you set a level of service expectation that adheres to our vision of what we want our transportation to look like, and you get much more stringent on approvals if you're approving them at all until they can meet comfortably that level of service, and you counter that with a full funding of the impact fees to be able to fix the roads to do the level of service. And if people want to push back on us increasing impact fees, then we just get tight on that level of service. I mean, that's the only way to really, I believe, to do it in state. There may be some other options, but I think that's a much deeper dive research process right here. Because again, as Clark's saying, the issue is we have impact fee credits right now. We're losing money every time someone takes one because they pay us $3 million a lane mile based on impact fees, and then they build a lane mile for $8 million. We have to give them $8 million for what they paid us $3 million for. That's the fallacy in impact fee credits. But what you're saying is, even if we have concurrency, right? Even if we force concurrency and say you have to build that lane, they're like, fine. I'd offer to build that lane anyway because you're going to give me an impact fee credit for it, and I'm just going to use my impact fees. And instead of you fixing Erie and Canal somewhere else, I'm just going to build the road in front of my place, which is going to help my residents. And forget all of you people with the antiquated infrastructure. You'll never get your roads fixed. Because everybody's going to use all their impact fees fixing up the roads in proximity to their new development, never leaving us discretionary funds from other impact fees to fix the roads that have been waiting, in some cases, decades. That's the problem previous boards have put us in. Collecting 50% impact fees, 70% impact fees, 90% impact fees, now using impact fees from 2015, put us behind an 8 ball that is virtually impossible to dig out of, because you don't get impact fees unless you let somebody build, and you can't let somebody build without the roads being done. We're in a catch-22 here. We just need to come up with the best solution. The best solution that I've been arguing for forever is just charging the full impact fees, and that solves a lot of people's problems, because if they don't want to pay impact fees, they don't build. They don't build, you get yourself a moratorium without calling it a moratorium. If they do pay the impact fees, we get more money to build the infrastructure to help work on the level of service of roads we need. And we just have to be more thoughtful on what we approve relative to density and where we approve it. But I don't know the solution to this. I think we need to do a deeper dive. I love the idea of concurrency. I just don't know if the state's going to let us do it. This maybe is something we need to consider on our legislative priorities.
Well, here's the difference between the developers and us. We can eminent domain to ensure that our roads are built. They can't. They can't. We can, but they can't. So what's a better situation? Our constituents are driving on these roads every single day. We have the ability to eminent domain and make sure that these roads are built to the capacity that they need to be built. If we wait on developers to buy pieces of land so that they can develop these roads or buy right-of-ways or whatever it might be, it takes longer anyways. We could do it faster and then work out the issues in regards to those roads to be built. Does that make sense? So, I mean, I don't know. We've just been doing it completely wrong.
Vice Chair McCann.
My question is, you're the experts on building roads. How do we get our roads built, at the same time that they put in any kind of application? We need to look into that. If you can't do concurrency, what can we do to get those roads built so that, we're not paying for everything to be redone?
And it's a complicated question because roads take a long time to build and they're very expensive. And so I think both Commissioners Bearden and Chair Cruz have hit on it. Some of it has to do with making sure your impact fee is right for what you're either the combination of your capital improvement needs and your economic development goals, balancing those needs as you set your rates. And then setting up a program. Commissioner Cruz referenced the developers that do the prop share agreements to improve the roads within their communities. Those come about in negotiated agreements, and our prior boards have been receptive to negotiating those kinds of things, but we can just do pay and go. You let them pay their proportionate share. We might not get their roads all the right-of-way we need up front and some of the roads built quite the way we would expect within those developments, but you would have more money flowing into the capital program that you could program at your discretion rather than, in effect, a developer driving your capital improvement program through an agreement.
And as far as when they put in an application, who does the transportation study on there? And can it be a little bit more comprehensive on whether you think it's adequate or not? Because, again, we're relying on your expertise. And the thing is, we just put in affordable housing in my district where, I can't even navigate the road to get there.
The transportation study requirements are in the site plan review processes. They were migrated there during the set of amendments that repealed transportation concurrency. They provide a sort of a broad outline of what we do in a traffic study that we call a traffic impact statement. That can be the scope of that, with some input from the board, I think can be refined and expanded to look at as much as you feel is necessary for you to make good zoning amendment decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Manatee County does need a concurrency plan, but I do believe our approach has been flawed inherently. Impact fees, whether you raise them or not, they don't help the developed areas as much as you would perhaps new areas like District 1, parts of District 5. The reason is because you can't, we all know this, but it's just for residents, but it's for new construction, it's for new infrastructure, new water, sewer, new roads, new whatever. The impact fee conversation is great. We do need to to identify a plan to collect more funds because we are behind. But concurrency needs to account for the developed areas, the urban core, the urban, areas within, frankly, West Manatee County, and even parts of it in Northern Parish, because you're going to see that problem there too. The concurrency plan needs to kind of look at moving away, in my opinion, needs to look at moving away from strictly focusing on the road rating system. And here's why. We talk a lot about level D. Our comp plan says level D and below. If you have roads that are level D or below, you need to invest in enhancing the rating. The fundamental flaw with that is you get projects like 59th Street, and you get other projects which force the county to spend quite a bit of money using eminent domain against individual property owners, effectively taking a big government approach of just stealing property from the little guy just to benefit other residents. And I get there's a balancing act between rights of different constituents, but I'm 100% against using eminent domain to acquire property from some resident that's on their last legs and that's 65 years old or up and retired, that relies on fixed income from Social Security. But that's the average, that's the reality of homeowners on major thoroughfares like 59th, 51st, 75th, all throughout Manatee County, off Manatee, Cortez, state roads or not. But that's the reality because those are, one, where you built back then, and then two, that's where the properties are cheaper now. And so I would encourage us to come up with a concurrency plan that avoids getting us locked into having to upgrade those roads, because honestly, you could make 59th a 6-lane road. You're just going to add more cars. You will never solve the traffic problem. And I've even asked this of staff, like, what if you magically do widen any road? Doesn't have to be 59th, but any road to, make it as wide as I-4. Like, let's just do that, right? In the middle of Manatee County. You will never solve the traffic throughput problem. You will simply introduce another place for cars to just have capacity. And that's really the issue, is we just think about capacity, not throughput. So in our concurrency plan, we need to move away from, and we have the bones of this already. It's on the county website. It needs to be looked at. It's called Transportation Concurrency Exception Areas. I actually don't know if it's completely up to date because the map points to CRAs the county owns or used to have, which may not exist. So we might need to validate that we do have 2 CRAs. But look up TCEA, Transportation Concurrency Exception Area. It's all in District 4. It's very small. But the goal was to encourage infill development. I don't think that's happened. So we do need to revisit that policy. But second, get away from the road rating system exclusively and also focus on trails and multi-use paths, which also have a rating system that you can leverage as well. There's accessibility ratings. There are grade ratings, whether it's elevated or straight. There's other systems for measurements, is my point, that we do need to evaluate as part of a concurrency plan. Beyond that, I think concurrency, I'll let staff get creative. I'm not going to say it has to be in the comp plan, but we need a plan. We need a concurrency plan that we can give to residents because they need it. They're demanding it, and residents in developed areas need that. I don't want to be on this board in 4 years and say we did nothing for the residents that live here already, and we still have aging infrastructure. I want to be able to point to a concurrency plan that references the CIP, that has better policies. And again, those policies are moving away from the road rating exclusively, focusing on those exception areas, refining them or getting rid of them, see if they work, and focusing on multi-use paths and not even paths, alternative transportation. I will leave that open-ended for staff to figure out, because then you can rope in ferries, you can rope in private or public transit options like Ubers or a bus system or a trolley system, in addition to the trails as well. So I'll leave it flexible, but whether it's in the comp plan or not, we do need a concurrency plan. So let me know what your thoughts are on those ideas.
All right, I just quick comment, and then I was going to pass it to Commissioner Feltz. Here's a question. Hear me out. Seems opposite, but what if instead of concurrency, we do like the opposite of concurrency and just don't give impact fee credits to anybody? And then we collect 100% impact fees and don't let anyone build their own roads for their own convenience, for their own residents, so they can sell houses for more because they got 4-lane roads with beautiful medians in the middle using all their impact fees. What if we just collect these impact fees like we should be collecting and spend them where they should be spent for the people who've been waiting their turn to get their infrastructure done? And we build parks where they should be built and roads where they should be built and sidewalks where they should be built first and foremost. If we do concurrency, everyone's going to spend all their impact fees on themselves. We're never going to fix the problems that already exist today. We're just going to keep fixing problems that don't exist today because the developments don't exist today. And all we're doing is encouraging new developments in places without infrastructure because they're going to put the infrastructure in themselves with our impact fees.
So taking your question at sort of a hypothetical extreme, I think the board could do something like that. You'll probably find as a practical matter there'll be times where it will make some sense to.
I don't speak in
participate
absolutes. I understand there's a time and place for
But
things.
as a sort of a general policy to work from, your start position for negotiations, I think the board could do that. I mean, I can't think of a reason you cannot.
I mean, there's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of roads, a lot of complete streets, a lot of intersections more than anything that need to be fixed that are nowhere near new developments. They're nowhere near land for development rights. And when you do redevelopment, a lot of times you don't pay impact fees anyway because you get the trade-off kind of stuff there. So these with concurrency, with 100% concurrency, let's look at an extreme. You're never going to fix those. Because we're never going to have money to fix them. Because no money's ever going to leak from new developments. Because all the money's going to be contained there, whether they're building it themselves through traditional concurrency or they're basically using impact fee credits. We're basically telling the people who live here now, you're stuck forever, or we're going to bond even more of your money for your grandkids to pay off while we spend what little general funds we have left on debt service. Those are both terrible ways of presenting anything. If we collect the full impact fees and we spend them where they should be spent and let the new people wait their turn like the old people had to wait their turn, I think we'll start fixing the problems we have today instead of pre-fixing the problems we're going to have tomorrow based upon developments from tomorrow.
Prop share would be an input, so it'd be better with
Why not?
concurrency.
If people want to pay full impact fees, we'll take it. We'll spend it where it should be spent, and they can wait their turn like everyone else waited their turn. Other people waiting their turn because previous developments didn't pay their fair share. That wasn't really a question. That was more of a statement because you gave me the idea when you talked about how impact fee credits had to be used. But I'll turn it over to Commissioner Feltz.
I am on the dangerous side of knowing the rules, but on the weird side of your idea, sir, under a concurrency process, which requires a prop share payment up front, that prop share payment then is creditable. So technically, you're in better shape without having something that requires that prop share payment.
But why am I in better shape? Look, I love Fort Hammer. I think they did a great job with it through North River. But why am I? Well, not me. I take advantage of that road selfishly. Why is somebody who lives off of Canal? Why are they better off because that road's 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes? How come that road got to be 4 lanes first? They're not better off. But know what built that road? Not the goodwill of the people who built it. Impact fee credits that could have been used for Canal. Well, maybe not Canal. That's a different quadrant. But you get the gist of what I'm saying. I just fundamentally disagree. I think we're misspending the little impact fees we get, and if we increase impact fees 100% based on the same system, we're just going to misspend even more impact fees for people that don't need the road yet, and we're just going to forever ignore the people who are currently displaced based upon the shortfall in impact fees for the past few decades. Anyway, Commissioner Feltz.
Well, we know the objective of the original motion was what can we know? We know where we're at. We've overbuilt without having the infrastructure in place. The objective was, what do we do about it now? Not what do we do about it later or whatever, but we have a problem now. The problem now is that we have built based on where there's going to be. There's going to be a 6-lane road on Moccasin Wallow Road. There's going to be this, there's going to be that. For many reasons, you could get to have too many projects going on at the same time. Remember, our previous board wanted to be known as the Infrastructure Board. But unfortunately, when you try to do too many things at once, you have supply issues, you have manpower issues, you have equipment issues. So we've built a lot of things on base, or we've allowed a lot of things to be built, a lot of rezoning to be built based on what's going to be there, but then that's gotten behind. So I think the objective of the original motion is, okay, number one, what can we do about the situation now to let these projects catch up before we put any more building out there? Number two is, what can we do in the future to keep that from happening again, slowing some things down? And the impact fee credits have been an issue for a while because it's like we're not collecting 100%, but when it comes to the credits, they get 100%. That is a big, big math problem, really big math problem. The other thing is that sometimes there's a tad of built-in obsolescence, which is why they get the impact fee credits. We will approve a project that starts off with, let's say, 3,000 houses and their own sewer, septic, whatever system to accommodate that. But then, we're going to put in a system that's going to accommodate up to 5,000 houses. Well, eventually they reach to adding increased density, making changes in the plan until they're at the maximum amount. We're putting in a system that'll handle 3,000 to 5,000 houses. Great. Let us build 3,000 houses, but as it goes along, they're up to that 5,000. When it reaches that point of capacity and it fails, they come back and say, oh, we'll fix it for you for impact fee credits. That's kind of a trap. So let's remember our objective of the original motion of studying this. Number one, what can we do now to let our infrastructure catch up with what we've already done? That's question one. Second question is, what can we do in the future to give that concurrency, whatever you want to call it, some basis in our next decisions? When we change from, and again, I'm still haven't gotten through all of my land use, but just from the common sense standpoint, and again, what we're seeing in District 1, it's really hard to take it from a layman's point of view to say you can't possibly be thinking of putting 3,000 houses on a 2-lane road. You can't possibly be thinking about that. So we don't even know how that could even be conceived of, and to go through all the motions. When you rezone something from ag to res 3 to res 9, and you're on a 2-lane road, do you really need to do a traffic study, or can you kind of just not know this is going to be a problem? So how do we catch up? How do we keep from falling behind again? And how do we balance this out so that we do take into account, and the other thing with some of the problems with the traffic studies is we were looking at, and I understand private property rights and everything else, we were only looking at this 3,000 houses, right? We weren't looking at, you just approved 3,000 last week and you're going to approve 3,000 next week. But we have to look at things on a cumulative basis because it does make a difference.
So to address the last thing first, the traffic study methods we use do account for the background traffic. It's the concurrency management system that says we don't get to address the problems created by that background traffic. So there's a little bit difference in considering the impacts in evaluating the condition of the roadways and how you require mitigation of a new development. As for catch-up, I'm not sure if fast-growing county ever literally catches up. You do the best you can, but it's fiscal policy. I mean, you're looking at how much you're willing to charge new development and existing residents to build infrastructure. And so I mean, that's the very crux of the discussions you've been having since the new board was seated and prior to that. So your timing controls, as we understand it, rest at the future land use map amendment stage and again, supported with the right analysis and findings at the zoning stage. But in 2011, when what was still the Department of Community Affairs at the time did their dog and pony show for the Community Planning Act, they literally said words to the effect of transportation concurrency can no longer be the backstop. And you can see it in the statutes. It's the way it's written. Everything ends up at pay and go. And so you do complex traffic studies to get to a point where they pay a portion of an impact fee that they're going to pay anyway, because they always get credit for that proportionate fair share payment. And we were okay reviewing stuff like that for a long time. It's convoluted. It's basically a alternative transportation system done the hard way when you think about it long enough. But with the growth we saw in the late 20-teens and over the last couple of years, it really was just becoming inefficient, and it made more sense to have the conversation about repealing transportation concurrency altogether. You know, it was taking a lot of staff resources just to keep up with a traffic study that the developers don't use it when it's done. We keep a portion of it. We track the reserved trips on the road network so we can evaluate where we see our level of service problems coming. We use that for capital improvement programming. But there's very little else that came out of those concurrency studies that helped anyone, which is why we came to you as staff recommending it. Returning to it reintroduces some of those processes, but it also is a message about where the county wants to go with its growth management policy, and so there's no, I guess, in some ways, harm in doing it, and so that's why we're not here as a staff telling you not to do it. We're just trying to highlight some of the issues we saw with it that led up to the repeal so that you have that to consider going forward.
Do you have anything else, Commissioner Phelps? No? Commissioner Beard?
You made a comment. You said you really didn't start seeing the issues until the late 20-teens. Correct?
The
No, you just made that comment. You said
Right.
we really haven't started seeing these issues until the late 20-teens.
The issues are at
Why?
volume. It was at a process level. It was the sheer number of applications we were seeing. We were growing so fast.
Okay, so we've been growing every year anyways, 6,500 people every single year from the 1980s till probably around 2010. Now we've just doubled that. Now we're at roughly around 12,500, as I stated before, but we've always seen growth in this county. Always have seen growth in this county. So that leads me to say that the bill that came out in 2011 is the reason why we're in the situation that we're in today, because you just stated that you didn't start seeing it until the late, roughly around the 20-teens, right? Am I correct on that?
And that's from an operating, a processing standpoint, that the issues with the transportation system have been growing all along since concurrency was strong through the eras where it was weaker until it was taken away completely. And so it's those kinds of issues have been growing.
So what you're
all
telling me is it did work before that bill was passed?
No.
It didn't work?
No.
So we didn't have the traffic, or we had the same traffic issues back then as we do now, back before 2011?
Well, we weren't growing quite as fast, but by my recollection, I was living in Manatee County but working in Sarasota, but these two counties were good for somewhere in the 2,000 to 2,500 dwelling units per year for a very long time, through most of the 90s and early 2000s. And then the recession, Sarasota County just evaporated, and Manatee County had sort of a baseline number of units. And then starting around 2012 or so, we really started to ramp up again. We started to hit the 2,000 number, and slowly, and I think our most recent years have probably put us at maybe 8,000 dwelling units countywide. That may include some city dwelling units. But it was the sheer volume of applications that we were feeling a pinch at an operational level, but the issues with the transportation system, the road network, have been growing in the background all along, and it's because concurrency was never the complete solution to the problem. It was always, even before they had pay and go and concept of proportionate share, there was always some element of proportionality to it. And it was a leaky system, and it doesn't account for all the impacts. You're looking at a development on a per trip basis. It generates X many cars, one extra car on this road sort of thing, but you build your roads lumpy, and you whole lanes at a time that accommodate hundreds of cars. And so you will get a development to pay for some of that, or pay for all of it, but ignore another problem someplace else because we still had to keep our exactions proportionate. And so the problem was always going to grow just because of the way you deliver the product and the limitations we had on what we could exact from developers, even with a stronger concurrency.
So Buckeye Road's like almost a one-lane road. It's so narrow, and this board just approved, or in the past has approved thousands of homes there. So tell me how that works. Tell me how you look at that project from a common sense perspective and says, you know what, this is going to work. We're going to go ahead and bring these projects to you to approve. And guess what? You just put thousands of homes on this road. This is going to work. So explain that to me, how that works, how you can process that and look at that road and say, you know what, this is going to work.
It's because of the way the concurrency rules work. If you've got a 2-lane road and it's approaching capacity, you've already got some approved developments on it, they're not built yet, but once you add them, you need a 4-lane road. Under the state's concurrency rules, we've got to pretend like that 4-lane road is already there. And as long as the next guy doesn't make it any worse than that, then from a concurrency perspective, it's okay. But your processes, your land use amendments, and your zoning sit above that. They are adequate facilities tests. You can look at those and you can say, here, looking at a comp plan amendment to add more stuff on Buckeye Road, it just doesn't make sense. We don't have a plan to build the capacity here, and so you can say no or insist on something that's less intense. And at zoning, you can make similar determinations, although I think they're more related to timing than the specific uses. But that you have those opportunities to do that. We think we've been providing the data you need as a board to make those determinations. And it's be part of process to make sure that we make it clearer. Yeah,
sorry. No, Clark is hitting some extremely good points from a point of clarity, just to make sure everybody that's watching, we use the word require and timing. And when we're going back in time on that concurrency issue of 2011, what 2011 strictly meant so emphatically was timing. It didn't mean I made somebody build something. And correct me when I overstep, because I'm out over my ski tips, but a development may choose, we can't make them do it, but could choose to get an improvement done so they could get done. But that is just gone since 2011 with the idea of the pay and go point of view. It was that proportional impact. It was summarized very clearly by Commissioner Cruz. I mean, if your impact fee is undervalued and the way you give credits, and then because when we give credit to somebody, we give credit to their actual costs of what they build. They give us receipts, we give them full credit back. So, but if we're only collecting a portion, yes, you can get upside down. The idea of trying to say, what do we do now? How do we catch up? I don't want to say it out loud, but it's the truth. It's almost a fallacy because it's a piece of a starting point. Your whole system is a multi-tiered chair, and it's got so many legs on it that has an impact fee, that has a comp plan, that has a code, that is saying, unlike development, when that traffic study is reviewed, the CIE that says we're trying to keep our own capacity, well, Lorraine Road was in our CIP, unfortunately, and that's probably what influenced the idea of capacity issues with that recent development that was approved there. So these are not, they're individual items that we have, but they work together coherently as a system. Commissioner Feltz, you made the example of, I'm considering a zoning here for 3,000 units. That was exactly what our point meant was, that is when you had the ability to not approve something and most likely not be in a poor legal position. A lot of stuff we've thrown up in certain presentations of the currently approved developments that are out there, the horse is out of the barn, and that is definitely there. In some ways deciding, and that's where I think Rob was going and ultimately will go, Charlie will go with the idea of what is the true priority of our CIP. We have a finite amount of funds. Where should they definitely go to get there? But on the concurrency, the state did it to us. If anybody needs the history lesson, unfortunately, I mean, that 2011 time, we're coming out of the Great Financial Depression. That was Rick Scott was jump-starting the state of Florida, made some changes in the legislature, got the housing development business going back again. The only problem is it works so darn well, nobody ever went back and changed anything. So we're living there. We were seeing some of this coming. I forget the exact years. It's 15 or 16. We finally, if you remember, the building department nearly laid off every person because we had zero revenue in there. We were celebrating the day we were in the black instead of in the red in the building department. And then we hit a record year. And then, I don't know, like 18 or 19, it was a record year. I'm like, wow. The only problem is none of us saw that it would continue record years for the next 6 years straight. So, I mean, that is the string of record years is what surprised the community. And unfortunately, I think as boards approved land use and zoning changes, I don't think anybody envisioned that the record year would continue as many years in a row. So unfortunately, we are where we are on the existing items. It's not popular. Somebody said it. I mean, putting some teeth, taking something, you'd have to talk to some very smart people, not me, of a legislative opinion of what can be stated about concurrency. Those are things that can be discussed. But everything that limits you as an elected body on what you may get sued for came from state statutes. So it wasn't a board that, maybe the board that approved the land use change or the zoning change or something, but it wasn't necessarily truly just concurrency let you down on that, sir.
Okay. Well, we need to continue to have this discussion on how we can continue to bring stakeholders on board. This is a serious issue. All right, this is a very serious issue in this county. You guys know it, we know it, the constituents know it, most importantly. And so we're gonna have to put our little brain housing groups together and figure this situation out, because what we're doing right now and moving forward is not gonna work. It's just not. I don't see it working. We can't keep doing the same thing. That's for sure. We know that.
Heard a lot of good discussions on the West County ideas.
Yeah.
Don't know how it works in the rules side, but they
So
were very interesting.
I don't know what we need to do as a board, but we need to continue to have this discussion moving forward, and obviously we figure this out, so.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank Mr. Clark, Mr. Butzow for giving us a presentation. I got most of this information in my briefing, but I'd just like to thank you for answering some of the tough questions for us. It doesn't look like concurrency, as residents used to think about it, is legally allowable. Or, I mean, we can sue them. I guess we're happy to sue the state of Florida or get involved in lawsuits now. But the conversation does need to continue. I will point out that Commissioner Cruz's point earlier, and I agree with it, at the very beginning of today about the CIP prioritization, we need to revisit that. I'm not going to go back and criticize and blame previous boards, but the whole Big Six concept just doesn't work. Like we pushed out one of the road projects and, well, actually quite a few of them by 5 years off of the Big Six. And I think we need to think bigger than that. Today we have 3 commissioners that are on the Sarasota-Manatee MPO, which has a 2045 plan. I hate 2045, anything 20 years out. But for roads, it makes sense. I do think we need to align our how we go forward is this. One, I do think we need a workshop on a transportation plan, which I would like to hear more information about the mobility fees, because it sounds like we have some ideas, some research in it, but I want that brought up because that can help the urban developed areas in the county. The second thing is, I think we just have to figure out how can we align our CIP with money we can, with what MPO has proposed, identify the funding sources, and just get out of having so much debt in our CIP. I mean, we have $5.3 billion in CIP projects through a mix of mostly bonds, which are terrible, infrastructure sales tax funds, and some grant funds. So we really need to get on top of why we have so much debt in our books, why we have a project of record which we do nothing with, and why everything in the kitchen sink is in the CIP. The work session, in my opinion, should really focus on what are the major thoroughfares that residents want to see us invest in, and just get them on the books and identify, given the limited number of contractors and resources we do have, because money's not the problem. We have a lot of bonding out there. Just figure out how can we prioritize the timeline of those projects and just get them done. I think my opinion is we are spread very thin on the CIP, and we do need a work session to discuss that. I would like us to align our CIP with the MPO and make sure MPO has a lot of great ideas. I'm not saying that like everything we want to implement is on their list. Not saying that at all. But my observation is that there's a lot of misalignment between what MPO says, which gives us a direct line to FDOT and their funds, and what it's in our CIP. And the issue with that is we can't get funding because of that. So let's make sure we are aligned top to bottom from our CIP to MPO to FDOT on those major thoroughfares and funding. Let's figure this out at a workshop at some point in the future, and honestly use that as an opportunity to get resident input. I mean, we've talked about Buckeye, U-Line, Canal Road. I've talked about 59th, 51st ad nauseum, and we're doing 75th soon. But what do the residents want? I mean, I'm doing town halls to figure that out, and I've obviously done a lot of canvassing to figure that out too. But I want to give residents the opportunity to say, hey, this road is terrible. We need to fix that. And I know we can do surveys. We've done that on 9th Avenue Northwest. But let's do a work session on it just to get an idea of what residents want us to focus on from a roads perspective, or revisit older surveys or ideas, because I know we've done them. And honestly, just make sure that we use our commissioners on MPO, and then I'm on Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, so leverage me, and then I'll be in FAC, NACO, and all that, to just identify roadways that we need to work on, get citizen input, and just work on them. People won't complain that about timelines necessarily, but they will complain if we don't have a plan and a clearly articulated way to meet our deadlines. I'll say the number one thing is we have way too much money in the CIP that, frankly, we need to reevaluate as commissioners and even staff. And just get it out of there and get the money focused on things that will make a difference. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Couple brief points. So we've got a comprehensive plan rewrite meeting coming up in February 19th. So we may be able to add prioritization of the CIP, but then also include what transportation concepts we had working in the comp plan rewrite and the ideas to make it better, to Commissioner Bearden's point, to see if we can strengthen it a bit. The other point that I just wanted to make, and this has been since I've been here, I don't know how long ago this has been, but I remember asking staff this, is that when we bring projects forward to the board, we were told in the past not to provide a recommendation, that our job was just to say whether or not it was consistent with code. The board has the ability to say they want staff's recommendation. Okay, we do not, okay. But I was just saying, there is a point, but then also I would say, we do just
I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to clarify that before, because I've been here for a while, and I'm the one who made the motion not to do that. That was part of a recommendation from legal at the time, because staff was recommending approval, and then the board was voting no on projects, and then that was being used in court, saying, hey, they're ignoring their staff who are experts, and these 7 people up on the dais don't know what they're talking about. So we removed that portion of it. Now they provide us a lot more information. If you look at staff reports, it lists every part of the comp plan to justify for or against things. It lists LOS for roads, but they took that part out because from a legal standpoint, it was being used against us in court.
So we do the pros and the cons and the mitigating factors. And just my thought is again, going back and actually looking at changing those policies that staff relies upon. And so we'll work with Public Works to see what we can do with transportation in mind. I know that was a plan. I think we were working through some options, but... That's it. Yep.
Like I said, the first question was, the objective was, what do we do about where we're at right now? The other thing that was mentioned was finding out what our citizens want. I believe Dr. McCann has mentioned it. I know what my people in District 1 want. We want a building moratorium. It's the only way we're going to catch up And we're not saying for the entire county, okay? The problem is that we've put so much in, and I could sympathize with District 5, but District 1 really has gotten the short end of the stick. For a lot of reasons. For one thing is because we're all the way out there, okay? People don't see what, because it's out there where nobody else is. So until Aqua by the Bay started having their problems with the dust all over the place, we were having it out there a while back. But until it became a kind of a common problem that we were having, we didn't get much attention on that. And we say that we can't do it. Okay, the question, the objective, what we asked from day one was, we have a traffic problem. We have a traffic problem because we have built saying that there's going to be 6 lanes on Moccasin Wallow Road. We've built saying that we're going to put a school in. Well, that's where we're at. So I don't think that it's, and you keep saying we want to do what the citizens want, and I'm telling you what the citizens want in District 1. They would like a short, it doesn't even have to be, but I understand moratoriums. But you know what? They actually do get done. And it doesn't have to be the entire county. It could be just a particular region. When we get Moccasin Wallow built, when we've looked at what Buckeye could hold, when we've dealt with, again, my district is having, is going to have traffic issues on 70 because what we're doing on in Sarasota from Fruitville to 70. What we're doing going into Hillsborough County, which is having issues on 301, your Waimama area, and things like that. So what can we do to catch up with what we've already created? We stop doing any more until that's done. We want to know what the citizens want. I'm telling you what the citizens want. And it's not countywide. What other districts have dealt with, I wish Commissioner Ron was here, but this is taken away from our other districts, from District 2, from District 3, from District 4, because everything's gone on out there. And it's just a little bit more glamorous. It's a little more fun that we build new instead of repairing old. Maybe we'd be able to help out the city of Bradenton. Having a meeting with Gene Brown the other day, and their biggest problem is that their sewer systems were getting old. And I said, well, what does my district have in common with the city of Bradenton, except that I would like for you to stop throwing your sewage into the water that we all drink? So we're not being unreasonable about this because, again, Commissioner Bearden's original thing was, we've got a traffic problem. What do we need to do to solve that now? Then we turn around and we say, oh, we want to do what let's find out what our citizens want. We're telling you what our citizens want. And we're not saying countywide. We're not saying maybe even specific areas. You've got to complete Moccasin Wallow Road before you put one more housing subdivision on it. You've got to complete, you can't change something from ag to Res 3 or Res 9 on a 2-lane road and not expect to be in the same situation 2 or 3 years from now. So again, back to what our objectives were. The objectives were, we have a traffic problem. We have a traffic problem because we've overbuilt without the infrastructure. We've got capital improvement projects that give them time to be completed. And don't make things more complicated than they actually are, because the actuality of it is you just turn off the faucet. Okay, you just have to turn it off after a certain point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great comments, Commissioner Feltz. Regarding the pros and cons, I think we need to come up with a specific standard that they can give us that is a more detailed approach regarding the pros and cons, just like what Commissioner Ron was speaking about earlier, 5-paragraph order from a military standpoint, you know what that is. Something in detail such as that. That way, that gives us all the fine details that we need to help make a decision that we need to make. So maybe that's something that we need to talk as far as what do we want to see in those pros and cons.
Sure. I mean, so I think where we're going, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you've given us good information on a fact-based of what concurrency is and why it could become an issue, but there are best practices that are better than the current practices in Manatee County. You've now heard 6 commissioners opine on their concerns about our roads, our infrastructures, and future development. What we're looking for is we want to implement the absolute best practice to maximize our ability to catch infrastructure up with development, and we're tasking staff and your skill set and your knowledge to bring us back options and the pros and cons of those options that we can implement to best enact our vision of how we're going to fix our infrastructure. Whatever combination of stuff that is. We're about to have a conversation after about impact fees, which I think we all know where that's going to go in that conversation. I don't think anyone's going to push back on impact fee increase. But what we need to do is we need to look at all of the options. We need to take best practices from every place to maximize our ability to build roads and increase our level of service across the board as quickly and as expeditiously as possible for the residents of Manatee County. So we're going to ask you to come back with a follow-up meeting. Now you know what our concerns are and where our head's at to try to present that to us. Yes.
One question. So I know there was discussion about a building moratorium. Is that something, I think it's more about us working with the county attorney, but is that something that we should look into?
I think that's a separate but also important discussion. I mean, where my head's at on that maybe is different. But I think that's a separate thing. I think that there's been questions in the public, whether it's legal or not legal or what the state says. I would like to independently, and I don't know where we get to a point of just directing things versus voting on things. I think this board needs a real discussion of what is or is not allowable within moratoriums, looking at other counties, municipalities, of what they have and haven't done, where the lawsuits were associated with them, and what the theoretical options this board has, because we can't make any motions or vote on anything until we know exactly what we can and can't do. And I'm not saying what can we do up to reasonable. I'm okay stepping 1 foot beyond reasonable or a couple of feet beyond reasonable, but we need to know what those options are. Both from state statute and from a legal standpoint.
We'll include that in discussion at February 19th. So we will look into that. I think Nicole gave me a nod that she's already been looking into that.
All right, so
we'll
February 19th, we're talking about the comprehensive plan. We will have a presentation of what is and is not allowable relative to potential development moratoriums.
We've looked at it. We'll discuss with the county attorney as well.
Go ahead.
In regards to that, what the effects could potentially be if we make that decision as a board. Not just that. No, how does it affect the economy? How does it affect everything that entails if we completely stop that? I mean, I want to see that type of data. Wow. How does it affect jobs? How does it affect? I just want to have that information available because I need that type of information to make a decision.
I was just going to say, I'd like for it to be looked at on levels and facets of it. Okay, we're not saying for the entire county. Okay, maybe it just needs to be certain regions. It could be certain regions within our watersheds because we're very behind with our watershed studies. It could be areas of impact. I mean, I would like to look at it. Like I've said, we've swung the pendulum very far this way, and it may take some militant-type moves to swing it this way to bring it back to plumb. But I think that there's got to be, we've got to find a way to catch up, or at least if we're not going to catch up completely, to at least narrow that gap a little bit more, because it's gotten very, very much out of control. So we want to start looking at anything we could do to slow down, catch up, and narrow the gap. It's always going to be behind the 8 ball, but do we have to be this far behind?
We can
Right.
show growth.
So, I mean, you understand the direction.
Yes.
To bring something back. I mean, getting into the minutia of exactly what to bring back.
Do a
That's
heat map
that's
showing the
staff.
growth over the
That's
last
staff
few years.
bringing us
Yes,
back
we can show some
the
ideas.
information we're looking for. We can't have 7 people asking for 7 different reports. You know what we're looking for. We're looking. Commissioner McCann.
And the other thing that's important is looking at the burdensome statute and how it would affect that. The other thing that's important is to get the information from either Edgewater or Zephyr Hills that they've already used to affect the moratorium. I'd appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
And remember, I do not care about the burdensome statute. 250 is a joke. So I will go to court on that one. Okay. Is there any more on concurrency at this point? I mean, we're moving into impact fees, which are kind of just a tangential piece to it. But I mean, the impact fee study is essentially just an overview of a previously made motion to bring that back with a presentation, as we all know, of just the schedule of bringing it back, and we're just kind of nodding our heads on approval on this one. So I will turn this over to Rachel and or Nicole, unless Clark has more to say. You really want to get into another can of worms? What are you going to bring up now?
One quick thing, because Commissioner Sadiq brought it up. Apparently, our transportation concurrency exception area website still exists, but if you think about it, if you don't have concurrency, you don't have something to be accepted from. They were taken away at the same time. There's some value in the policy that we used to have and what we did with TCAs, and we're looking at some of that with a comp plan rewrite. So just for the record, TCAs gone, but some of their ideas are there in the background, and we'll come back to you in another
I figured since it referenced 2 separate CRAs that no longer exist, that probably was a bit of an outdated study.
CRAs got peeled away first, but the
Yes.
TCAs actually stayed for a while.
Good afternoon. Rachel Layton for staff. If we could have the impact fee slides, please. Okay, thanks. Okay, perfect. All right. Following up from the last board meeting that we had, we reached out to Banesh, the consultant that prepared the last impact fee study update, and had a conversation with them on all of the things that were presented in the stipulations for that motion. So the summary of the motion is in our presentation, along with process and timelines, legislation and history. We won't go into the legislation and history unless you guys feel like you want to after we present the timeline. So what we heard in that economic impact fee update on December 10th, 2024 was the board directing staff to update the impact fee study to reassess current rates and determine the feasibility and implications of restoring the impact fees to 100% of present day calculated value. So that would really mean that we needed to start all over again with the report, not start all over again with the report, but the report itself has expired and needs to be updated with current information. So we dove into what would be required for that, along with the economic analysis, the service needs assessment, and comparative review, and the statutory requirement for stakeholder input for not only the public, but any involved stakeholders. So as we've outlined here with the process, we have county staff internal data collection proposed at 15 days. At the same time, we will be amending the Banesh contract, and then Banesh will go into updating the impact fee study report to include extraordinary circumstance findings, and at the same time, conduct the 2 public hearings that are required. We have time allocated at that for 60 days. During which time we will be consistently giving updates to the county attorney's office so that they can keep up with us. And then no less than 2 publicly noticed workshops. Those have an option to be heard the same week, the same day, the same month, whatever the preference the commission gives to us. Planning Commission is a required public hearing, and then Board of County Commissioners requires 2 public hearings. And then same as what happened last summer, we would need the 90 days to enact everything. So I'm going to let Nicole give you the dates that we've looked at to try and make this happen as quickly as possible.
Again, for the record, Nicole Knapp, Development Services. So in short, after we talked to Banesh, the short answer is yes. Even though the study, it's not expired, but it's been presented, it's been adopted, we are within the thresholds of this legislation to do a partial update to the data. We're not rebuilding the methodology. That's partly why we can have such an aggressive schedule. There's no debate on the methodology. It's just about us updating the data. So like Rachel said, we will begin collecting that data immediately after we wanted to wait for today's outcome. Banesh is ready to provide us with their contract later this week so that we can get that on the January 28th board agenda as a board budget amendment. It will be a last minute add-on that I need a nod from everybody to say that's acknowledged, because that's the only way we're going to get here. And then they do need 60 days. I've asked Banesh if there's an expedited fee to consider, because sometimes there is. They truly do need the 60 days to prepare the updated study. And the extraordinary circumstances report will be about 4 or 5 pages, very short. And they've gone over that, ahead of the conversation of today, they've gone over as you can imagine, our growth and infrastructure costs and the changes in our expenditures and CIP inventory population. All those things can justify the extraordinary circumstances. They didn't hesitate in any way with already knowing that report could be supported. You are required to have the 2 public workshops as the statute requires. What that means, though, is left up to the board. So we could use some guidance today, or at least think about it. We can get back to you in the next few weeks. We need to know, do you want them in the same date? First of all, they don't have to be with the board. They can be just with the work community, and that way we're not waiting on your schedules because they are busy. They can be in the same day. You can have a morning and an afternoon one. It doesn't have to be 10 days apart. It doesn't have to be 30 days. What you do with those is what we would like to do with that. We feel we've satisfied the extraordinary circumstances need for 2 advertised public outreach workshops. And then, as Rachel said, we do need to go to the Planning Commission. Now, there's some caveats with this schedule. First of all these dates need a little bit of wiggle room, but just so you got the understanding of how quickly we can move here very expeditiously, we could always hold a Planning Commission meeting different than May 15th. May 15th is the adopted date on your calendar. But we could always reach out to the Planning Commission, ask if we can have a meeting a week later if we just needed to buy ourselves one more week, or even a week earlier. The other thing we can do is have a special meeting or adjust the schedules of the board. So there's flexibility with that, but these are based off the current calendar. The one thing to consider is if we do adopt on September 22nd, we're about 12 days behind, I think, the school board's increase. It would be nice if we could expedite this by 12 days somewhere and get our adoption on June 5th or sooner so that we can increase our fees to 100% with the school's next phase, second phase increase. So we're not raising 2 sets of fees. Our business services and Acela group, their minds probably exploding right now as I'm saying all this, that they would have to increase those fees in two different weeks. So there's benefits to trying to cut another 12 days off this or so. From an administrative standpoint, from a building permit standpoint, the development community not being confused, all that. And so again, like Rachel said, we don't need to go through the history and legislation unless there's the need for them. That's why they're here. And we're here to answer your questions about next steps or any concerns or comments about the schedule.
Sure. And just so everybody knows, this schedule was originally longer because of the consultant and so forth. And we tasked staff with trying to get it entirely done before summer recess. That's what that June 17th, 18th is. So that summer recess is being used for those 90 days, and we weren't delaying this. This is a very expedited schedule. It may not look like it, but you're literally talking about start to finish before summer, and then we have the state-required 90 days. And by September of this year, during the third quarter of this year, we would be collecting 100% of the new revised study impact fees, which is, in my mind, a very aggressive schedule. If we can get it done a little quicker, we can. I don't know where you're going to squeeze any more juice from this one, but I do appreciate the efforts from staff to
I don't
really
sleep now.
trim
I don't
this
have to
thing
sleep
up.
moving
But I'm
forward.
going to turn this over to Vice Chair McCann.
I just wanted to ask on the public meetings, one of them has to be after 5 p.m., correct?
That's not spelled out in the statute for Impact Fee Act. It just says 2 publicly advertised meetings. But it would be a courtesy to do one in the day and one in the night. Sure, one on the weekend, one in the daytime.
And they can both be done the same day.
They can.
Okay.
And they're not required that you attend. So it's optional either way.
Commissioner Sadiq. Don't forget you're leaving in 5 minutes, so make it quick.
Yeah, right. So, the fight on impact fees is a fight worth having. We will get sued on this, and I highly doubt we'll actually make September 22, 2025, because we will get sued and this will be held up in court. But it is a fight worth having. I do need you to work on your reasoning, though, because the extenuating circumstances, and I said this in my briefing, it doesn't hold water with me that just because we have all this growth and traffic, and look, people, I understand from the perspective of a resident why those are extenuating circumstances, but to meet the legal definition and to win a case in court, because I actually want to win this lawsuit. I don't want to just do this for a campaign and then lose and look like an idiot. I actually want to win this one. So we need to work on our reasoning. Just because we have more cars on the road is not sufficiently, in my opinion, and I'm not a lawyer, but I heard this in our briefing, because it needs to be said. This is not a sufficient argument, and I honestly want a staff to work on it better. Because look, this is what's going to happen. This is reality. So we need to work on our legal reasoning, and I'm challenging staff to do that because we owe it to our residents to get this through the door. Other than that, I appreciate the hard work you guys are doing. Let's not forget utilities should be part of that conversation in the future, but that's FIF, that's something else. But we do need to work on the reasoning for that, and I appreciate it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Are you also going to create an exhibit for a court case?
I would like to clarify that one of those workshops should be after 5 p.m.
Okay.
Because all of this process is an amendment to your land development code, which does state one hearing unless you, yes, Commissioner McCann's correct. There is no definition of extraordinary circumstances. So it's a needs assessment that our consultant is fully prepared to make. This is not their first. They represent 85 other jurisdictions in this state.
So what you're saying is a expert in this who is well versed in the legal aspects of the statute, who has worked with other people who did the same reports that have successfully defended them in court based upon substantially similar reasonings, is going to be handling this for us and not any individual commissioner.
There's no case law on it yet. But they have represented many others on the extraordinary circumstances.
Understood. All using substantially similar bullet points that we're intending to use.
Yeah? Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments? I think everybody, I don't know who is going to complain about this timeline. This is a great timeline. I'm very happy with it. I don't know if you're looking for any further direction other than just continue on with what you were continuing on with the motion that previously been made. You're just updating us on the motion, correct? We're not making a motion. You're just updating us subsequent to a previous motion.
The conclusion of the
We don't have to
motion
do
said to
anything
bring you
here.
back findings and policy recommendations within 60 days. That's what this is. So,
Perfect. And we appreciate it. Great job. Is there anything else? No? Then I will, we're done with the agenda. I'm going to reopen it up for public comment, both in person and on the phone for anything we discussed during the end of this agenda. Okay, I'll let it. Technically, you spoke this morning. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. The second half is for agenda items only, so just speak to these. Is your thing on?
Sorry about that. Dalton, also Manatee County. There was a lot that was spoke about, and I think a lot of you guys made a lot of really good points. But some things that I feel that should be said that certain people are not going to like that I'm fixing to say, but whatever. These developers do not want to help District 1 specifically, I want to bring that to the forefront because I've asked that same question of these developers, and they have told me point blank period they do not want to help us like they helped Lakewood Ranch. They have no interest in putting in the public utilities that fund and help them make the money to make these developments profitable. They are more than willing to rape and pillage and plunder on Manatee County's resources as they sit to make the most money. That being said, I think that a lot of you guys have a lot of really good ideas, and I'd like to see them implemented full force. And that goes all the way across the board from Bearden to Sadiq to any of you guys. I think a lot of you, if you put your heads together, your ideas are going to work. The other fact being is that Moxton Wallow is a really good example of something that is later on, as far as in the stages of being well far past the point of no return, is what I would say. 675 Rutland Road is not, but we're still constantly taking applications to make it that way. There's things on the books that, granted they haven't become before the board yet, but you're walking yourselves down the same path, saying that we're trying to lead ourselves to the future, but we're not, because we're still allowing the developers to try and wiggle these things in upon the FDAB, and then it walks us into the same little flippant scale that we have before. We're not. I mean, you guys are on the right track, and I don't want to mean that. And I don't want to mean the opposite. I think you guys are really on the right track. I just think there's more to it. And if we could have a workshop where it's more accessible to the people, because not everybody's going to do what I'm doing, to take off work and take families, money out of their families' pockets to come up here at 9 in the morning. It's just not going to happen. If we can hold more conducive meetings to people after 5 o'clock, when they can come up here and they can actually, physically take the time to write out examples of how they are for or against these developments, I think that'd help a lot. You guys are asking for public input. You're asking for people's quality of life input, this and that, but you're not getting it. People don't show to these meetings because they're at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's just point blank period. They're not showing because they got to work. They got to make money. Everything sucks right now. But these developers have no interest in helping the residents of Manatee County other than their own pockets. And I've heard that from them point blank period, Pat Neal included. Pat Neal is the largest developer of Manatee County, and he's not interested in helping us in District 1. That's it.
Thank you. There's nobody else from the public here. Is there anyone on the phone?
We have 5 callers with raised hands.
All right.
Caller ending in 605. 605. Caller 605, please unmute your mic. Okay, we'll move on to the next caller.
Thank you.
Caller 454.
Charlene Gao, Manatee County. I'm really encouraged hearing today's meeting. I'm very pleased to hear strong support for repealing 2.1.2.8 and a lot of great stuff, and the focus on improving the roads. This discussion of concurrency is super important, and I'm glad that we're having this discussion today with regard to the extraordinary circumstances. I'd like to think that failing water systems would be something that you would consider an extraordinary circumstance. The fact that we keep hooking up more houses to our system, and the exorbitant cost that it's going to cost to fix it. These kinds of things would be circumstances that I'd like to think that they would qualify for extraordinary circumstances. But since Ganesh is on the job and we're going to have the best people that have worked with folks that have dealt with the extraordinary circumstance requirement for the impact fees, I'm feeling good about that. I'm hopeful that we'll manage to get it through. I wanted to reiterate something that Commissioner Felt said earlier about prioritizing ag. I was listening to a podcast and they were discussing the fact that they say nobody wants to work agriculture, and also needing to expose people to it and make people more familiar. But also I was wondering, when the issue of like an inheritance comes and that people have to sell off part of the land in order to pay the taxes on it, if there's anything we could do to help make sure that that land gets sold to people that might be interested in working it. So I don't know, maybe this is something that needs to be thought of in another time, and to help, maybe make some kind of liaison to help people connect farmers, even if they're out of state, to come down and buy farmland and work the land as and keep it as a farm. I know that we've got those conservation easements and they're helpful, but sometimes when you just have to sell because of something like an inheritance tax, it would be nice to connect that so that that land doesn't go to developers, it goes to farmers, and help farmers stay farmers and help keep our food security, because food security is national security. I totally am in line with you guys seeking economic incentives for other industries outside of construction and tourism. And with regard back to the roads, more public transportation, maybe, I like the idea of the multimodal roads and taking advantage of e-bikes, but I think we need a longer term vision on what public transportation should look like. Maybe more than just these vehicle bound stuff with cars and buses and the vans, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point, are we going to need a train? And what would we need to do in order to have something like that running, say, east-west from the beach to Lakewood Ranch? Something, and what would it take? Right. So maybe a more creative vision on.
All right, thank you.
Transpo.
Next caller. That buzzer needs to be loud.
Caller 445. 445.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. So listening to Mr. Clark from Utilities, it just amazes me that the first thing he stated was, well, concurrency would be a burden on the staff. I'm so sorry about that, but now a bureaucrat is setting policy instead of the elected officials. It's unbelievable. Of course, with the old board, you guys were like frogs in slow boiling water. You didn't know what was coming, and I think the staff felt comfortable in that situation. And the last board was developer backed, so everything was smooth. That boiling water kept boiling, so it's unbelievable. And for them not to come up and say, you know what, traffic's getting kind of bad, maybe we should take a look at it, was never heard. Now, George says they couldn't speak about it, but there were things they could speak about that I never heard from utilities. Hey, board, we're losing $5 million a mile, and maybe we can use some of that excess money, or at least break even in the general fund, to fix those potholes in your district. But I never heard that from the utilities, ever, not once. And the quivering in his voice, I can tell you right now, he's uncomfortable with the new board because he's not used to just, being developer driven. So those days are over. And we should. George is right. Get rid of the impact fee credits. Just get our money. We're done losing $5 million a year. $5 million a mile. Those days are over, and it should be. So let's get back to the moratorium. It's a pause. It's not saying we're not going to give you the permit. It's not saying we're not going to give you a CO, but we're not ready. We're going to pause it for 3 months, 6 months. And by the way, if in 6 months things still aren't working out, we're just going to renew it. So that's how I look at it. As far as Benesh and the new impact fees, I called him up with the old board. I said, come on down and let us know why we should go to 100%. He says, Glenn, it's in the report. They got it all. I can't come down. You can invite me, but they have to invite me. So staff never invited them for a clarification, and certainly the old board never invited them. But I have personally talked to them. And as far as the extraordinary circumstances, they have been to courts like 29 times, and they won 29 times. They were challenged once by a developer, and they lost. So they are the gold standard of impact fees. And you guys just blew them off. You took some old thing, you divided it into 25% a year for the next 4 years, because that was all developer driven and bought. I'm glad the new sheriff is in town and the new board's on board. So kudos to you. I can hardly wait to see you tomorrow. For the record, Glenn Gadfly, Gibolino.
All right. Is there another caller?
Yes, we have 4 more with raised hands. 983.
That was all developer driven and bought. I'm glad the new sheriff is in town, the new board's on board.
Yes.
So
Hi.
kudos to you.
This is Carmen.
Hello?
I'm sorry, we lost 983. We'll come back to 983. Stand by. Caller 983, please unmute your mic.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is Elizabeth Arnold with Manatee County. I wanted to congratulate y'all. I was really impressed. This is the most hopeful I've been about a board meeting and how things are working out, and y'all are working together and you're listening to the folks out that you represent. It's just amazing and stunning and a beautiful thing to behold. I did want to say one thing that nobody really talked too much. They were asking the staff, and the staff is going to tell us this and the staff is going to tell us that. Well, you have a lot of really involved citizens out in the community. And I think the citizens could probably be a lot more help if they were given the opportunity when it comes to development and giving recommendations and making observations. And I had the misfortune, I guess, the other day to send a letter asking, or an email asking the staff about when a sign was going to go up on a proposed development that's, I'm sure, been in the works for well over a year with the County of Manatee. And I was really happy. I got a response, but the response was a little scary, because what I was told was, this is a quote, "Once the project has a hearing date, the applicant will distribute signs 10 days before the hearing date." So we have all these people out in Myakka and in Parrish who I'm sure would have a lot of things to say if they knew that this development was going in, and if they had and if they saw the sign on day one, they had more than 10 days to do something. But when you only have 10 days notice to try to get off from work, to try to write a speech, and if you actually wanted to bring in a subject matter expert to try to get a subject matter expert in with less than 10 days, makes it exceedingly hard. So I think maybe somewhere along the line, it needs to be evaluated when the signs go up on properties and when the letters go out to adjoining property owners, that this area is being reviewed. It seems like when the developer puts the money down to have the staff start working on the development with them, and my guess is over a year ago, the sign should have gone up on that property, giving the citizens the opportunity to review things, and even if they wanted to go do their own traffic counts. I mean, I don't know, but it seems like you've got a wealth of information sitting out there that wants to help, that wants their voices to be heard. And today what I was hearing is a lot of their voices were coming through, for example, Carol Feltz and Bob, and Jason. It was wonderful listening to, and George, wonderful listening.
All right, Liz. Thank you. We appreciate the call. Next
All right,
caller.
thanks.
Thank you, Liz.
Caller 750.
Yes, Mark Vandery, Manatee County. Good afternoon. Speaking on behalf of Waterline Road Preservation Group in District 1. And if you need to establish extraordinary circumstances to get some of this stuff going forward, just have a rezoning moratorium countywide. I think then at that point, even the developers will agree that that's extraordinary circumstances, and maybe we'll get some motion going there. But I, like others, have been very encouraged by the direction of the meeting today and the tenor of the meeting today and the subject matter that was brought up. You know, for 20 years or more, we've been trying to get a level the playing field on this development versus citizens and growth in Manatee County. And I think now we have some commissioners who are actually listening to the constituents and feeling our pain that we've been feeling for 20 years. And I think maybe we're going in the right direction. You know, interestingly, just a couple of months ago before the election, one of the developers told me that he's sorry that he's effing up our neighborhood, but that's what he does. More recently, that same developer told me that he would like to treat his neighbors with dignity. So, and furthermore, the developer told me that preserving the quality of the natural lands in East County is paramount to keeping the area attractive for additional people to move into the area down in the future. So that was quite a change in heart. Now, there was another developer who wasn't quite as willing to work with us, and you know, I asked, why are you doing all this big development? Do you need the money? And he kind of laughed at me. He said, oh, no, I don't do this for the money. I don't need any more money than I already have. So I do it because it's the right thing to do. So I don't think with that developer you're going to be able to find any common ground. He's just kind of full of himself there. So anyway, one thing I would like to caution the commissioners and the staff about going forward, you know, when you get a developer to say, oh, we're going to build this road for you, say we're going to build 44th Avenue through Taylor Ranch and East River Ranch, you need to have staff to review their plans, and you need inspectors to go out and look at the work that's being done, because in the past, developers have built substandard roadways, okay? They have built substandard piping systems for water conveyance and for sewage conveyance. And just, I mean, in Lakewood Ranch, look at Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. That had to be redone recently. It should have lasted much longer than that. It had potholes all over the place. University Parkway, falling apart. Same thing there.
Mark, I'm going to need you to wrap it up.
Okay, okay. Just keep an eye on what you get for free, because it may cost down the road. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks,
Bye.
Mark. Are there any more callers?
Yeah, we have two more. 285. Please unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Bryce Claypool, Manatee County. First, I want to thank the Commission for all that it's done this hearing, how receptive you've been to the community's concerns, and how thoughtful you've discussed these important issues. I want to say I agree with the Commissioner's comments regarding mental health, substance abuse, and affordable housing programs. These are huge issues that are affecting our county and taking lives, and we really need to address them. In addition, I'd like to urge the board to investigate what we can do on climate resilience. Unfortunately, climate change is not being addressed fast enough to prevent many dangerous impacts, as we graphically saw this year when we had 3 major storms. It doesn't mean that we're going to have a 100-year storm every year, but it does mean we're going to be experiencing worse storms and worse flooding more often. So we need to be prepared, and that's something I want to urge the Commission to look into when we are working on our priorities. I also want to comment on some of the environmental and community projects that were brought up. We have a unique opportunity right now to preserve our nature and our heritage. and we all care deeply about our wildlife. We care about our birds and our fish and our land and conserving biodiversity. I want to see the county focus on acquiring more conservation lands in the coming years, and also, as was stated, safeguarding our fishing industry, our agriculture, hunting, and also smaller things like community parks and gardens. These are the things that we really care about that make life in Manatee County so great. We have the opportunity now to reconnect with what really matters to us and get back to our core values with the help of this commission. Thank you.
That was our last raised hand at the moment. No additional callers.
All right, I will close public comment. I will go to commissioner comments. Does any commissioner have any more comments than you had so far today? We were kind of very broad today, so Tal's gone. That's true. All right.
Motion to adjourn.
All right. All right. See you all in the morning.